Tradin Faves aims to be a family-friendly podcast. We will do our best to discuss this game respectfully and lightheartedly. However, discussion of this game and other installments in its series require the mention of very dark themes that may be uncomfortable to some listeners. Notable triggers include intense violence, depression, suicide, sexual themes involving incest, abuse, and implied child endangerment. If such topics are upsetting or unsuitable for you, we strongly discourage you from listening to this episode, and we'll be happy to see you return next time. Your discretion is advised.
I have a special punishment prepared for the ultimate podcast host, David. It's punishment time!
No, that's wrong! It's Tradin Faves with David and Joseph! You can't punish me yet! We need to do the episode first!
Agree. Consent.
Break! I guess if I said no, that's wrong, so that would be a counter.
Oh. Yeah, I played this game recently, you can tell. Didn't have just an entire week where I was sick and not thinking about anything.
Sorry, my brain also just went to the fact that, like, you're talking about a punishment for me, and then you said consent, so it's just like, I agree with that!
No, I agree that we have to do the episode first.
I agree with that.
Alright. Anyway, welcome back to Tradin Faves, where we play games on our own time and discuss our favorite parts. Today, we have a very exciting game of discussion.
That we do.
It's Danganronpa V3, baby!
New Danganronpa V3, Killing Harmony. That is a mouthful of a title, and so I usually just refer to it as V3.
Yes. I mean, that's all your fancy anime games. They need to have these extremely elaborate titles with, like, 7 fonts.
8 subtitles. And somebody who was a calligraphy major in college is like, my time to shine.
A calligraphy major?
I guess now they call it graphic design, but back in my day...
No, it's the ultimate calligraphy.
The ultimate calligraphy artist.
Oh man, people listen to this show.
I know.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
Alright, so with this exciting Danganronpa game, we've got a lot to talk about because this is a very juicy, story-rich game. And with all story-rich games comes the fear of potential spoilers if you have not played or seen the game for yourself. So I just want to let listeners know ahead of time, we're going to talk about some more surface level stuff, things like gameplay concepts and, like very like surface level stuff about like the graphics, the music, presentation stuff. But we will give a proper spoiler warning when we get to, like, discussing story stuff in depth and, like, talking about characters and all that. And we will include a timestamp, like, you can skip to this spot, and then you will have nothing spoiled. And for this game, we highly recommend it because, first and foremost, I'm going to say this right up front, I really like this game, and I do recommend it to, at least to people that are comfortable playing mature-rated games.
Mm-hmm. It's a good one. Also, I want to put an extra special apology in here that at the time of recording this, we both ended up being a little sick. So
yeah.
I apologize if my voice is a little or you hear me coughing.
I will do the best I can in like post editing to minimize that, but you can probably hear a little phlegm in our voices. It's not going to be
just a little bit.
It's not going to be up to our usual standard, but we also like don't put a lot of effort into these, so it will be our usual standard.
That, and I was just like, we could have waited, but I really want to talk about this game.
Yep.
I freaking love this game.
Big same. All right, so the first thing that I want to talk about, we got to ask our audience question. For all those of you that are familiar with any aspect of any of the Danganronpa games, not just V3, if you could have the ultimate talent of any character from the series, which one would you want?
This is such a cool question, because it's like, okay, you are limited by what characters there are, but also, like, there are a lot of cool talents in this franchise, so I'm like,
Yeah, exactly. Well, David, what about you?
Okay, for me, I know it's kind of dumb, but, like, I want to be the ultimate pianist.
Yeah.
Like, look, I want to learn my plan is once I have more free time, I want to sit down and actually learn the piano. It is one of my favorite instruments, and I think that would be a really cool talent to have.
I have access to, like, a bunch of free lessons, but I don't have a piano where I live.
And I do have a piano, but I don't have the time to sit down and practice.
But you don't have the lessons. Or the time.
Together, we could be the ultimate pianist.
That is true. So for me, I mean, I honestly, like, I would take just about any of the talents, because, you know, much like you, I'd like to learn how to play the piano as well. But there are two particular ones that I thought of that I'd be really into having. And it is funny the characters that these come from, but the first one is Ultimate Chef. As people who have played the second game may know, Teru Hanamura is, like, maybe not the best person. He kind of sucks for a lot of reasons.
He's got some redeeming traits.
He does, but, like, I don't want to be like him, but I do want his talent of being an ultimate chef. Another one that I could think of that would also be, like, equally great is being the ultimate cosplayer, like Sumugi.
Oh, yeah.
Just because, like, the power to just instantly be like, wha-bam, and you got a nice costume on. That would be super cool. It would make Halloween very easy.
Just be the ultimate nerd.
Yeah.
The ultimate weeb.
I was gonna say it, and then I was like, that's not funny, don't say it, and then you said it, so...
Surprise.
Thank you.
I'm actually the ultimate not funny student.
You lied about your ultimate talent!
Surprise. I lied.
Oh, no, there's so much lying in this game, that's on brand.
It's a lie!
Well, as we typically do with these things, the first thing we talk about is our history with the video game in question, where we happened upon it, what our first experiences with it were. So in my case, since this is the game that David is showing to me, my history is very short with this. And in general, my history with the Danganronpa franchise is just, like, peeking over David's shoulder while he was playing a game. And watching him be, like, frustrated and be like, this game sucks, I hate this. And then, like, after the game would be done, you'd be like, oh, it was amazing, and then you'd talk my ear off about it.
It's true, I did.
And then, of course, outside of that, I've seen clips from, like, the Game Grumps playthrough of the two games, as well as, like, Lukagen playing through the games. So, like... I still haven't technically seen, like, any of, like, the games completely from, like, start to finish, and I haven't seen any of, like, the anime stuff or Ultra Despair Girls. But I know enough about it that I could just, like, jump into V3 and, like, get it when they would call back to older games.
And you also had me there to just be like, hey, this is
Right.
a reference to this thing.
Uh-huh.
For me, I've actually pretty much experienced this franchise in its entirety.
Yeah.
Which is so funny. So, like, I've played, or mostly played, pretty much every entry in this franchise. And it's so funny because, like, so with Danganronpa 1, this is back before it was ever localized and brought to America officially. I was sitting in the car with some friends, and, you know, they were, once again, just talking about something that I clearly knew nothing about. And, you know, like, I'm trying to remember. I think one of them mentioned, like, an execution, or, like, the first punishment in that game, and I was like, okay, what the heck? I think because, like, a song from the game came on.
Okay.
It, like, on one of their playlists, and they were talking about it, and I was like, I don't know what this is, like usual. And by voicing that, little did I know just how much I doomed myself, because one of them gave me their heavily modded PSP, and, like, this was, like, the fan translation, so, like, instead of Ultimates, it was, like, the super duper high school level, like, whatever their talent was, like it was an interesting translation.
Mm-hmm.
And I remembered, like, I knew nothing going in there, so when, like, the premise of the game, I think also they said, like, oh, if you like Ace Attorney, you'll like this. And that's kind of the closest approximation anyone can make.
Oh, yeah.
Because it is, like, solving murder mysteries, and that's about it. That's about as, like, murder mysteries and visual novels, and that's about as close as it gets.
Right. You could also say something along the lines of, like, oh, if you like Zero Escape,
Yeah.
you'd like this. But chances are you've heard about this franchise before you've heard about Zero Escape.
Yes.
Because that one's a little more niche.
Yeah.
So
So anyway, when I learned that, like, the whole concept of the game is, like, oh yeah, you're trapped in a school, kill your friends to get out, like, I was like, what the heck? What is the... And, like, it, again... It was a lot darker than what I usually play, but there was that lingering bit of hope in there that, like, kept pushing me to be like, I gotta know what happens next. And so, you know, I blasted through that game, and it was really good. I got very emotional over characters. I kept being like, this character is my favorite, and then they would die, and then I'd be very upset.
you're not a true Danganronpa fan unless you've had that experience of having a favorite die, jumping to someone else, having them die, having to look for another.
And then I played Danganronpa 2, and I have to put this disclaimer here, because I know there might be certain people listening to this that will absolutely obliterate me for saying what I'm about to say. I do like this game. It has grown on me over time, but my first playthrough of Danganronpa 2 was absolutely abysmal. Just due to the circumstances that I played it under. And, like, I can fully say that it was entirely the circumstances around when I played this game that made me not enjoy it. Because, like, afterwards, I went back and I watched Lukagen's playthrough of Danganronpa 2, and I was like, dang, that was even better, like, now that I knew all the twists and I could actually see all the foreshadowing and stuff. But my first playthrough of Danganronpa 2, the two big things that made that playthrough so miserable was the fact that I played it on a friend's old, crappy piece of garbage laptop. They loaned me their laptop so I could play it. And that thing would chug, like, every few seconds.
Right.
and it drove me insane. Like, improved Hangman's Gambit is a challenge on a functional piece of hardware.
Yeah.
When your game freezes every, 5 seconds, it is near impossible to play it. And then there's, a 3D model that they used in the final trial of that game that, that laptop hated that character model. And it just, it made everything just miserable. And then also just kind of the fact that, my friends were really annoying about me playing this game, because I was already having a bad enough time with it. My absolute favorite character ended up being the killer of Chapter 3, which anyone who knows Danganronpa 2, knows how bad that chapter is, for first-time players, and, it's arguably one of the worst motives in the franchise. And so, I was just upset and not having a good time. To the point where I think I had to take a break in the middle of playing it to play something else because I was just so upset with the game. And, anytime I would try and talk to my friends, if it wasn't about this game, they would get mad at me and be like, that's not Danganronpa 2. And I'm just like, shut up. I don't want to play this game. It's making me upset. And they're like, that's the point of the game. And I'm just like, shut up! And so, I didn't enjoy it my first time, but like I said, I went back and I watched Lukagen's playthrough, and I really grew to appreciate it. How well written the characters were, and how much better the story was when you play it on, actual hardware.
Right.
That doesn't suck. And then... oh yeah, and I also want to say that I've even read fanfics based on around Danganronpa 2. A Student Out of Time is one of the best fics I have ever read. And you should definitely go read it. If you've played the game first, obviously.
Oh yeah, for those who haven't kept up with us since our previous episode of the podcast, we both read and write fan fiction.
Yes,
now.
Yes, we do, and it's actually great.
Yeah, we're not going to apologize for that. It's not cringe. It's cool.
It's cool to be cringe now.
It is, actually. It's counterculture.
I'm the ultimate cringe.
The ultimate cringe lord.
Let me see. Then after that, I didn't play Ultra Despair Girls, mostly because even in my circle of friends, they were like, this game is different. It's a third-person shooter. And I was like, well, I'm bad at shooters, so, I don't know if I'd enjoy this game.
Right.
And it was so what I ended up doing was just watching a Let's Play on YouTube. And it's probably the most mixed on a Danganronpa game. Because, I loved what it did for a returning character from the first game who didn't get enough character development in that game. But it also... It did some stuff, and it'll come up later. This game especially delved into some very uncomfy territory that I was like, ooh, this is dark. Ooh, I don't know if I like this. But, hope wins in the end, and I'm like, okay, you know what, this is cool, though. I have to acknowledge that it's cool. And then the Danganronpa 3 anime came out, and I did a stupid. I watched it out of order.
Oh, no.
So, the way you're supposed to watch that anime is there's the future arc, and then the despair arc. And you're supposed to jump back and forth between the two, each arc. And that's why, you grow to, care about these characters that die, that you learn about them in the past. And then you're like, oh, that makes me sad, because they were a good person in the past, and now I feel bad. But also, I didn't know about that, so I watched just all of the future arc just all in a row. And not only that, I didn't know about the final episode, because of the site that I watched it on, that, the way they organized the episodes didn't put them all together like that, and so I was, like, really confused that like, the anime kind of ended on this ambiguous note, and I was just like, huh, interesting ending. And then all of a sudden, it's like, oh wait, there's a whole bunch more stuff I need to watch, and then I watched the rest of it, and I was like, oh, that was good. But it's just really funny that I picked, like, the worst way to watch it. And then finally, V3 came out. I borrowed a friend's Vita, I think, to play this. And it was hands down my favorite game in the entire franchise. Which, you know, you'll get to hear me talk about how much I freaking love and despise, but, like, I despise it because I love it. This game. I always say it. I was like, nobody hates Danganronpa more than Danganronpa fans.
Oh, of course.
And that is especially true of this game. And it makes me sad that this game is like the black sheep of the franchise because I love it so much. And maybe that says something about me.
Right. It's interesting, too, because I have pretty much only seen this game through the lens of you showed it to me, and you like it, and I was able to catch on to why, and now it's like, okay, I like this game, too. And I've pretty much only ever seen anything from fans of this particular game. So it is very hard for me to wrap my head around the fact that people dislike it, but we'll discuss the controversies and whatever as we get to the major plot points.
It's funny, too, because also, I was largely unconnected with the fandom when I played this game. I just knew what my friends had said about the game. Like, despite having played so much of this franchise, like, I didn't know what the fandom thought about certain games. And so it was very fascinating, like, afterwards stumbling into the fandom and being like, wait, people don't like this one? This is my favorite one.
Yeah, right. I guess the main thing that I can say that's kind of along this topic, for people that are interested in doing what I did and jumping straight into V3 instead of playing the other ones, you probably should educate yourself on at least like what happens in the other games. Mm-hmm. To get sort of a basis going into this one. But they also do, like, enough of, like, a good job of explaining stuff and, like, calling back to past things that, like, maybe aside from missing, like, a joke or a reference to a previous game, you mostly will understand what it's about. But the ending to this particular game is pretty definitive for the series. Mm-hmm. And so it will change the way you look at the other games if you go back through. Mm-hmm. So chronological order is the best way to experience the series.
It is. It's interesting, too, because I always say that I'm like, this is the best entry in the franchise, and like, you can make this your first game and absolutely go nuts with it. Mm-hmm. The thing is, it does spoil the previous games.
That too, it does spoil other stuff.
It outright spoils a lot of the big plot twists of those games. And it's harder to go backwards afterwards. Right. Especially playing this one, and then going back to, like, the first game had the react function. Mm-hmm. And, like, I remember when I went back and watched a Let's Play of the first one, and I was like, I forgot this was a thing. Oh, I'm so glad they got rid of this. Oh, no. Like, it's harder to go backwards. You can still do it, because our brother, actually, I recommended to him this game. I think I bought it for him for Christmas, because I was like, dude, you have to play this. This is so up your alley. And then he loved it. And then he went backwards, like, to the first game and then the second game. And he's like, I did enjoy these, But man, I already knew everything coming because the other game, like
Yeah.
V3 spoiled it for me.
Right. It's just interesting that in my case, like, I'd seen the other games, but I never felt a compulsion to try them. And then, like, within minutes of playing V3, I was just like, oh, I vibe with this. I really like this. So, let's actually talk about why we like it so much. For starters, let's talk about the presentation.
Yes.
This game, to start with the visuals of the game, it's got a striking art style.
Yes, it does.
I will say, like, right off the bat, the character designs all convey, like, a ton of personality. They all look very charming.
Yeah. One of my favorite things to watch on YouTube, people will do this where they're like, hey, I'm going to show you a Danganronpa character and you have to guess their talent. And when they get to the V3 cast, most of them, people can look at the character and be like, this is their talent, and they get it right. And I think that's a strong testament to how good the character designs are in this game. Like, obviously there's some where, like, their talent isn't readily obvious, because it's like they're still in a school uniform, and their talent is something that, like, can't be conveyed in the way that they dress, but, like, it still fits their character.
I think even more so than just the outfit being, like, a uniform for their personality, or, like, not their personality, but, like, their ultimate talent. It really just expresses who they are. The moment you look at them, you're like, okay, I can get the vibe just by looking at you. In terms of, like, the way the game's graphics and art style work, there's a lot of mix of, like, 2D images and 3D environments and stuff. You have, like, the characters are all kind of flat, like paper.
It almost has, like, that pop-up book, like, style.
Yeah, pop-up book is a good way to describe it. Not unlike a Paper Mario type of thing. But then you still get these really detailed 3D environments that all of the game happens in. So that's pretty cool. The vibe reminds me of Zero-Escape, which is a good thing in my book, because I really like Zero-Escape, so...
Yeah, well, because you'd played that not too long before we played this. Just, like, on your own.
It was kind of long before we
I mean,
played
yeah,
this.
it was like a year or two, but, like...
I'd gotten through the whole series about a year ago. I started with the first one, like, 3 years ago.
Dang, was it that long?
Yeah, I know. Time flies.
Time flies. But yeah, I also love, like, I believe it's called Psychopop. Like the stylistic choice of, like, the pink blood, like that neon pink.
Oh, yeah, it's kind of their, I don't know. Japanese media is interesting about violence, because it can still be really violent, but then they censor some aspects about it.
Yeah, well, because apparently...
So in a way, one of the censors you get for this game is that blood is, like, a bright neon pink.
Yeah.
Instead of your typical red.
Well, because apparently... It also has to do with, like, the horror genre in Japan versus, like, in the West. Obviously, it's, like, not as popular, and so they have to, like, find ways to do it. Because apparently, like, the first Danganronpa, it wasn't supposed to be a school. It was, like, a shed in the woods. Was, like, where it took place. And it was like, a much darker game, and then... You know, Spike Chunsoft didn't think that it would sell well, so they made some changes, and I think that was one of the changes. Don't quote me on that, I'm not 100% sure on that, but I remember reading something about that before. That it was, like, basically, that was, like, a stylistic choice.
Okay. Well, that's either really cool history or fun misinformation.
Yeah! It's either truth or a lie, you decide.
One of the things that's, like, really unsung about the art style that I want to call attention to is the UI.
Yes!
This game has insanely good user interface. Everything is so flashy. All of, like, the text boxes, like, the character art, The way stuff will like pop up and really grab your attention. There's a lot of like really cool looking like fonts and symbols and imagery used throughout the game. This game has some absolutely stellar UI. Obviously, when you think of like amazing UI, you're gonna think like Persona 5 or something like that. That's, just like art.
Yes.
It's not just text on a screen. It's like really flashy. This game does a pretty good job with its UI. I gotta say, it's like some of the best I've seen in a video game.
Yeah, I was gonna bring up, coming from the first game in the franchise, and you get to like the class trials, and how like in that game, each bit of dialogue was just kind of text that would pop up on screen, and it would just kind of sit there. Like in this one, the text is so like animated and full of life and personality. Like a character will like say something and the words will literally animate like what they are saying.
Yeah.
And like it's really cool. Or also like the fact that like there's a lot of really cool little details, like how there's like your daily life and your deadly life like halves of the game. And like the daily life, you'll have the normal text box, but then when you make the shift to deadly life, there's like blood splatters on the text box. I just thought that was like a really neat little detail that I was just like, oh, there's so much like fun little stuff. I love that you have a jukebox in the corner and it tells you like the name of the track that's playing. This is just cool stuff.
Really good stuff. And also you bring up jukeboxes, which is pretty good, because now it's time to talk about the sound aspect of the game. I got a very important disclaimer as we talk about this. We are English dub enjoyers.
Yes.
Over here.
This is the funny thing, too, because once again, playing my friends injecting me with all of these games, I did play through them with the Japanese dub, and like obviously the first one was a fan translation, before the game even came to America. But so I played with the Japanese voice cast, and they're all great. But I have a deep love for the English cast that like some of these deliveries in this game are absolutely stellar.
Yeah, this was a very solid case of English voice acting, in my opinion. But with that, and why I have to bring up this disclaimer, is that the English dub does change aspects of the game. There's stuff that's lost in translation, and of course, just details like the first and last name thing, being an issue. And so, like, we'll refer to all of the characters by their names in the English translation of the game, whereas like they kind of go by the last name like they would in Japan. They do that in the Japanese version. So your mileage may vary when we're doing character discussion stuff, but I do feel it's important to bring that up.
Yeah, it is very good. But dang dude, does this game have a phenomenal soundtrack?
Oh, yeah. The music in this game is incredible, like plain and simple. There is so many different styles, and they're all fantastic. They will go from like just the most bone-chilling, eerie horror music to just the smoothest jazz you ever did hear to like really hype, blood-pumping EDM.
To just something so weird and funky. Like, I stand by this. Monokuma has one of the funkiest character themes ever.
Just that weird duty trumpet.
Yeah. Just, with a choir of sad trumpets, he makes his appearance every time, and I always am just like, there he is.
It is a theme song fit for the King of Trolls.
Yes. Oh, man. But also, because when we were working on our notes, you mentioned also just the sound effects and sound design in this game is so good.
Sound effects. Okay, so first I'm gonna get the bad stuff out of the way because there's only one bad. A lot of times the really insanely awesome music is super loud and present, and it can drown out the voice acting a lot of times.
Mm-hmm. I'm pretty sure there are settings to change that, but...
Right, you can change that, but even when you change it, the balance isn't always great.
Mm-hmm.
Like, some stuff is just way louder, like the voices of characters in the Exisals.
Oh,
like the mic
you're
effect they
right.
do
I
is,
do
like,
remember a couple
10
of
times
those.
louder than like just the characters speaking normally. And there'll be like a lot of moments, even when you have the voice settings set as high as they can go, it'll like characters will sound really quiet just because of the deliveries of lines and stuff. So that is the only downside.
Mm-hmm.
But otherwise, like the sound effects, there's like horror stings, there's like really cool stuff like glass shattering and gunshots and sword slashes. That like, and it's not even necessarily like you are shooting a gun or slashing a sword. They just play the sound effect to like accent like something a character
To
says.
emphasize a moment.
Yeah, or like to make it so like when you push a button, the feedback is really good.
Mm-hmm.
I love me some good like sound effects and sound design, and this game just kills it.
Mm-hmm. It murders it.
Might is.
Um,
You could say it's a killing game.
But yeah. I also wanted to say, and maybe it's just like at the forefront of my mind because of our game's protagonist. But going back to the soundtrack, I love the prominent piano
Oh yeah.
in this game's soundtrack. Like, again, maybe it's always been there because I know a lot of these are remixed tracks from previous games. But I find that I just notice the piano more in this game's soundtrack. And it just, like, it really shines in this game.
It does help fit the vibe that you're playing as a pianist, and you're just like running through the halls of the school listening to piano music. Like the hub music just gets stuck in my head.
Oh, yes.
All the time because it's so good.
Or like just that little piano bit at the beginning of like the free time music.
Yes. Oh man. You got anything else to say about presentation?
No, I think I'm good to move on to the next segment.
Great. So next up, we're going to talk about the gameplay a little bit. Again, we can't get super in-depth on this stuff because that's what we're going to do in the story section of the game. But just kind of generally to talk about it, the game is primarily a visual novel. It's lots of like reading text and stuff, but it's got a lot of different types of game modes when you actually do play the game. It's got a lot of mini games, and it breaks up the gameplay with a lot of like first person exploration and things. And I really like it. I think it's good. I welcome all of the diversity in this game.
Yeah, especially this one, like, it feels like it tries a lot of interesting things. Like, it definitely iterates on this formula that they've been doing now for all of these games, because, like, like I said, the react function from the first game is gone. But now, instead, you have like, a different react function, which is so... It's so funny that it's like this useless feature, but you can just use it whenever you want to just like get your character to just react to stuff.
Oh yeah, where you can just pop up a little bubble and like respond to something someone says,
and you can respond to it in the positive or the negative, and then like agree or disagree.
So you can like politely or disagree with somebody, or you can be really mean about it. Say the same thing, but a lot stronger. Another one of those, it's not entirely pointless, but another, like, mechanic that is just kind of, like, mindless fun while you're playing is the ability to slap objects.
Yes.
You can just, like, get that out of here.
Like, oh my gosh. I'm gonna have to... Remind me to bring it up again, once we start talking spoilers. Because I wanted to mention, like, that one Discord conversation we had.
Oh,
And,
yeah, yeah.
Like, where you got the achievement for slapping a bunch of stuff.
Right, during a really heavy moment of the game.
Yes, and it was, like, one of the funniest conversations we've had. And I was just like, oh my god. Like, it was so funny how much enjoyment I watched you get out of just slapping things.
Right.
Just like you would literally like walk into the dining hall, slap down all of the chairs, walk out, and then walk back in just to do it again. You're just like, there might be money under these seats. I gotta get the money.
I gotta check under the seats. Oh man. This one of the things I can say first and foremost, no matter like what part of the game, what style of gameplay you are in, this is as the cool game designer kids say, a win for ludonarrative harmony, which is to say that the storytelling and the gameplay usually go hand in hand in like expressing concepts to the player. There's a lot of stuff that's like a character could just say a thing to you and then that would like push the story forward, but they actually make you like play a game and experience it. Lots of showing rather than telling in the gameplay, which I love when games do that.
Yes. This game, and what's interesting too is how it's broken into like 3 different parts, like 3 different styles.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you know, there's like the basic, like the visual novel aspect of it, where like mostly you're just reading dialogue and talking to people, and you know, and then you get like the free time aspect where you get to hang out with characters and get to know them better.
Mm-hmm.
And then obviously there's the investigation, which that's probably my favorite part of the gameplay, because I love like finding all the clues and trying to piece it all together, and like seeing how all of the different students approach, you know, the mystery.
Right. It's like it's the player's chance to try and guess, you know, how the crime was committed before actually going into the trial and like hashing everything out.
And like, because I love a good murder mystery. I think murder mysteries are so much fun. And I love exercising that part of my brain of trying to piece it together and like, okay, how did this happen? Here's a clue. How does this tie into the whole picture? You know, like, and so it just perfectly feeds into that love that I have. And then you get to the class trials.
Mm-hmm. The class trials are my personal favorite part of the game. Definitely, like free time and chatting with people is nice, and you just get to like walk around and see different places. You get to mess around with the slap or whatever. That's fun. The investigation, I think there's a lot of good like character moments in those. And like the intrigue is a lot of fun, and I love that all of the evidence is set up in a way, like as you go collecting evidence, that you could figure out how the murder is done before you even get into the trial, and the characters try and figure it out.
Oh yeah, I had a friend literally guess the entire 3rd class trial down to like specific wording that was used, just based on how he found all the evidence, went through it all, and he was like, all right, this is my theory, this is how it happened, and like guessed the entire thing. And I'm just like, dang, dude.
Right. The only thing in my case, like, I'm not good at puzzle solving. I don't know, it's just not my strength. So like, it's not like my favorite part of the game. but it's like it's engaging enough that it keeps it really interesting, and it's just fun to, like you said, see how all the characters go about trying to figure out the mystery. But hot dang, those class trials,
Yeah.
that is where, like, the game gets cinematic. That's where, like...
All of the mini games are.
Yeah, all of the mini games are there. A lot of, like, the... in terms of storytelling, like, the strong emotions are all laid out.
Uh-huh.
It just gets, like, super intense.
Uh-huh.
And especially the third game introduces a new mechanic to the series
A couple.
that I am quite a fan of. A couple, but a very specific one that I want to talk about is perjury.
Yes. The perjury mechanic is one of the best additions to this franchise.
Mm-hmm. So in past games, they had sort of a system of, like, you have your evidence, and you can, when there's a contradiction in what somebody says, or like somebody just makes a statement, you can agree or disagree with that statement.
Well, even the second game was what added agreeing. Like, the first game, you just contradicted
that's right.
everything. The second
Right,
game
it was just
added
contradictions.
consent points that you're like, oh, hey, I can agree with that because this evidence supports it. You know?
Right, it was the second game that introduced that.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
This game.
In this game, you can take it a step further. When you go to present evidence in response to somebody, you can tell a lie.
Oh, it's so cool.
You would think, how would that help? In finding out the truth. But there's a lot of points where the game lets you set it up so, like, you can tell a lie either to cover for somebody long enough to figure out, like, their alibi or their involvement in the trial, or you can lie about something to try and set a trap for, a potential killer to, like, divulge information that they were trying to keep a secret.
Mm-hmm. And it's always in some of the most fascinating ways that, like, you lie in this game. And my favorite part is the branching dialogue. That, like, because this game, I feel like past games have had, like, useless evidence. Yeah. That, like, this is in your inventory to basically be a red herring. To be like, this isn't the right answer. But now, like, every piece of evidence is useful, but some only comes up if you take, like, one of the back routes in the dialogue to do stuff. Like, I love this as a concept, and it fits so well into the themes of this game. Of, like, this game has a huge theme of truth and lies.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, and it's not like the only new mechanic that this game added, because, like, I'm pretty sure this one also added mass panic debates.
Oh, yes.
Those are so chaotic and fun, and then, of course, the scrum debates, the split opinion.
Mm-hmm.
It's such a simple minigame, but the style and flair and the music is just, like, cranked up to 11.
Mm-hmm. And it's some of the minigames are easier than others.
Uh-huh.
But I mean, like, obviously you're not just in this for a hardcore gaming experience, because so much of this game is just a visual novel to begin with. So, like, it wouldn't really frustrate me when something was easier, because narratively something really cool would be happening.
Uh-huh. Well, and also, something I wanted to say, it's not just, like, all the new stuff that's good. Like, all of the returning games are the best they've ever been in the franchise. And, I'm gonna point to the biggest example. You saw me complaining about it. Hangman's Gambit, it's so much better. Yeah. It's so much better. Because, like, 2 was chaotic, and it was a pain. And especially because I played it on a laggy piece of crap laptop. I dreaded when a Hangman's Gambit would start up.
Oh, yeah.
And here, like, maybe it's not, like, my favorite game mode, but, like, it's inoffensive. And I'm like, yeah, no, okay, this is a good way to get, like, a specific idea across. And then, like, the Psych Taxi is basically the evolution of, the second game's like little surfing mini game.
Oh, yeah.
Which I love Psych Taxi because it's such a great way to lead the player to think a specific direction. You know, because usually you have to, like, apply your logic to the evidence and match it with, like, a phrase or something. But, like, this is like, okay, if this is true and this is true, then what does that mean about this? And, like, it can steer the conversation. Not to mention your amazing...
Literally steer.
Yes! Dude, there's the time that we were talking about... It was that one comic that was talking about, like, I fight lies with my truth gun, with my truth bullets, and it's like, oh, I surf logic on my snowboard or whatever, and then you know, our main character pulls up, and it's like, I run over mind hookers in my mind taxi, and then you were like, wouldn't that make them thoughts?
They're literally thoughts.
Dude, I was like, that's another thing.
Not
too.
THOTS, but THOUGHTS.
This game has given me so many, like, laughing until I'm crying, like, fits. Like,
oh, for sure.
Oh my goodness, no, like, but yeah, what I was gonna say is, like, the gameplay in this game is really fun.
Well, that's about an hour of discussion just right there, talking about, you know, all the stuff outside of what we can do in spoiler talk. Do you want to get into the spoiler talk now?
Let's actually talk about the real meat of this game, its story, and probably the biggest reason that this episode took so long for us to put out.
Oh, yes, this is a very lengthy game. We ended up, like, obviously counting, like, wasting time on menus and leaving the game run. My total playtime did end up, like, somewhere in, like, the 70 hour range. It was, like, 72 hours of total gameplay, which is,
yeah, this is a chunky game.
This is a very meaty game, and we only got through the main story. There's a lot of side modes and stuff.
Yeah, there's a lot of, like, bonus content that you can get into as well, like, after you beat the game. There's plenty to do.
Okay, so with that, we will now put up our spoiler warning. If you are interested in trying out this game, which we both highly recommend, please stop listening to this point, skip to the timestamp so you can still hear what game we're going to be covering next time, so you can tune in for that.
Yeah, and we want to add, like, an extra special spoiler warning. Like, we're going to be spoiling, like, endgame reveals near the beginning.
Right, because we want to talk about enough of this, the way things in the early chapters are foreshadowing stuff that happens in the final chapter. So we're not going to do, like, our plain, like, play-by-play. We will be talking about major spoilers right from the get-go as soon as we start talking about the story.
Yeah, so I wanted to give, like, an extra clear, like, you'd be like, oh, like, I'll listen to them talk about the first chapter, and if it sounds interesting, then I'll go play. Like, we're gonna be talking about endgame stuff about the first chapter, and, like, the ramifications that the first chapter has on the endgame.
Yeah, so, like, seriously, if you think you even might be kind of interested in this game, we discourage listening to the spoilers.
Skip here to avoid spoilers.
So let's discuss the story.
Yeah.
Of New Danganronpa V3. I forgot what the subtitle is.
Killing Harmony.
Killing Harmony. And our story starts with this cool little cinematic that's recapping the events and giving us the... What does it say? It's like, this story isn't over.
Yep, a new killing semester is about to start. It
is like, man, you were telling me, like, before I'd finished the game and I didn't have the context for anything, you said, like, they're laying on some very thick, like, foreshadowing for, like, the ending. And I was just like, I don't know what you mean, but
yeah,
that's cool, I guess. Going back and seeing the beginning of that game, it's like almost immediately they're talking about endgame stuff disguised in a way that you wouldn't know it's a spoiler. And I'm just like, Oh, that's so cool.
It's so clever how well they did things. And, like, the prologue... This was a thing, too, because I want to say we started... I think while we were working on recording our Sonic Adventure 2 episode. Like... Because, like, I think we had, like, an off week where, like, our schedules didn't all line up. And so I was like, do you want to just start the game? Or whatever. And so, like, we played a little bit of the beginning, like, of that prologue. And just, I remember, like, immediately the horror elements with the exosols. Like, right at the start. Because you were like, you're like, I've seen the other two games, like, I kind of have a feeling of how this is going to start. And then just, like, the misdirection with it. And you were like, what the heck is this?
Right. Well, this game starts with a girl in a locker.
Yes.
I love the whole setup of, like, the false start opening.
Yup.
How, like, they're all just normal kids with no ultimate talents, and they're like, oh, shoot, you guys forgot your ultimate talents. And then they basically just hit the whole, like, redo! And then you go back to the beginning, except they're all, like, with their talents and whatever.
Well, right before that, you get the magical girl transformation with, like, the air horns.
Right.
Which is, I love that. I love that so much.
And also the whole, like, survival horror thing, like you were saying, with the exosouls trying to kill you while you're running around in a 3D space, which I was so not ready for, and that scared the heck out of me.
Yeah. It's funny, too, because the second game started with something similar, where it was like, it starts like, okay, this is a Danganronpa game. I know how this is gonna go. And then it kind of, like, left turns. It's like, no, like, you're just here to make friends and hang out on the island. And then Monokuma shows up, and you're like, oh, right. Like they even have, like, a fake intro where they introduce the characters. And, like, this colorful, fun animation. And then it's like, okay, here's Monokuma. Now we get to actually introduce the cast and some of the mystery of this game and stuff. And, like, this game kind of does that too, but I love the way it does it with the exosols chasing you.
Uh-huh.
Oh, man.
Because, like, I was ready to see a snarky little bear man telling me that I need to kill my friends. I was not ready for a giant Gundam mecha just to start rushing after me.
Well, and I especially love how, like, you know, we get some, like, vague information from them. You get your ultimate talents, and then they reset the intro. And then we literally retread the same information, but it's slightly different.
Yeah, it's, like, slightly tweaked.
And it's so, like, weird and unsettling and so well done.
Mm-hmm. It's almost kind of a Groundhog Day scenario.
Yeah.
Where you're just like, we just did this, but then things are slightly different, and you're like, wait a minute.
Yeah, like how Kaede, like, the first time she's like, there's nothing special about me. And then the second time through, she's like, well, like, I love the piano, and, like, this is who I am. And you're like, but that wasn't who you were. Wait a minute, what's going on? Like, it's so weird and unsettling.
Well, and they, like, the first time you see the Monokubs in the first version of the story, they say, you forgot your ultimate talents.
Right.
And then they restart you, and it's like, okay, do they, like, somehow they have control over what we can remember? Which is, like, very strange and scary.
Yeah.
I like it. Also to talk about those guys.
Yeah, the Monokubs. They're not, like, my favorite characters.
Mm-hmm.
But, like, they're so perfect for this game.
Right. I would say, like, there's a lot of times where they're, like, they're a little bit annoying and, like, distracting to, like, the rest of what's going on with the characters. And I'm pretty sure that's on purpose.
Yes, I was gonna say...
They kind of do seem to be written that way.
They're perfectly annoying. Like, they are supposed to be annoying.
Right. But I think what sells them is that, like, despite, you know, them trying to get on your nerves and, like, distract you from the important plot stuff all the time is that, like, they're really hilarious, and they make for, like, a solid, like, team of antagonists that represent why you can't break the rules in the killing game.
Yes. And it's interesting too because, like, again, this is how the franchise has evolved. Because Danganronpa 1, it was just Monokuma is just that powerful. And so, like, nobody can do anything.
Right. And there's some ambiguity to, like, how Monokuma would punish you.
Uh-huh.
Whereas this more immediately conveys, like, we're a bunch of, like, normal high school kids, and that is a gigantic mecha with, like, a gun and, like, almost xenomorph features that it could, like, crush you with, like...
Yeah. Well, it's even better because the second game, Monokuma had an entourage of, what were they? I think they were called the Mono Beasts.
Yeah.
But, like, they were just faceless, like, nameless robots. They were just big monsters that, like, you know, Monokuma had these, and so he was in charge, and what he said would go. And then, like, they slowly got taken off screen. Here, like, you know, the Exosols are, like, powerful and terrifying, but they're also piloted by characters with personality. And so, like, there's still that threatening factor to them, but also, like, there's an entertainment value to them.
Mm-hmm. It's amazing how, like, it's very anime.
Uh-huh.
But they do a good job of making, like, the students feel so normal compared to them that it is something terrifying. Because it's like, we're normal people. We don't stand a chance against, you know, something this over-the-top destructive.
Mm-hmm. Well, and it's great, too, because I feel like Monokuma himself thrives when he has somebody to bounce off of.
Right.
You know, because, like, we saw it in the second game, where, like, they introduced, you know, Usami and Monomi, you know, and, like, his constant back and forth, they were, like, a comedy duo. But then here, it's like these 5 little cubs, and like how he dotes on them, but also isn't afraid to beat the crap out of them. And like he's always on top. You know, it's almost kind of like how like Eggman thrives when he has a mook to kind of slap around and assert his dominance over.
Because, like, in addition to Monokuma just being, like, terrible and a troll to, like, the player and to, like, all of the students, he also has, like, his cubs, which is, like, you can add another angle to, like, oh, he's also a terrible father who abuses his children.
Yes.
And so it just adds that much more to, like, how much you can love to hate Monokuma as a villain.
It's so fascinating. And then also, when you consider, like, the big twist at the end of this game, the Monocubs make so much sense from, like, a writing perspective. When you consider that, like, a franchise like Danganronpa would do something like this with them. It would try and push, oh, these are the 5 fun, cute new mascots that, like, you know, are our unique flavor and spin on this game.
Because they are literally trying to do the killing game again, but spice it up.
and keep it new and interesting. And so, like, they make sense. And like I said, like, they're obnoxious, but what corporate entity wouldn't make an obnoxious new, hey, here are the Mono Cubs. They're a bunch of wacky kids, and they have these are their personalities. Like,
but it also has that, like, ironic edge to it, like it's making fun of those types of characters.
Exactly.
All of the Monocubs are just, like, disgusting.
Oh.
And they just talk about the most disgusting things with an absolutely carefree, just running their mouths saying the nastiest stuff.
Uh-huh.
And even, like, you think that, like, what's her name, Monofanny, is, like, the one that's like, guys, keep it together for whatever. Like, even she, like, says and does some ridiculous stuff in this game that's just like, ugh!
Oh, yeah. Which, and again, it also fits from the angle of, like, these are Monokuma's kids. of course he would raise them to be crass and vulgar and awful.
Mm-hmm.
Like, and so they're perfect for this game.
They work as individual characters, and they also, like, reflect all the aspects of Monokuma that, like, build him up even more.
Mm-hmm.
So it's just some fantastic stuff.
Also, their theme song is an absolute bop.
Oh, yeah.
Just, like, it's so funky and awesome. Like, I'd roll my eyes every time they would all show up. But then, like, I'd be like, well, I do get to listen to their theme song, so, like, it's still a win.
That's the one. Like, I'd been aware of, like, the Monokuma theme song when he shows up and does this stupid little thing or whatever.
Uh-huh.
But then, like, when they would show up and they've got that real, like, bopping theme song with, like, that kind of bassy piano.
Yeah, like, you want to snap your fingers along to it.
Oh, it's so good. They've got that, like sexy voiceover guy, like,
Showtime.
1, 2, 3. Like, oh, it's good stuff.
Mm-hmm. It was funny, too, when we played, like, for that first session, you met, like, 3 students and then quit the session. And I was just like, oh man, like, I want to know what you think of all of these characters. Like,
this is the one, like, it breaks my heart because, like, I can tell this is, like, a massive hyperfixation game for you.
Oh, absolutely.
And, like, I like, in addition to just enjoying the game, I'd be enjoying you enjoying me enjoying the game.
Yes.
But there would also be, like, okay, I know you can't do the responsible thing, so I gotta issue some, like, hard cutoffs to, like, how long I can be playing the game before I have something else to do, and, like, we gotta go to bed and whatever, and you're like, no, just play for, like, 20 more hours.
I was just like, oh, but you're so close to, like, this big reveal that I need you to see it, and then we can end it.
It's gonna happen, like, any second, and then, like, it doesn't.
The conversation would go, like, on for, like, another, like, 10 minutes. You're like, dude, we need to go to bed. Like, it's so late. And I was like, darn it.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah. The other thing that was in the prologue, unless you had anything to say about, like, any of the Monocubs specifically.
Not really. We'll talk about them more in the favorite section.
Right,
but,
right. But we also did the Death Road to Despair.
The Death Road of Despair is... It's such a geniusly crafted, like, minigame. It's, like, I'm no stranger to this type of, like, level design. I've seen this before. There's stuff like, I Want to Be the Guy, and
Kaizo
Default
Mario,
Dan,
Super Meat Boy.
Kaizo Mario isn't exclusively that kind of design. Kaizo Mario is more just, like, insane difficulty. Whereas this is more like the difficulty comes from the fact that, like, they're trying to troll you with the level design. And the Death Road of Despair does it really well because, first of all, it's a 2D platformer where you're trying to herd a bunch of people at once, and they all can die in one hit. The controls are extremely slippery.
Yeah, the controls are bad, but
the controls are intentionally bad.
Yeah, I was like, that's the point.
Because they're trying to get a rise out of the player. Mm-hmm. They have all this stuff where it looks like an ordinary path, and then the floor will just let out underneath you, and you'll fall into a pit and die.
Mm-hmm. And like, there's like troll stuff. Like, if you make it far enough in, there's like a whole segment of like mono coins that spell out the word clear, and then they're all actually bombs.
Well, that's the thing too. In the first place, the coins are just bombs. Like, you see, it's like, okay, I gotta grab the coins and dodge the obstacles. And it's like, no, the coins are just bombs. They'll explode, and then you'll lose one of your guys. And so then, yeah, like you were saying, you make it to the section where there's just a long straight and a bunch of coins that have written out clear, and you're like, I made it to the end. and then it's just
And
bombs.
there's just more of the level. Like, my favorite part about this is it's what you were talking about, where like the gameplay tells the story with no dialogue. And this is like the perfect way to give the player the same kind of despair that the players have, like that the characters have. That, like, you know, it's one of Monokuma's most crafty, ingenious ideas. That it's like, if you can make it to the end, like, you can just leave. But I know you can't do it. I made it that way intentionally, and that's going to make you feel bad. And I eat that.
Even worse is the fact that they let you try it twice to give you that false hope of, like, okay, I know what to expect this time. I'm gonna try and dodge it, and then you make it a little farther, and they throw new curveballs at you that, like, mess with you even more. Oh man, it's great stuff.
It's so
And
good.
especially the fact that, like, only if you know what you're doing, I imagine you have to, like, reload your save and practice a bunch, because who's gonna beat that in just 2 attempts?
Mm-hmm.
But it's like, if you do make it to the end, there is a special ending for making it that far.
There's the... I don't want to call it, like, the good end, the alternate ending. Because every game does have, like, an alternate ending where you can get it, and everyone gets out before the killing game happens.
Right.
And it's so clever.
Mm-hmm.
That, like, this is how you can do it. And, like, instead of doing free time, you can go in and play this. And it's a miserable time the entire time, but if you do, you get kind of just a special, like, hey, good job.
Mm-hmm. I like Monokuma's little, like, comment about, like, wait a minute, like, I can't believe you beat that even though I cranked it up to the hardest difficulty.
Yeah.
It's like literally the game just openly acknowledging, like, you weren't supposed to beat this, but congrats, here's an unsatisfying ending.
Yeah. It's and I love that it is an unsatisfying. It's just an ambiguous, like, oh, wait, this was what it was? You know, in the event
Right. And they don't actually show you what's outside, but, like, you get the implication that, like, oh, hey, maybe this wasn't the best thing to happen.
But yeah,
It's
you
good
wanna
stuff.
jump to the chapter 1?
Yeah, so we'll actually get to chapter 1, and this is where you're gonna have to start, like, refreshing me of things. I just have general bullet points, like, talking about our protagonist and, you know, who dies during this trial and, like, the trial itself. But
so I have this I had this divided as, like, your general thoughts and feelings about the character and their whole character arc, and then you know, like, and then just, like, the class trial, the actual trial in the chapter.
So starting off, we kind of wanted to talk about Kaede.
Yes, Kaede Akamatsu.
And I know we did say that we'd be, like, cool with discussing spoiler stuff at first, but specifically with Kaede, we did want to discuss, like, the surface level impressions, because she's, like, the protagonist, and so there's, like, lots of stuff going through the arcs all throughout. We did kind of want to wait to talk about, like, the most major parts of Kaede's character arc.
Yeah.
But just generally speaking, she's so sweet.
She's such a sweet girl. I love her as a protagonist.
She's such a good listener and a good friend.
We get a female character as our lead character.
It's like, from what I've seen from, like, the handful of times I've seen people, like, start the game or talk about the game, immediately the first thing they gravitate towards is, like, I love her as a protagonist. I love that we get a female protagonist for once. I love that, unlike, you know, our previous two from the other games, she's really, like, outgoing and, like, really confident and, you know, like, kind to everyone and, like, really trying to get involved instead of, like, You know, the other two boys that are like, you kind of have to nudge them.
Yeah, well,
as a
it's
player
interesting
to
because,
do
like,
stuff.
it's funny because, like, the first game, Makoto kind of has generic protagonist
Right.
energy, and the thing is, he does have a character. Like, there is a character there, but it does get buried by the fact that he's like, I'm just an average normal dude.
Right.
And then, like, Hajime, you know, he's a fascinating character, but most of, like, the fascinating bits about him are kind of shrouded in the mystery about him. And, like, he kind of reprises a little bit of Makoto's I'm just a normal dude, except he's got a little more bite to him than Makoto does.
Yeah.
But then, like, Kaede is this, like, very bubbly, cheerful, has to be friends with everyone, like...
Mm-hmm. She's very concerned with everyone in the group and their well-being, and she's very like optimistic and driven, which is super cool.
One of my favorite things about her is her talent.
Yes,
like, because setting aside my bias towards I love the piano and the fact that she is like this like amazing concert pianist, I love that it's not a helpful talent in regards to the killing game, like in like committing a murder. But it's like it's a core part of who she is. Because, like, you know, again, going back to the first game, Makoto, he's the ultimate lucky student. But, like, it's kind of like, oh, but you're actually unlucky. But then, like, his bad luck kind of turns into good luck. It's kind of just, you know, protagonist fortune/misfortune.
It's kind of just the story doing what it does and then putting a label on it.
You know, and then with Hajime, like, you know, his talent is a mystery, and then there's, like, the whole big reveal that, like, oh, you don't actually have a talent. And then there's the twist of, like, actually you have all the talents.
Right.
But, like, with Kaede, it's, like, an actual, like, this is a field that I specialize in, is playing the piano. I've gone to competitions and won, like, awards. I've, you know, if you do, like, you know, the cheeky post-game free time stuff with her, and she talks about, like, oh yeah, I know, like, I've played for royalty, and, like, you know, I'm well traveled. But also, it's like a simple talent in that, like, it's not like a weird out there talent. It's a talent that, like, yeah, anyone probably could have this talent and develop
Anyone could put in the work and hone a skill like this. That's the thing that I really like about her is, like you said, it's not something that ties into the killing game or something that would be useful to the player in a killing game. It's just a thing about her, and that makes her really fleshed out as a character.
And that's one of my favorite things about just Danganronpa characters in general, is that, like, their talent can be the central thing about them. That they're like, this is what I love, and I make my life about this. Or it can be the antithesis of their existence. They're just like, yes, I do this without even trying, and that's why I don't care about it. I care about this other thing.
Right.
And I think that's such a cool idea. That, you know, a talent can define or not even come close to defining you. Exactly.
And I think maybe even most of all about Kaede, I love her dynamic with Shuichi.
Yes,
I love those two.
They're so cute together. Oh my goodness. Oh, and also Komaru from the Ultra Despair Girls too is kind of like, again, we got a female protagonist, but her whole thing too is that she's like, I'm just a normal girl. I don't have a talent. I'm nothing special. Which again, like, you know, it's kind of just that, like, I'm the bland every person. Whereas, like, Kaede has this thing that makes her unique and special.
Not just, like, a blank slate so you can imagine yourself in this scenario.
Which I think is cool. And it makes her, you know, stand out as a character. And, like, even because you hear her talk about how, like, people called her piano freak. And you know, like, she's like, my passion has almost, like, a negative thing. Because, like, I'm kind of the same way where, like, people, know me as the Sonic guy. And I'm like, there are other aspects to me. But yeah, I do like Sonic a lot.
Mm-hmm. I'm just thinking about, like, all the games that you have shown me on this podcast. Most of them are so different than Sonic.
Yeah. But yeah, Kaede is just a very nice girl.
She is a fantastic character. We have another fantastic character to talk about, too.
Yes, we do.
This one will be interesting, depending on how we want to discuss spoilers.
I think
but
we'll have to talk about him just kind of spoiler-wise, but, like, I'm gonna be real, Rantaro Amami, I feel bad that I forget about him. Because he's a really great guy. like, he is a genuinely great guy, and his talent, his real talent is actually super cool, and the dude is so harsh and negative about himself.
Yeah.
And he just gets off so quickly. And
He's our first victim.
It's so sad. And, like, but it's such a good writing idea, like, a way to, like, keep a running trope in the franchise, but, like, turn it on its head. Because, like, the history of the question mark talent, like, it made me think, I was like, okay, he's gonna be around for a while. Because they gotta reveal what he is.
Right.
I was like, okay, I'm not gonna spend free time with this guy because he'll still be here, like, at least 2 or 3 chapters in. He's already asking questions about the ultimate hunt and stuff, like, and then he was just gone, and I was like, oh no. Nobody's safe in this game.
That's the other thing. I love how ominous his dialogue is when you first, like, interact with him.
Yes.
They set him up so amazingly. Like, everyone else is just like, oh, this situation sucks, and, like, I hate that we're stuck here. I'm really passionate about this thing or whatever. Rantaro is like, he doesn't remember his talent, or at least, that's what you're being told, because truth and lies, but, like, he's not talking about a talent or a passion or anything. He is fixated on, like, the details of the game and is just asking questions to everybody that's, like, gauging like how much they know, which is so, like, seeing that in, like, post and, like, rewatching the beginning of the game, I'm like, this is fascinating.
Exactly, because he's trying to gauge who can I trust in this group.
He's like, I know what's going on, and we are not safe, and I want to know who is going to try to stab me in the back and who is going to try and help me stay alive.
Well, and the thing, too, is that, like, he says it himself. He's like, can I even trust myself? Because, we know later in the game that he started this game with a message to himself.
From himself.
Yeah, like from himself before he lost his memories. Basically saying, like, hey, here's some important information. Only share it with someone you think you can trust. And he's like, do I even trust me? Like, what if this is a fake thing meant to get me killed? What's going on? And like he doesn't even understand the mystery that he's wrapped up in.
Oh, man.
And so it's just, it's so well written, but it's so sad, especially, and, like, the thing, too, is, like, the bonus modes and getting to know him and, like, learning what his actual talent is, that he was the ultimate adventurer, and he lost his sisters and, like got on a boat and just wants to go find them. And I'm just like, dude, that's so sweet. And, like, if you watch his free time events and just, like, any interaction with him that isn't, like, about the killing game, the dude constantly puts himself down.
Aww.
Like genuinely, you talk with him and you're trying to, like, figure out what his talent is, and you propose, like, oh, maybe it could be this or something. And he's like, nah, maybe I'm, like, the ultimate, like, unreliable person, or like I'm the ultimate like betrayer or something like that. You know, like it's always something negative.
The ultimate letdown.
And I'm like, what the heck, dude?
It's really
it's
sad.
So sad because like his motives are so sincere of like, I screwed up as a big brother and I want to fix this mistake so badly. And just that like he just beats himself up over it. Mm-hmm. And especially like even more so because he can't even remember what it is. Mm-hmm. So just like Rantaro just makes me sad.
Just like the really tragic cherry on top of it all is that he gets got immediately.
And not only that, but like he got killed attempting to save everyone.
Uh-huh.
He didn't have anyone that he could trust, and so he put it all on himself to be like, I'm gonna be the one to save everyone. And then he gets got.
And because of that, he fell for a trap, and it's just so like... Uh-huh. Even more so, during this chapter, when they finally hit the incentive, Monokuma's like, first blood perk, like, you can commit a murder, and there will be no repercussions, no trial, you just get to leave. Mm-hmm. Like, scot-free. Like, everyone could know it's you, and it doesn't matter, you just get to go. And of course, like, nobody's stupid. Nobody has intent to murder.
Nobody wants to commit that.
Mm-hmm. So they all just, you know, like, let it slide. But then, you know...
The second half of the motive kicks in, too. This is such a frustrating motive, too, because Monokuma puts pressure on everyone to, like, commit a murder or I'm going to kill you all.
Mm-hmm. And there's that, what's the music track? It's called, like, Let's Killing.
Yes.
Where it's just, like, the monitors are all, like, blasting this insane music that is, like, so, like... I swear, with this soundtrack, they took very specific emotions and just, like, packed it into music theory and created, like, a song that perfectly... will, like, force you to experience that emotion. The track Let's Killing is, like, anxiety cranked to 11, and just, like...
Uh-huh.
You feel like your head is screaming during this part of the game, where, like, you just hear the same, like, loop of a song over and over again that is so, like, squeaky and obnoxious, but also, like, scary and, like, tense.
Mm-hmm. As, like, Monokuma's also showing images on the screen of just, like, this is what I'm going to do to you.
Yeah.
If nobody commits a murder. And it's so just, like he's pushing so hard for the killing game to start.
It uses that sort of uncanny technique of, like, making silliness creepy.
Uh-huh.
And it's so good because you feel, like, the rush to be like, we gotta do something now or we're all gonna die. And then, unfortunately, you find Rantaro dead. And so that puts a stop to that.
Yeah. And that kicks off the first class trial, which... Dude, this
boy.
This chapter is so wild.
Yeah.
Like, it's one of the best mysteries in the entire franchise.
Mm-hmm. And it is so, like, set up in a way that's, like, you have, like, tons of characters whose alibis aren't explained, so you have, like, tons of potential people that could be guilty of it. In hindsight, we'll talk about this in a second, but in hindsight, the fact that Kibo didn't have an alibi is so funny to me.
Yeah.
But we'll talk about that later. But it's like the fact that, like, some characters just can't account for what they were up to, or they have these small gaps in, you know, their availability or whatever that, like, cast suspicion on them. And they deliberately frame it in a way that sets up Shuichi to make him look suspicious. And you're like, the character I'm playing as, Kaede, believes in Shuichi, but like me as a player, can I trust him? Like, what's the catch here?
Mm-hmm. You're wondering if this is like a Danganronpa 1 style, like, you know, how like Sayaka intended to stab you in the back.
Right.
But like, you know,
Or even like the character that the protagonist is really attached to, like usually gets like killed off super early.
And so you think that it's like that, but it just, the unreliable narrator is the perfect cover.
Like I never would have guessed in a million years, even though all of the evidence was technically there, it did not make sense to me that the player character was the one that committed the murder. Like that would have never crossed my mind. I would have never predicted that.
Mm-hmm.
And so just seeing that be like the conclusion that they come to in the class trial just shook me.
Watching it through the second time, it was even better because there's so much foreshadowing of this happening.
There's the hints of it.
Like,
the only reason you can't see it coming on a first playthrough is because it's absurd to believe that the character you're playing as would do things outside of you controlling them.
not only that, but like, Kaede's word choice is so perfectly, like, vague that it wouldn't lead you to think that. And not only that, but I caught all of her self-loathing for having committed a murder.
Mm-hmm.
Like I was sitting there and I was watching you play it and I had to be so quiet, even though I was dying inside while I was reading that, because like,
right.
Like, she's sitting there like, I will never forgive the killer for this. And I'm like, but you're the killer.
She means she'll never forgive herself. It's just like,
and like, you know, and especially, you can see in the trial the exact moment when Shuichi figures it out. You can see the exact moment it clicks for him. Because, like, they mention the shot put ball.
Yeah.
And, like, oh, you could probably get it from the warehouse. And then it cuts to Shuichi, and you see, like, a look of surprise on his face, and then he just, like, puts his hand over his mouth and goes quiet, and he stops talking for the rest of the trial. Because it's at that moment he's like, that's where she got it. Wait a minute. And you can see, like, his brain going into overdrive as it starts linking the pieces together.
And it's so cool that he figures it out at, like, a natural point in the story's progression that's, like, way earlier than the player would figure it out. Because you see that and you're thinking, oh no, it was Shuichi, wasn't it? Like, it had to have been him. And, like, you're feeling bad for him. And then immediately the game just spins it on a dime and it's like, oh, hold on a second, it wasn't Shuichi.
There's only one other person who it could be.
It was Kaede.
And it, like...
I was so confused at that point, because even when they were trying to be like, okay, accuse the murderer, who is it? I was like, but, like, who is it? It doesn't make sense to me. And then I think almost as a joke, I was like, what if it's Kaede? I'm like, I want to see what happens if I just click Kaede, and then that was the right answer, and I was like, wait a minute, no, I was joking. No!
It's so heart-wrenching. Like, especially because of, like, Shuichi's whole thing about, like, his backstory, and the fact that he's like, I reveal the truth, and people hate me for it. Like, I destroy lives because of my talent. And, like, once again, he's being asked to do that. To basically put this person that he genuinely cares about, who genuinely cares about him because she's so loving and selfless, that, you know, like, it's that moment where, like, it transfers. Like, where there's this, like, silent moment between the two of them, where Kaede basically is like, I'm giving my wish to you. And then, like, Shuichi's like, I understand. And, like, again, props to the English voice actor for Shuichi. Just, like, the dread in his voice as he's just like, Kaede's the culprit.
Yeah.
Like, just punches you in the gut every time. As he's forced to just show everyone that, like, this is the truth.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't want to accept this truth, but this is what it is.
It's such a haunting moment. And again, all of what we were saying about, like, the Ludo narrative harmony, now instead of harmony, we get a little bit of dissonance in this one moment, because you're like, I was playing as this character, and then they acted outside of my control to do something in the story. And it just completely twists the knife.
Mm-hmm. It also, and it works, though, because, like we said, Kaede is such a... She's not, like, your typical protagonist. You know,
Yeah.
Like, she's very bubbly and outgoing and positive. And, like, you know, like we mentioned, she has a talent that isn't just like, oh, like, I don't have a talent, or it's a useless, like, you know, she has a talent that's a core part of her character.
Mm-hmm.
And then stepping aside and, like, seeing how she made this choice independent of the player, like, makes you kind of wonder, yeah, no, she's her own person. We never had any control over her. We kind of just guided the story.
Right. Which, oh, man.
Yeah. And, like, I love, too, that, like, there's that bit where Kaede basically is like, yeah, no, I'm a killer because I'm a terrible person. And Shuichi's like, no, because here's your motive. You cared about everyone else, and you wanted us all to get out of here while you killed the mastermind, and then you would live with the guilt of committing a murder. And, like, he's like, you are too selfless.
Mm-hmm.
You were more worried about us than you were yourself, and that's why you committed this murder. And it wasn't intended to be Rantaro specifically. It was intended to be the mastermind.
Right. It was intended to be the only person that would deserve it.
Mm-hmm.
Quote unquote. But it's, oh man. And, like, even the final vote, isn't it like there is nobody that votes for anybody besides Kaede, because it's like a unanimous decision.
It's clearly presented to where nobody could deny it.
Mm-hmm.
And it's so... Oh, and then her punishment.
Yeah. The punishment at the end is really just, like, the worst part of it all, that, like, a character that's so, like, selfless and, like, motivated by, like, wanting to make, you know, everyone else happy and putting their needs above herself, just watching her completely debased in, like, Monokuma's, like, sadistically comedic way of punishing, like, it's so upsetting.
This is, hands down, the hardest execution of the whole franchise for me to watch. Like,
yeah.
Like, it genuinely breaks me. Because, like, first off, there's the aspect, I have a crippling phobia of drowning. And, you know, suffocation in general. So, like, hanging is very uncomfortable to me.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's the fact that the song that Monokuma makes her play is supposed to be one of the easiest piano songs to learn, and he purposely makes her play it badly. And then the last thing that she hears is the booing of the crowd.
Oh.
You know, her talent, she says in, like, all the free time events, like, how her talent exists. She loves the piano because she loves to make people smile. And so the fact that that is the last thing she hears is the angry cries of disingenuous fans is just like the most heartbreaking thing.
Yeah.
And then to top it all off, Mono Kid gets killed, and it really detracts from the weight of the scene.
Yeah. That is, we've discussed it many a time, but to talk about it here on the podcast, this whole subplot of, like, the Mono Cubs slowly getting picked off with each of the punishments of the students happening, I don't like that because it really takes away from the weight of the scene.
Mm-hmm.
I like the idea that they get killed off, but I don't like that it happens during the punishment every time.
It's frustrating because, again, like, it takes away from the weight and the meaning of it, but at the reverse of it, it does add a little bit of levity to an otherwise very heavy scene.
Uh-huh.
And so it's one of those...
And, like, so many of these other, like, situations in, like, the past games are, like, somebody that was trying to cover up their own murder because they had malicious intent or whatever. Whereas this one, once you truly understand Kaede's motives, as well as the gut punch of her being, you know, our protagonist for this first chapter...
Mm-hmm.
It hits different. And then just kind of like that slap in the face of like, oh, and this useless whatever that nobody cares about, like, died too. It's like, that's kind of not as big a deal.
Yeah. It is, I will say though, it is funny how Monokuma, it gives him a reason to mourn as well. But,
that is true,
like,
yeah.
Like, I do like how it plays into Monokuma as a character. That he's like, my child! Why did this happen? You know, while everyone else is lamenting the loss of a friend, like, Monokuma is lamenting his children, but then because Monokuma is such a piece of garbage, he gets over it. Like, well, I've still got 4 more kids. It's fine.
Right. It kind of shows that, like, cyclical nature of the killing games of just, like, yeah, that's what these are about, is somebody dies, and we're like, oh, that's sad, and then we move on and get excited about the next chapter in the story. Whereas, like, everyone else there who's, you know, a friend to Kaede is more noticeably impacted by her dying, and you see how not hollow that is.
Mm-hmm.
Like it is for Monokuma.
Especially because, like, right after the trial, everyone there stands up and is like, I will fight to protect you. Like, Kaede, this is not fair. Monokuma backed us into a corner and forced this to happen. We will fight for you. And Kaede's like, no, please don't kill yourselves for me. I already feel bad enough that I did this. Just fulfill my wish that you guys all be friends.
Yeah.
And, like, it's Kaede's wish is, like, the sweetest thing about her as a character. That she passes it on. And, like specifically, like, her wish being passed on to Shuichi. You know, as, like, the transfer of the protagonist role. But then also, you know, the fact that all of the students accept that. That, like, yeah, okay, we'll all become friends. You know, because it's something that she talks about in the Death Road. That she's like, hey, let's get out of here and then let's all be friends. And just, like, that wish means so much to me. That, like, she was able to instill that. Like, Kaede really was a thorn in the Mastermind's side. In that she really tried to unite everyone.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, man.
Well, you casually dropped this comment during that, you know, all of what you were saying there. But, surprise, Kaede actually isn't the protagonist of this story.
It's so funny, too, because all of the promotional material and all like there was a demo of the game where they basically brought back the protagonist from the first two games and Hagakure so they could kill him off.
Yeah.
So you could get to see all of the students and not know who was going to get killed when you actually play the game. And all throughout that demo, they're like, Kaede, you're the protagonist now. Like this is happening. It's like, why is this happening? Because you're the protagonist now.
Yeah.
And it's so funny in hindsight, because like it's played as a joke, but like in hindsight, I'm like, that was such clever marketing.
It is direct manipulation of the audience's impression.
Right down to, we watched that one panel with the voice actors, and the voice actors for her, it was funny because they did like a dating game, but with Monokuma, and the loser, they're like, I guess the loser gets executed or whatever, and then they're like asking for the audience to like cheer for whoever wins, and she's like, guys, come on, I'm the protagonist.
Right.
I'm just like, oh man.
Oh man. But yeah, with that, welcome to your new Danganronpa V3 Killing Harmony, where everybody is absolutely depressed. Nobody knows Rantaro's ultimate talent and never will, and Kaede is not the protagonist. Shuichi is.
Yeah. Do you want to talk about the protagonist change? Well, I think as part of that, let's talk about just the scene after the trial.
Yeah.
And after the execution. With Shuichi just in Kaede's research lab. Hot dang, dude. Does this scene just pack the biggest emotional gut punch?
Oh. I kid you not, I cannot listen to Claire de Lune without just crumpling emotionally.
Mm-hmm. Especially when we watched this scene. And like I don't know about you, I was bawling my eyes out. Like, I knew it was coming and it still hit me. I was like, gosh dang it. Like, this is so emotional.
Mm-hmm.
And then Sakura jumps into the voice call, like, immediately after we finish it.
She's like, hey guys, like, memes and fun, what's going on, you crazy kids? And we're just like, oh.
Nothing will be happy ever again. Like, this scene is so... But I love this scene because it marks the change in Shuichi.
Right.
As a character. Like, his ability to grow.
This whole experience, with Kaede dying at the end of chapter 1 and then passing the torch to Shuichi, I feel like it's the only suitable warning for just how unfair and unforgiving the rest of the game is going to be to you. It is a deliberate statement, like, hey, we'll trick you into thinking you're having fun for a little bit, but this game is going to actively try to make you feel miserable.
This game will hurt you. You will feel despair. But then again, like the Danganronpa franchise, there is that despair, that sadness, but there's that lingering piece of hope.
Mm-hmm.
Like Shuichi, basically promising, like, I guess I'll try, and he's like, no, I will do it. And like, as he's listening to this beautiful piece and feeling, these hurtful emotions just wash away, and he feels calm. And then you have Kaede's ghost playing the piano, basically a loving send-off to this person that, she cared about and she entrusted her final wish to. And it's super sweet. And for me, like, the protagonist change, I'm so sad that we lose Kaede.
Right, we don't get to spend the whole game playing as her.
I know, because she's such a wonderful character.
But that also is, like, why it hurts so bad and why it's so clever. is because it's like the one character you really don't want to lose out of this cast of already like a bunch of amazing, kids. Like, that is like maybe the character that would hurt your feelings the most to see them go, and they hit you with that like so early on in the game.
Especially like having watched all of Kaede's free time events with everyone else, like Kaede had a special connection with every student.
Right,
like somehow she was able to reach each one of them and make a meaningful impact with them.
Right.
And so like losing her, it's so sad, but also I love that we get to play as Shuichi from here, who is this very flawed character that has so much room to grow. And like I also love that we get to play as a detective. Because like, in the first game, like, you didn't get to play as the detective. And so there's like this little bit of dissonance that like you're the protagonist and stuff, but like the detective is always solving all the mysteries and kind of like leading you to the right answer. Like there's always like a sidekick that is very smart and kind of guides you. And so now we get to play as that character.
Right.
And I think that was like really cool. And like I will say, Shuichi is my absolute favorite protagonist in these games. And so like while I am sad that we do lose Kaede, her sacrifice isn't meaningless, and like it empowers Shuichi and makes him a better character.
Right. It does work to the game's benefit, even though the little things that would have been nice, what could have been, like, having a female protagonist the whole way through, and like Kaede is such a fun character, but it serves so well to the growth of the rest of the characters. So as we get into Chapter 2, the killing game sort of properly starts now, where we get people with their own, like, specific motives that, are influenced by Monokuma for this reason or that reason, like, to commit murders, and so the numbers start thinning in the group. Our first victim...
Yeah, well, before we get into talking about characters, I just kind of want to talk about Chapter 2 itself.
Yeah, of course.
Like the lead up towards the murder, just briefly, because honestly, Chapter 2 is home to some of the hardest laughs I think we had this whole playthrough.
Ah, that's true.
Like, this is when I started taking notes on just all of the hilarious things we started, like, saying. Just to mention a few, I have on here Shuichi beatboxing with Gonta. We have Miyu's flash step. And then, of course, my favorite, Kaito and Shuichi in the moon buggy.
Oh.
Like, this was where we started just cracking jokes left and right. And just, like, really getting invested in these characters. To give, I guess to explain what some of those things were. Shuichi beatboxing with Gonta, I think was because, like, Shuichi has that sprite where he covers his mouth with his hand. And
right.
You were like
it looks like he's beatboxing. And
then I think we were talking to Gonta about something.
Right, we were talking to Gonta.
And then I started singing. I was like Gonta name Gonta like bug. Gonta also gentleman and give friends hugs or what and we started just like making jokes about Shuichi and Gonta's rap career. And then there was Miyu's flash step.
Right.
Which...
Well, because they were talking about Ryoma's flash step
yeah.
being, like, a thing that he did, like, as a tennis player, he would move, at the speed of light or whatever.
And then there was, like, that bit of, like, the evidence that, like, you're like, did Miyu flash Gonta? And then you were like, I was like, I guess Ryoma's not the only one who learned the flash step.
Right. Yep.
And then, probably my favorite one, Kaito and Shuichi in the moon buggy lives rent-free in my head forever. Because, like, you could give people items for their free time events. And, like, you get them from a gachapon machine, and Shuichi, like, one of the items we got was, like, a replica of a moon buggy.
Yeah, a small plastic moon buggy.
And somehow, I misunderstood that as, like, an entire actual moon buggy.
Yeah, basically like a friggin' go-kart.
Like, imagine getting a go-kart out of a gachapon machine, and then it spawned, because we would hang out with Kaito in our free time events, and it spawned this joke of them doing donuts just on the, like, in front of the dorms.
In the moon buggy.
While Kaito told Shuichi stories about how he used to be a pirate. Like, I think in my sketchbook I doodled a picture of them, like, doing donuts, and Kaito, like, I think quoting, like, the Team Fortress 2 Meet the Medic. He's like, so anyway, that's how I lost my pirate license. And Shuichi's like, what does this have to do with being an astronaut? And he's like, nothing.
Nothing. This is my pirate story from before I became an astronaut.
I'm getting to that bit. And, like, those two being in the moon buggy doing donuts and, like, just driving around the school campus and just being dumb teenagers was one of my favorite things.
It really has regular show energy.
It did, and it was so funny. And, like, there were tons more that, like, I took notes on, and then I looked back and I was like, why did I write this? Like, we talked about, I think you said Mew's Sonic OC was, like, Jump the Shark, and then you're like, no, her OC would be Flip the Bird.
Flip the Bird, that's right.
Like, there were so many jokes. I think there was, like, that one, like, image of, like, Gonta looking all threatening, and you're like, was that a JoJo's reference? Like, there were so many moments that, like, I was crying, I was laughing so hard.
Well, I'm glad I could entertain. I've forgotten most of these, so, like, when you bring them up, I'm like, oh, yeah.
Mm-hmm. And then also, like, this chapter was home to both, like, the insect meet and greet and Himiko's magic show.
Yes, that's right. Wow, that's so weird. That's only chapter 2, yeah.
I know. And there was a moment, too, Himiko's magic show. It's the moment that we saw the body. And you audibly screamed. You were just like, no! Like, right then, that was when I knew, oh no. This game has him. This game has him in a stranglehold.
Mm-hmm. I could tell it for myself, too, because it was, like, Ryoma, as you know, you go through, like, his whole arc, like, leading up to this point, and his whole thing about, like, how he doesn't have the will to live anymore,
Mm-hmm.
and he's just so hopelessly depressed. Like, I felt for him.
Mm-hmm.
And then just the fact that anybody from our group would be willing to kill him was just, like, so distressing to me. I was so mad about that.
Well, especially, like, if you remember, I guess, officially talking about Ryoma, in Chapter 1, Ryoma offers himself as he's like, I will be the sacrifice. Somebody kill me. Take the blood perk. And get out and find help. Because I don't have the will to live anymore. And then Rantaro talks him out of it.
Yeah.
I'm just like, gosh dang, Ryoma, how are you the best guy? I'm specifically calling you out, Sakura. Ryoma is one of the best boys.
He is... Okay, here's the thing. Because I've seen, like, between her reaction, also seeing Lucajin, seeing women react to Ryoma for the first time, there's something that I've come to understand about him. he has a very silly character design.
Oh, yes.
He's just a little guy, but then when you pair that with his extremely deep voice and his extremely edgy way of speaking,
Yes.
this is a very jarring character.
Oh, yeah. And that's, like, the point of him, is that he's jarring.
Like, you saw it when I was playing. The first time I saw him, I'm like, oh, he's just a little guy. And then, like, he speaks for the first time, and you hear his deep voice.
The man
and just
known
like,
as Ryoba Hoshi.
whoa.
Walks this lane. Or what? Like, he's just, like, this dead inside, like, edgelord.
I saw that, and I was just thinking, what is this character? And so like, by default, like, you're going to be drawn more to some characters than others.
Oh, yeah.
But in his case, like, getting to learn more about him really just, like, wore on my emotions. So it's like, this poor guy, I feel so sad for him.
I'll also say, this is one of Monokuma's most diabolical and targeted motives. That, like, Monokuma took his specific weakness and targeted it specifically to make him a victim. It's so heartbreaking, because if you watch his FTEs, you see, like, how he had such a wonderful life, and how just a moment of anger, and he threw it all away, and he just, like, regrets that decision, but he doesn't. And it's the fact that you cannot physically get the last free time event before chapter 2 comes to a close and he gets killed.
Right.
It's the fact that you cannot get, because, like, watching it and, like, the post game where you can go and hang out with everyone and learn all their stories.
Right.
And the fact that, like, he finds the will to live through Shuichi. That Shuichi is the person he wants to live for.
Mm-hmm.
Is so sweet. Like, it's his comment of them playing tennis together, and he's like, come on, let's get stupid together. Is so just, like, him.
Mm-hmm.
And it's so heartbreaking knowing that you don't get that chance to reach him because Monokuma targets him specifically.
Right.
And basically creates a motive that says nobody loves you. And so you really don't have any reason to be alive.
It's a cheap shot.
It really is. And I mean, to be fair, it's who Monokuma is.
Right. Plus, Ryoma's a cat dad.
Yes!
You can't hate a cat dad.
The fact that, like, Kaede and Ryoma's free time events are just about, like, cats is so sweet.
Mm-hmm.
He's a good boy, and he did not deserve that.
Yeah. So you want to talk about the one who did it?
Yeah, here's the thing. Again, this is one of Monokuma's most targeted motives.
Mm-hmm.
The way he targeted Kurumi in the inverse of what Ryoma was dealing with. That pressure to serve everyone.
Mm-hmm. A character who has everything to live for.
Uh-huh.
Being pressured into killing somebody who has nothing to live for.
Where Ryoma wants somebody to care about him, Kurumi has too many people depending on her. And her loyalty is so just insane. The fact that, like, she... And again, much like Kaede, it does come from a place of love and just being willing to make the difficult call of, I have to serve the greater good.
Yeah. In a way, it feels weaker than Kaede's, though.
Yes.
Because Kaede is, like, specifically doing the selfless acts she's doing and throwing her own life away for the sake of this friend group that you're immediately a part of. Whereas Kurumi is like, there's something more important than all of you, and that's what I'm going to kill for.
And again, it's just the pressure really, and that's what it is. And it's so funny that she cracks under the pressure.
Yeah.
Which, like, and that's the thing, though, is that it's built up so well, because you see everyone asking so much of her, and you think, like, is this gonna go somewhere to, like, her finally breaking and not wanting to help anyone? But then, like, kind of the twist is that it isn't that. It's that she's like, there are other people who need me, and I have to weigh the lives of the people who need me, you know, who needs me more. Do I condemn the entire world for these few people here? And then I think just presented with Ryoma, who had just given up at that point, and literally literally can sense that she has some murderous intent, and turns his back and is like, yeah, you can kill me. I don't have a reason to be alive. I think just in that moment, she finally snapped.
Right.
And it's so sad, because that's essentially what it is just a moment of weakness.
Kirumi has such an unhealthy degree of altruism in her nature. Like, so intent on, you know, serving other people at the cost of herself, that, like, she lets it rule her a bit too much. It's like, in the context of just being a maid, like, all those qualities that she has are perfect. It's wonderful. Even in the backdrop of being, like, you know, a government spy or whatever, basically, like, secretly the president of Japan.
It's the prime minister.
The prime minister, yeah. Secretly being the prime minister of a nation. Like, all of that stuff, it's like, her attributes make sense, but it pushed her to an unhealthy spot, specifically in the killing games, because it was targeted.
And that is the thing, too, is that, you know, because not everybody got to see their motive video, and everyone agreed not to see it, you know, they do point out that they're like, hey, these were motives, and they had things to push us to either be victims or killers. You know, maybe it's a good thing we didn't watch. Like, any one of us could have become that, because we don't know what's in these videos that would drive us to kill.
Right.
Because, like, one of the only other videos we get to see is Kaito's, and his motive is his grandparents, who he loves, and then, hey, something happened to them. Like, what is it? Find out after graduation. And, like, seeing that as Shuichi, because they got mixed up, you know, who's to say? Like, he's just like, okay, that's disconcerting, but, like, who knows what that could mean. But, like, if Kaito had seen that, what do his grandparents mean to him?
Right.
You know, would that push Kaito to be like, I need to get out of here. I need to help them. They're the most important people in my life. It's just weird how, like, you know, targeted both Ryoma and Kurumi are, and they're the two that we get to see that actually it escalates to that point.
And with the execution of Kurumi, she dies such an undignified and unceremonious death.
Yeah.
Just
that
like
scream from her. I think she is one of, like, the only people to attempt to run from Monokuma and an execution.
Right.
You know, like, because even right up to that moment, like, she's trying to twist and turn things around into her favor so that she can fulfill what she said she would, because she doesn't fail her task. She completes everything. And, like, that need to complete it. To not fail the people that are depending on her. But, like, one of my favorite things is the fact that, in spite of the fact that she tries to do that, everyone still cheers for her. They want to see her escape.
Right. Because as far as they know, like, her escaping would at least imply, you know, something good coming from...
some kind of hope.
Yeah.
That's the other thing, too, about her. This is chapter 2. She's probably one of the most intelligent killers in the franchise.
Uh-huh.
This is case 2. And we are so fortunate that Shuichi is as sharp as he is and kind of like guides us to ask the right questions and to present the right evidence. Because like she sets up an incredible alibi. And quite literally, we solve this because of Shuichi's intuition as a detective to be like, I should go look over here. Hey, here's this one like damning piece of evidence.
Yeah.
And that is like the whole crux of how he's able to tie her to it. And if it weren't for that, like she would have pulled this off flawlessly. And trying to like solve a magic trick is a brilliant setting for a murder trial. And the fact that like she includes that whole aspect and there's like the layers of like, well, is it real magic or is it fake? And then, you know, well, I was only in the gym for 10 minutes, which means I couldn't have committed a murder. And then the gym is closed. So there's no way I could have done it. So it had to be one of these people who don't have an alibi.
Not only was it carefully put together, but it was so intentionally obtuse in its design, so that way the common person wouldn't even be able to think that a murder was committed that way.
Mm-hmm.
But Shuichi's not a normal person. No, he's the ultimate detective.
The ultimate detective. Though if you'd ask him, he'd say he was a detective in training.
Right.
But yeah, chapter 2. A lot happens in this chapter.
It does. I feel like this was one of the chapters we spent the most time on.
We really did. Because also there's 2 special events in this chapter. And like, you know, the cast is pretty large, so there's a lot of people to spend time with.
Yeah.
As well as, like, a lot of story stuff that it, like, sets up Shuichi's training with Kaito and all of that. Just, like there were a lot of moving parts.
Mm-hmm.
But moving forward, unless you have anything else to say.
The only thing, and we'll kind of get into more of this, like, this leads into chapter 3, but was so upset that, like, it had to be during Himiko's magic show. Like, yes. I was so happy for her finally getting something to be excited about and to, like, show off
her talent.
Her talent and her passion to everybody. And then it just got ruined by, like, hey, this is where I'm dumping off a body.
Mm-hmm.
It was so sad for Himiko.
Especially...
there. And then it just... And then as we get into chapter 3, it just gets so much worse for her.
Yes. That was the thing, too, because I remember talking to you, like, after the fact that you're like, I kind of forgot that this is a game where people die.
Yeah.
Because, like, I just thought the magic show would just be something fun that we would do.
Right, it would be, like, a fun little scene, and then 2 or 3 more days would pass, and then somebody else would wind up killed in somewhere unrelated to that.
Uh-huh.
But...
yeah.
Not so...
yeah. But moving on to chapter 3. So I have officially dubbed chapter 3 David's Hot Take Corner.
Yeah.
I have a lot to say about this chapter. And they are all unpopular opinions.
Yeah.
But I'm curious some of your thoughts about this too, because like...
So, on the one hand, this chapter feels like it's the end of fun for this game, kind of. Like, there's definitely still a lot of fun to be had in the game, but it's like where, like, a lot more, like, unfair things start happening. Like, especially to Shuichi, you know, like, while you're playing the game and stuff. But, I loved the start of this, like, plot point of, like, the rise of this student council that Angie created. Yep. And how, like, she is just a master of, like, manipulating people into giving her what she wants and controlling everything about the group and just completely, like, shifting the balance of everything in her favor to make her, like, you know, become this powerful status symbol when we were all just, you know, a group of kids at first. like, she creates this, like, ridiculous, like, social hierarchy of, like, oh, well, I'm the president of the student council, and, like, everybody who's with me gets all these, like, perks and privileges, and then everyone who's not with me, like, has to deal with, like, my rules and my my unfair, like, curfew and whatever else.
Yeah, It seems like you're going into talking about Angie specifically. I had a brief thing I wanted to say just about the chapter in general. Because, like, again, I have so many unpopular opinions about this chunk of the game. This is a good chapter. Like, there are so many good things that are set up here, and just funny moments, because there's Monokuma's midlife crisis starts here, and the rise of, like, Monodam taking over, and, like, it parallels Angie taking over with the student council. And then, like, you know, a lot of people talk about, oh, it's a double kill chapter. I was like, this chapter has the triple kill fake out.
It's true, yeah.
Everyone I know that has played, like, their first time playing this, they fall for it. Every time.
Well, of course, because up to that point, everything in the game leads you to believe that, you know.
Exactly. As well as, like, this chapter ties into just so many overarching themes of this story as a whole. And it, like, also, you know, my bias, this chapter specifically delves a ton into Maki and Himiko's characters. And, like, does so much work for, like, their growth as characters.
Yeah.
And also, this chapter is home to probably my favorite running joke that you created, which was when I asked you, alright, who are your suspects? Who do you think the killer is? And then you were like, well, and then, like, you're like, and finally, there's also the possibility that Atua is real and Shuichi's the killer.
Right.
like, you threw that out so casually, and it killed me.
Well, it's because I was trying to think about everything, like, very logically with, like, the evidence that I had, and I'm like, well, the game sucker punched me once, like, the last thing I would expect them to do is to kill off the protagonist a second time, make them the murderer of this case. But, like, anymore, I didn't trust the game, and so I was like, they could totally do that. Like, the evidence doesn't lead me to believe this. It would be so unrealistic and, frankly, kind of stupid if the plot went this direction. But I can't even rule out the character I'm playing as a suspect. And so it was just like, okay, well, it's the least likely thing to happen, so what else is unlikely to happen? And the other thing that crossed my mind was like, oh, Atua's real. Like, Angie actually is like, connected to, like, a god. Because there's so much about the way she acts and the way she describes things that's like, no, I think you're just crazy.
Yeah.
But, like, but I was also like, there's weirder and, like, dare I say, even potentially supernatural stuff that just happens in the Danganronpa series. So it's like, who am I to say if Atua is real or not? Like, Atua is real and Shuichi is the killer.
It's just funny because then, ever since that, every chapter afterwards when we would list, like, oh, who do you think the killer is? We would always list that as, like, a possibility.
Atua is real. And then, of course, we are gonna get into this, but I mean, like, to unceremoniously say, like, Angie is the first victim of this chapter. And, like, just me thinking, like, okay, so, like, all the Atua stuff and, like, everything about that comes from her. Angie is the only reason that Atua is a name in this conversation. But I'm like, what if he is real? What if he's relevant? Like, what's his name? Kibo is talking about how he has this inner voice that's guiding him. What if it's Atua and he's, like, also a prophet for Atua and he just doesn't know it yet?
What if Rantaro's talent is that he is Atua?
He is Atua. He's the ultimate god. Like...
Like, the jokes write themselves. We had fun.
They do. But it's like that's I think that's a good example of like why it is so hard for me to theory craft, because the game has proven to me that like even though something technically happened and all the evidence is there, it doesn't immediately become apparent to me that that's how it happened. And so I'm just like, well, the game can sucker punch me at any time it wants.
Yeah. So, what would you say are your thoughts on, like, Angie as a character?
So Angie is like this very fun, silly character when you like first get to meet her, and she's just doing a lot of ridiculous stuff.
Mm-hmm.
But then like you kind of see like chapter 3 like kind of poisons it a little bit, because you see like, oh, she's trying to take control of everything and like, you know, take away the rest of the students' freedom in the name of establishing an order that most benefits her.
Mm-hmm.
Like, especially after we'd just seen, like, very selfless characters, you know, in these really heartbreaking moments of, like, self-sacrifice. And then on the flip side of things, we open here with Angie, who is being extremely self-serving in this chapter. And it's, like, it's really frustrating, because I was like, no, you can't do this during our downtime. I use this downtime to de-stress before we have to see another precious baby get killed. Like, you can't make this part of the game also stressful. But it definitely serves to, like, heighten the narrative and get you wondering, like, because the moment I saw this was involved, I'm like, either Angie is going to take this too far and commit a murder, or somebody is going to get fed up with her and murder her themselves. Like, because, like, the way she was structuring the student council and everything, I'm like, this isn't going to make it past chapter 3. There's no way.
It really couldn't, because Angie very much wanted to end the killing game. And it was like, this is going to escalate to dangerous levels.
Right.
Angie, I'm going to try and keep this brief. I wrote a lot about Angie, because she's probably the character I have the most mixed feelings about.
Yeah.
Like, there's a lot that I really like about Angie, but there is a lot that I do not like about Angie. So, like, one of the aspects is, I haven't ever tried to hide this on the podcast, but, like, I am a very religious person, you know?
Yeah.
I do believe a lot of the things, you know, that I claim to believe. And one of the things is, like, when I watch someone who isn't religious write a character who is,
yeah,
it's frustrating, because it really shows that they don't know what they're writing. And, like, it's a very minor thing that I can kind of just excuse. Could be like, well, this different life experience, and, like, they're writing what they know, and that's fine. But, like, there's the fact that, like, no other character really in this game believes in any kind of god. And it's typically framed that, like, believing in Atua is a bad thing, just because of, like, how Angie is.
Right.
You know, unlike some of the other issues in this game, like, you know, lying and, like, you know, some of, like, the complicated motives, there's some justification to them. They can be viewed as good or bad. And, like, part of the problem, too, is part of my personal beliefs about God, and, like, the way Angie is. So, like, you know, I believe in this concept called agency, and that it is a gift from God, that God values our ability to choose for ourselves. And Angie has an incessant need for control.
Right.
Like, Angie takes away other people's ability to choose. And
it's always in the name of her worship.
Of her worship. And then, like, you know, there's, like, this layer of it, because the localization changed it, like, the name from just, like, Kami, you know, just from God, to Atua. So you can be like, oh, well, it's not my God. And I'm like, I'm kind of glad they did that, because so much of my personal beliefs clash with how Angie acts.
Yeah.
And the worst part, though, is that I can see it does come from a place of love. Angie really does love her classmates. You know, she makes the student council and destroys the flashback light in order to end the killing game. You know, she, in chapter 2, after the first murder, there's, you can go and find Himiko, and also, later Angie, and kind of you get this, unspoken narrative between them. She pulls Himiko out of her depressive spiral, and, helps her, and, together they set up the magic show in an attempt to boost morale, because, Angie can see that, especially Himiko is suffering from this killing game. And, she does throw Himiko under the bus in chapter 2, but it's because she wants to save everyone else. But my problem with Angie, she goes about it all wrong. She doesn't choose to believe in her friends. And she doesn't follow her own rules, which is another, aspect of, you can't enact these kind of commandments from your god and not be expected to follow through on them. She's always above, whatever she wants to enforce on everyone. And as a result, that ultimately is the thing that gets her killed. And it sucks, because again, underneath all that, she's an amazing character. She's really goofy and funny, and she loves her classmates. You know, in chapter 1, everyone's investigating the first murder, and she spends the entire investigation, time praying for Rantaro. That his soul will enter heaven safely.
Mm-hmm.
She is such a good person at heart, but she is so misguided, and it has catastrophic results. And so, I have such mixed feelings about her as a character.
Right. That is, okay, because I didn't prepare my notes.
Sorry. I prepared a lot to talk about her.
No. That's the thing, because you bring up this point that's, something I wasn't prepared to, talk about or think about. And this, honestly, could even become its own conversation that could make for a very interesting, 3-hour video in and of itself. But, the depictions of religion in video game media specifically, not all of media, specifically video games and religion, have such an unusual relationship, and it feels like nobody gets it right. And this includes, those hardcore, Christian games that are about, Christian theming and whatever, because those ones are, super preachy, and the actual video game itself always comes at the cost of that, and it's not about the video game, it's just a vehicle for, shoving teachings in people's faces. Then there's, RPGs and other stuff where, they focus on, the relationship between, characters and the deities they worship, and the deities that they worship are actual characters that, physically have an involvement in whatever. And then there's, other games that will depict religion very cynically and criticize people for religious, behavior or whatever. Mm-hmm. There are, cults and cult leaders and, people who are, manipulated by cult leaders and stuff, but it's always shown in a very negative light. Rarely ever do games touch upon the theme of just, faith and, what it means to have religious conviction. Because, in this case, you are, extremely devout and extremely religious. I personally am a little less so. But, it has always bugged me that it's always about, whether or not the gods they worship are real. And it's always about, what impact it's having on society in a negative or positive way. It's never just about people that believe something and it drives them to do something. Mm-hmm. There's always some sort of, mixed messaging in there. And I think, kind of like you were saying, it always seems to stem from people that don't understand religion trying to, make commentary on it.
Uh-huh.
So, yeah, that is, what I have been feeling about Angie, but, not expressly realizing it.
It's, again, she's a fascinating character, and there is a lot to like about her, but it does get overshadowed by, like, just aspects of her personality, and just the way that the creator chose to write her.
Right.
And so it's one of those things that I kind of just, like, at the end, you know, I just look at it and I'm like, well, it is what it is. And, you know, Angie was a victim at the end of all of this. And it is tragic, you know, because, you know, who wanted to see her die when she was such a, you know, again, like I said, she had admirable traits. She just went to the wrong extremes.
Right.
And like I said, it ties into the theme of, like, trusting her friends, and Angie didn't do that. She chose to feel that she knew better what was best for her friends. And so, I don't know, it's interesting. I have a lot of feelings about Angie as a character.
Right.
Also, her voice actress just absolutely kills it.
Yes. Her accent is so, like, fun, and, like, she's so, like, silly and, like, impish.
I actually, if you remember our D&D campaign that we did, there was a priest in the town. I based the voice off of an impression of Angie.
Oh, that's funny.
Just as a little nod, because I think the actual voice direction that they gave the voice actors for her was, like, act like you are drunk on religion, which is, like, the best way you could phrase what Angie's voice is.
Oh, that's so funny.
Yeah. But okay. If you want to move on to our next character that I have even not as much to say as I did about Angie, but still a good chunk. One of the most controversial characters in this game.
Yep.
So what did you think of Tenko Chabashira?
Oh, Tenko. Well, first, before I can talk about her, welcome back to Tradin Faves, the show where we pretend the central theme of the podcast is not feminism, but it secretly is. Because this is a very adamantly and intensely feminist character who is an absolute despiser of all men. And you and me happen to be men, so...
Yeah, we do happen to be degenerate males. I don't know if whether the degenerate part is accurate or not. We both are males, and
for me it is, and we'll get to that when we talk about Mew. But but yeah, like obviously, like, we're two dudes. We don't have complete credibility to weigh in on, like, the entire topic of feminism. But, like, I don't know. Like, Tenko's hatred of men is mostly just played as a joke. Never, like, really at any, like, serious point in the story does Tenko, like, actively try to harm any of the men in the group or, like, do anything very, like, ill-spirited towards them.
She does yeet Shuichi, but she also does it to Himiko. So, you know, equality.
Yeah, that's what feminism is about. It's about equality.
Also, she does also yeet Shuichi in her free time event.
Right. But I mean, and again, like, if those were real people, that'd be kind of a serious thing that happened. But it's a silly anime video game where it's played as a joke, and Shuichi's not actually hurt from it. So it's like, again, it's not really that serious. When characters act kind of one note, in this way, where they have, like, this is my trait, and I will do this at the end of every sentence, like, I've always personally found that to be kind of boring. I don't like that too much. But I think, like, people look at this as, like, the entire encompassing aspect of Tenko's character, and I'd argue that there's a lot more behind that is actually interesting and very likable about this character.
It's funny. You are saying all of the things that I have written here about her.
Excellent. I can shorten the length of this.
Cause yeah, for me, my first playthrough, I didn't care for Tenko.
Right.
You know, like, we you know, again, we always crack the joke about us being a feminist podcast, and I do stand by that, like, but, like, for me, personally, my thing is I believe in equality, and there is a very real, like, it is a very real thing that women are treated poorly, and deserve to be treated better.
Mm-hmm.
You know, that is a very real thing, and I won't pretend like it's not.
Yeah.
However, there are those groups that sort of pull in the opposite direction.
Where it's
like,
not actually about equality, it's about tipping the scales in the opposite direction.
And being better than the other person. And I'm like...
And creating a different imbalance than the current imbalance.
Exactly. And, like,
right.
I don't agree with that. And so, like, my first playthrough, that's kind of all I thought Tenko was. You know, and so I didn't really think much about her. Like, I kind of just saw that surface level to her. But the thing is about Danganronpa characters is they have their surface level personality that they present. Like, it can be their talent, or it can be, like, this quirk about them.
Mm-hmm.
And you can write them off as just that. But there's always something so much deeper and more to each character. And that's why, like, you know, the second time through the game, with you playing, I asked you, like, near the very beginning of the game, like, oh, do you have any, like, favorite characters yet, or anyone that's, like, caught your interest?
Mm-hmm.
And you mentioned Tenko.
Right. Amongst the list of characters that I was bringing up that I liked, I admit I was more interested in getting to learn more about Tenko while I had a female protagonist that I was playing as, because the male degeneracy, like, you know, misandry stuff was, like, not going to be a part of the conversation because we're playing as a character that's a girl. We're just going to get to know Tenko. Whereas, like, we switched to Shuichi, and I'm like, okay, that kind of changes the dynamic a little bit. But, like, even in spite of all that, like, yeah, Tenko was, like, one of those characters that, like, pretty early on I was vibing with.
Mm-hmm. And it's funny, too, because, like, you mentioned that, and then I was like, okay, Joseph sees something here. I'm gonna take another look at this character. And I really started to just, like, analyze her character and, like, read into things a little bit deeper. I went in and I did I watched all of her free time events. And I found so much more to Tenko's character that I actually liked. And I was like, dang, like, this is a cool character. You know, like, some of the things that I found, she is the kind of character who wears her emotions on her sleeve. Like, you always know what Tenko is thinking.
Mm-hmm. And
she's very, like, earnest and honorable, and also incredibly funny.
Yeah.
Like, I can't remember. She said something about Himiko. And then you made the comment, you're like, I think Tenko is a degenerate male in a woman's body. Like, and I started crying. I was laughing so hard. Because she definitely, like, a lot of these, like, her crush on Himiko is definitely played for laughs.
Right. But it's kind of apparent. She says all this, like, oh, all you terrible men, like, need to back off or I'll hurt you. And then she says all this stuff, like, to Himiko that's very, like, innuendo-laden, like, implying that she wants to, you know, like, develop a more, you know, intimate relationship with Himiko. And it's just so, like, you can't have it both ways, honey. Like...
Well, and then here's the fascinating thing that I discovered, like, analyzing her character. She does care about some of these men.
Yeah.
Like, she does show sadness over Ryoma's death, and she does try to console Shuichi after Kaede dies.
Right.
And, like, that was the thing that shocked me. Because I didn't catch it the first time, because I was like, I wasn't paying attention. But I was like, it's literally her and Kaito both try and comfort Shuichi.
Mm-hmm.
And, like, her free time events, like, there's the one where, like, she yeets Shuichi, and, like, it ends with him blacking out, and then he wakes up in his own bed, and he's like, did Tenko carry me back to my room? And then, like, if you initiate the next one, he's like, did you carry me back to my room? And she's like, I'm not a terrible person. Like, I wasn't gonna leave you lying on the ground. Like, of course I brought you back. Like, even if you are a degenerate, like...
The most trustworthy man is an unconscious one.
Like, I wanted to, I'm not gonna do something mean to you, because I'm better than you.
Mm-hmm.
I'm better than that. But, and, like...
There's a real, like, value for human life and, like, a very sincere respect for other people and their ways of life. Like, all the fear of, degeneracy and whatever is, like, played up. That's sort of her persona that she wears. But, like, behind all of that, you can see glimpses of the real Tenko.
Yeah, well, and what's funny, like, looking at her free time events, you realize... she's a very naive person. Like, she believes this because that's what her master taught her. Which is funny because then, like, Shuichi kind of pieces together on his own, like, oh, he told her to stay away from boys because he didn't want her getting in trouble with boys. And then also, they would go out and fight crime together. And, like, they would fight actual terrible degenerate men.
Right.
And so that, like, colored her opinion. But, like, there's even things like, you can't have too many sweets, or you can't get too excited for Christmas. And, like... like, it's really sweet. Like, how you're like, oh my goodness, like, she loves and trusts her teacher to the point that she believes anything. And he kind of took advantage of that, which is funny. But it was like a good intentioned thing. It's like a parent that tells their child, yeah, you can't date until you're, like, an adult. I don't want somebody coming after you and taking advantage of you, so I'll tell you this white lie to keep you safe.
Right.
And it's so, like, it's funny. And, like, it even, like, it culminates with, like, Shuichi's like, isn't your master, like, male? And then it dawns on her, like, in that moment of, like, oh my goodness. Wait, I have to rethink everything about my life now.
Like, literally a man who has been nothing but good to me and, like, has, like, been, like, the pillar of, like, my beliefs in life is a man.
It's
funny.
It's so funny. And then, of course, like, at the top of this list, she is so vital to Himiko's growth as a character. Mm-hmm. She is the queen of the Himiko defense squad. And, like, look, man, I like Himiko a lot. She likes Himiko, so she has objectively good taste.
Right.
Like, I'm gonna say it like it is. At the end of it all, like, Tenko, it surprised me. Because I ended, this chapter looking at her as a character and thinking, Tenko would hate me for it, but she is the type of person I would love to be friends with.
Right.
I can't say enough good things about her as a character.
Mm-hmm. Man, we covered religion, feminism. Like, I should have put a few more trigger warnings up at the top. We're getting political with this one.
I know. This is a charged chapter for me, and that's what I mean when I say
this is a charged game.
Yes.
We got stances on all the issues, everybody. Please don't dislike us into the ground.
Yeah.
This
This is also our podcast, and we can say what we want. But yeah,
it is. But I mean, like
opinions.
this, like a lot of like our deeper opinions about things are coming out.
Yeah, like I said,
around, so
chapter 3 is David's hot take corner.
I'm just like, even if you disagree with us, we respect that. Please be respectful to us.
Exactly.
As well. We haven't even gotten to, like, the uncomfortable, like, sexual implications of stuff with...
Yes, the big one. Do you want to... do you have anything else to say about Tenko, or are you ready to move on to him?
Well, the most important thing I think to get out of the way is... Oh my goodness, Kokichi's dead! Oh, no, he's not. It's a lie.
It's a lie. Gosh, I
was legitimately scared in that moment, and then when he's just like, it's a lie, I was just like, I love this game.
Like, I watched like a YouTube compilation of people playing this game, and every time they see that moment and are like, no! And then it's a lie, it is followed by just swearing and just like, how dare you toy with my emotions like this?
Oh, it's perfect. Like, in my case, I love a good trolling. Especially when it's like there's not actually negative consequences to it.
Mm-hmm.
So like, oh, Kokichi's so dang funny here.
Dude, yes.
Okay. But actually, we need to talk about Mr. Korekyo.
Korekyo Shinguji. So, I will let you talk about him first before I start.
Right, my initial thoughts. Up until this chapter, I was vibing. I was vibing with Kyo. Like, he was creepy, and unfortunately, as a writer, that was the perfect thing to get me to lower my guard, because I was like, it's too obvious for someone like him to be a killer. Like, from a writing standpoint, it doesn't make sense, because he's supposed to be a red herring. You'd be like, this guy's weird, so I don't trust him. And then the cute anime girl is the one that ends up being the killer. And, like, my beliefs were, like, super validated by that, by Kaede being the first one to commit a murder. So I was just like, okay, like, he's gonna be weird, but he's gonna, like, secretly have a heart of gold or whatever. Because aside from him, like, everyone else that was in the cast, I was finding things to really admire about the cast. And, like, you know, I was really growing to like all the characters, so I just assumed, oh, he's going to be the same way. And whether, you know, he lives or dies or whatever, is going to be for some, like, tragic thing that's going to make me feel for him. Incest.
Yeah.
What a very upsetting angle to take this character. But as we stated before with all the other stuff we were talking about, this is a very charged game.
Yup.
That has some very bold statements to make, but also, like, are either, like, played for comedy or played like an anime trope. So here's the thing about Kyo. I think he is a very well-written character. I think, like, once you understand, like, his motives for everything and why he thinks and acts the way he does, once it's finally all revealed, like, he makes sense as a character, and he is a very fascinating character. But that, like, I really don't condone that. Like, his behavior on anything, his desire to slaughter maidens so he can send them to heaven with his sister or whatever. His not acceptable relationship that he had with his sister, his kind of weird double personality thing that he's got going on. Like, okay, we'll throw our hats in the rings because we're already talking about like too much like political whatever have you, and like all these big statements about our beliefs. Like I respect like trans people, and like even beyond just like the umbrella label of like trans people, like I even like respect people that identify as male but like cross dress or whatever. Like I'm not bothered by that stuff. It's the fact that this sort of dual personality thing that he has where he's like kind of like embodying his sister is sort of like played like a mental illness and played up as like a very creepy thing. Like that's kind of what makes it uncomfortable for me. Is like it's because it's not about, you know, like it's not about trans people, it's not about like people's interests or whatever. It's like this is a dude that is like messed up in the head and has these like really uncomfortable worldviews, and we're just forced to engage with that because it's the reason that he committed murders. It's just like, it makes my skin crawl thinking about it. But again, like, I'm not saying this like it's bad and it shouldn't be in the video game. It's like they make their point with this character, and it's some really intense like storytelling. But it's just so like, you could have been such a cool dude, Kyo. Why did it have to be this way?
Yeah. So for me, this is probably the hottest take that I have. I'm somewhat of a Kyo apologist, and let me be clear.
Okay.
I don't approve of his actions.
Yeah.
The incest thing, the mass murder, like,
yeah.
I agree with you on that. That
it's not condonable.
These actions are gross and not right. That said, I do believe that Kyo is very much a victim.
Right.
And not only just like a victim, you know, of like his backstory and his circumstance, but also of the Danganronpa franchise.
That is a good point, yes.
Danganronpa loves throwaway shock value.
Yeah, oh my goodness.
One of the and this is part of why I had you put this in our little opening disclaimer. The character of Haiji Toa in Ultra Despair Girls. There is a line of dialogue from him. Basically these two high school girls are going off with this guy, and then of course, you know, Toko is like, "Oh, I bet you're dragging us off to do inappropriate things to us, you creep." And then, like, Haiji just looks at it, he's like, "No. I like my girls younger. Much younger." And, like, it ends at that. That never comes up ever again.
Yeah.
And it's meant to be a throwaway joke. That, like, yeah, I'm not interested in you because I'm a weirdo.
Yeah.
And it's played as comical, but because of this one line of dialogue, it has colored everyone's perception of this character.
Yeah.
And it's a throwaway joke.
Yeah.
And it sucks too, because like Haiji as a character is a fascinating character because he is a very human character who is doing his best, but he is also a very corrupted individual and a very like horrible extremist, and like there are layers to him as a character that are so overshadowed by this one line of dialogue that basically outs him. And like Ultra Despair Girls as a game dives into some very uncomfortable territory. And, like, Kyo, the thing, too, with him, this isn't, like, a throwaway line of dialogue. Like, so much of his character is built around this relationship with this sister. But a lot of people just see it as, like, this shocking, oh, he's kind of creepy and gross and, like, I don't like him. And just, like, shove him aside because of this thing.
Right.
So, for me, I ascribe to the theory that his sister is the problem. That, like, his sister is part of the reason that Kyo turned out the way that he did. And one of the biggest points of evidence, and I pointed it out when we were playing the game, the change in Kyo's dialogue whenever he talks to her. And I did a little bit of research. I watched, like, a character analysis video on him that kind of backed up a lot of this. I don't remember all the specifics, but I believe, like, his sister embodying his body is, like, actually a folklore thing. I believe it's called a topa.
Oh, yeah.
Where basically you do create this, like, alternate persona for yourself, but, like, it's another spirit entering your body, like, and it's this questionable thing of, like, it ties again into this game's theme of, like, what's the truth and what's the lie?
Right.
Does his sister's spirit actually inhabit his body, or is this Kyo's belief of this? And, like, his dialogue change whenever he's speaking to his sister persona is vastly different from the way that he normally talks. Like, normally he has this very, like, sophisticated, flowery way of speaking. And then when he is speaking to her, it is very submissive, very, like, quiet, short sentences with contractions. Like, it is not the same character speaking. And so that leads me to believe that his sister probably initiated whatever incestuous relationship that they had and probably messed him up psychologically. Like, his free time events talk about how his sister picked out his, like, talent and basically set his life the way that it is. He is a victim of a very toxic relationship and a victim of also losing her. Because, like, some of his free time events, he talks about, like, and some of the stuff, the grief that this drives him to try and find some way to get, like, it's one thing to, like, get out of a toxic relationship, but to have it abruptly end and not be because of your actions, and, like, leaving him wanting that relationship, because that's how toxic relationships are.
Yeah.
Then suddenly he's trying to seek some way to, like, get that back, and then he creates this persona within himself and gets this very twisted idea that, like, killing people to give her friends as a way of paying her back, it puts him on this very horrible path. And like, this whole franchise is founded on pushing people to the point of murder. And people forgive them. You know?
Right.
Like, Danganronpa 1 has a literal serial killer character in Genocide Jack. Like, and, you know, and people forgive her as a character. Like, and I want to point out, look at freaking Maki.
Yeah.
Maki has an insane kill count. And people forgive her as a character. You know, and I think part of it is that Maki does show some genuine disdain towards killing, despite being a killer.
Right.
And whereas Kyo relishes in it, but I think it's also because, you know, he is ill.
Right.
He is suffering. He is a victim. And then there's another layer to this with him as a character if you consider the twist about what the flashback lights are and what they do. And it pulls into question how much of this is Kyo's fault, if this is the story that was written for him.
Yeah.
You know, how much of his personality was changed because of that. And so, like I said, I don't condone what he did,
Right.
but I do have pity for him. And, like, in the end, I didn't want Kyo to die. I wanted him to get help and to change and to atone for what he'd done. And so, like, this is why I'm like, I like Kyo. I can, you know, it's hate the sin, not the sinner. Essentially.
Yeah.
Like, I do feel bad for Kyo.
Yeah.
And I can tell that he's, you know, he, you know, needs help as a character. And that is ultimately taken away from him because of the Killing Game. And also, just as like a side note, his talent is freaking cool.
Right.
Just unrelated to everything, like, anthropology is so freaking cool. And, like, the fact that he knows as much as he does, like his talent rules.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. I was vibing with him before all this other stuff was revealed about his character, because, like, history is fascinating.
Mm-hmm.
And, like, learning about the human experience and, like, you know, like, traditions and cultures and experiences, like, I'm there with him in saying that, like, that stuff is fascinating, and, like, what you can learn from history can help you in the ways that you build your own life. I wish it could have helped Kyo.
I know.
You know.
and like I said, he is a fascinating character.
He is.
And like I said, he is a victim not just of his sister, but of this franchise.
Right.
And some of the pitfalls of this franchise.
Mm-hmm. Wow, yeah.
Sorry.
That was eye-opening.
Yeah, I had a lot to say, and there's one more aspect, but I'll bring it up later in our discussion when it's relevant.
Yeah.
That is just fascinating to me.
Right.
But with that, do you want to just talk about, like, the trial itself? Because I also want to talk about, because I know a lot of people hate this chapter, and I want to talk about why it's actually good. But I wondered if you had any, like, specific thoughts about it.
Curse you, seesaw effect! It's such a silly thing. So here's the thing, like, this chapter was just, like, really interesting in the way that it was building, and then the fact that there was the double kill and everything, like, really was a twist in the gut for me, because, like, I hadn't experienced one of those yet. Like, this is my first time playing the game.
That's true. And that is one of the reasons that I'm always, like, if you jump into this, you know, this franchise at this point, that criticism doesn't exist.
Right. It's also just weird that people would criticize a double kill thing.
They criticize it because it's been done before in past games.
Okay. I don't know. It's interesting. Like, that's all I can say about it. Like, just from a murder mystery perspective. And especially the fact that they have the rules about, like, oh, the second kill doesn't count, like, towards, like, creating a blackened or anything for the trial. Like, I don't know, that stuff's interesting to me because it creates a sense of helplessness of, like, well, do we even do anything about this murder? Or do we just ignore it and focus on the other one? But then the fact that it became pertinent to the first murder, I don't know. I thought that was good stuff. But then, like, I was really struggling to, like, piece things together until, like, it finally, like, reached a point where, like, I couldn't do anything except be suspicious of Kyo because, like, they were just about to reveal that he was the killer, basically. And then, like, I don't hold it against you. I'm not mad at you, but like mid like game, you made a comment about like, oh, people hate this one because it's super obvious, like who did it and why they did it and whatever. And I just felt really stupid.
I'm sorry.
And that was like not a fun feeling to carry with me while I was playing the rest of the chapter, because I was like, I didn't pick up on this, and I like, now that I can see it all in hindsight, I really should have picked up on this. And the entire community is against me in that, so that's upsetting.
Yeah. Playing this with you was very fascinating because you would pick up on some things and then be completely oblivious to others.
Yeah, oblivious to more obvious stuff. Like, yeah, listen, I can't tell you how my brain works. Like, actual medical professionals have, like, scanned my brain and they couldn't tell me how it works, so, like, I don't know. Like, I don't, like, sometimes I do puzzles well and sometimes I don't.
Yeah, but honestly, I think it made the game more fun, to be honest. Like,
it did. It was a fun experience, for sure.
Just because, like even after that, like, even some twists that I felt were obvious, like, seeing you get excited about, because you're like, oh, I didn't see that coming, and I'm just like, oh, that's super fun.
Yeah. Because,
like, I guessed that, and then I got it right.
Yeah.
So it's nice to see you, like, get excited about those aspects of it. I thought that was great.
Right. I think also for me as a player, a lot of it stems from the fact that, like, I don't like to try and predict where a plot is going. I don't know, because video games are a form of, like, entertainment and escapism for me. I like to just let the story take me for a ride without trying to suppose anything about it. I know for a lot of people, when it comes to murder mysteries, like, half the fun is trying to solve it before the reveal. For me, that's just kind of not the case, but I don't know. I make my own fun when I play this game, and at the end of the day, I liked it, so that's what matters.
True. So for me, because this chapter... This is interesting, because like I said, this is a very hated chapter in the fandom, and I kind of want to defend it a little bit. So, like, I made a list of common reasons why people hate this chapter, and then I went in and I refuted all of them.
Oh my goodness.
So the first one, one of the reasons people hate it is it does follow past Chapter 3 tropes.
Right.
And my answer to that is that this chapter ties into a much larger theme across the whole game. Like, if you take this chapter and put it by itself, then yes. It very much is like, oh yeah, this one chapter is just following checking all the boxes off of the pattern that the franchise has established. But when you look at it and what it does for the entirety of the story of this game, like, it's not just Chapter 3. And especially, and I'll bring it up more when we talk about Chapter 4, this chapter establishes stuff that is especially important for Chapter 4. And, like I mentioned earlier, it has the third kill fake out. No previous Danganronpa game has that. And everyone I've seen gets fooled by it the first time they go through it. The second reason that I see a lot of people hate it, they say that the mystery is easy to solve for observant players. What you were talking about.
Right.
But what I looked at that as I was like, here's the thing though. Everyone needs to agree by the end of the class trial. And if you remember, Kaito is 100% blind in this trial. Like, he saw the ghost stuff, got freaked out, and ran. And so he doesn't know anything about the evidence, so he is entirely dependent on your deductions. Like, anyone can say anything, and Kaito just has to trust whoever he's gonna trust.
Right.
And then, like, there are characters like Gonta that, like, don't understand. You know, just because Shuichi and the player know who can piece together who did it, it doesn't mean that this case is easy. Tsumugi literally starts this discussion thinking a ghost was the killer. And you have to disprove this. Not all of these kids are as smart as Shuichi, and if enough of them vote against you, it doesn't matter how easy the mystery was to find out, you still die.
Yeah.
And I think that's an important part of this franchise and, like, the trial. That you have to prove it in a way that everyone understands it.
Yeah.
The other thing, too, is that people say is that they think it's a missed opportunity for two separate murderers.
Oh,
and that,
yeah.
like, people hate how convenient it is that Kyo is the guy that everyone hates, like, in this chapter, and he's the killer.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, again, this chapter sets up things that have so much payoff for later chapters and, like, the overarching themes of this game. And I'll talk about it more when we talk about chapter 4, but, like, the fact that Kyo is the killer and everyone gangs up on him because everyone hates him because he's this creepy weirdo, and they're right about that fact, it has a bigger payoff later in a different chapter.
It creates a specific bias that affects the dynamic of future trials.
Exactly, and that's why it's important. And then the last thing is the fact that, like, the motive doesn't incentivize the murder. Like, I've heard people complain about that. But here's the thing. In this chapter, the Monocubs took over. Like, Monodam didn't want a killing to happen. He wanted everyone to get along. And the motive was to encourage everyone to help each other and promote unity. So, of course, Kyo wouldn't be motivated by that. It actually inverts the trope because it's based on his own personal and selfish motives.
Right.
Which is why it's genius. Like, this chapter is so good. And, like, it makes me sad that a lot of people write it off because they look at it as a standalone chapter.
It's true, yeah.
When, like, it has... This chapter moves so many things forward in the story. And like I mentioned, this chapter is integral for both Maki and Himiko's character development.
Also true, yes.
But yeah, that is the massive rant that I had prepared about chapter 3, and I apologize that this was a little bit longer than some of the other ones.
It's good television at this point. Like, we're both dragging ourselves down to hell anyways with all our comments we're making, so it's just like, you know what? Like, get nitty gritty with it, get passionate about it. This is the entertainment people are here to see.
Well, and that's one of the reasons why I love this game, is it does incentivize deep and meaningful conversations.
It is,
like,
pretty true. Like, you'd look at this game kind of surface level and be like, oh, it's a silly fictional murder mystery game.
With the silly black and white bear.
Yeah, with the silly black and white Winnie the Pooh. But then, like, we're just getting insane amounts of, like, varied discussion about so many real world things because of this game.
Mm-hmm. There's a lot to unearth, and again, it's funny. It follows the same trend that all of these characters do. That there is, like, a surface level aspect to it, and then there's something so much deeper to dig into if you actually go looking for it.
Right. So, man, chapter 4 is depressing, huh?
It is the biggest gut punch I think the franchise has ever pulled.
Yeah, this one just, like, it was fun, and then a murder happens, and then it was, like, the saddest.
Yeah, I will say, like, the Neo World program, it was fun, it was adorable.
It's a fun little part of the game. I like how they're kind of setting it up like, oh, it's going to be the simulation, and it's like the Neo World program thing. You're like, oh, it's going to be like the island from the second game. And then it's just a little video game.
Yep.
Everybody chibi.
One of my favorite bits in there is how Himiko, she's like, what the heck? I wanted the face of a supermodel. And then by the end, she's like, oh, I really like my avatar in here. Like, it's so funny how, like, she actually secretly likes it.
She immediately, like, flips on it.
And just, like, and then also, like, Maki spawns in, and then immediately she's just like, I want to go back.
I want to leave.
I don't want to be here.
Understandable.
But yeah, the Neo World program. It was super neat getting to see that come up again.
I like that we have, like, the very, like, Super Nintendo, maybe, like, at best, like, N64, PS1 kind of, like, sounding sound fonts. Like, they do remixes of the overworld that have, like, a retro game feel.
Yeah, I like the retro style, and, like, just the chibi aesthetic of all the characters is just super fun. How, like, there is a load time, and, like...
Yeah. There's a loading screen between, like, the two parts of
the map.
The map, yeah.
It was just, I don't know, it was just fun. But otherwise, I don't have as much to say about the chapter until we get to the trial itself. So do you wanna talk about Miu Iruma?
Yeah, I want to talk about Miu!
Sweet.
Okay.
So,
Miu, as we all know, is the immensely perverse, constantly wisecracking, useless as a pile of rocks character.
I wouldn't say she's useless.
I wouldn't say useless either, because like a lot of times the rest of the people have her invent something that ends up being important.
I'd argue she's actually a very valuable member of the crew.
Mm-hmm.
I just... my hot take corner is spilling over into this area.
Right. Is it not true? I heard this trivia somewhere. Maybe you can confirm this for me. Is it not true that Miu was intentionally designed to be one of the most annoying characters in the series?
I can't remember. That sounds familiar. But I'm not
like the devs
sure.
made her because they wanted to piss the fandom off, and then instead of that, she ended up like
being
ranking high in the popularity polls. Yeah,
I know she has a dedicated following on the internet, and
wonder why.
That sure says a lot about the internet.
Y'all are horny.
Basic. So is she.
They're a good match.
So, I want to let you talk about her first before I start going off, but like...
Okay. So, this is probably going to be like a reverse case of Kyo, where I'll go a little bit easier on her, and then you'll just unload all of your fury. But, in my case, like, I won't lie to y'all. I got a pretty immature sense of humor. I giggle at, like, a lot of, like, naughty stuff. In fact, like, I'd argue my sense of humor is, like, dramatically more immature than like, what I can get away with on this podcast. And because we keep this a family-friendly show, like, that side doesn't necessarily... Like, that side of myself doesn't necessarily manifest as readily, but I don't know, like, she said a lot of, like, bad words and adult stuff, and I was, like, there behind the screen, like, but, even then, like, she would kind of, like, cross some lines and say some stuff that would just, like, you know, have my palm striking my forehead.
Yeah.
But I mean, like, I don't know. She's one of those characters that's, like, mostly played for comic relief. Mm-hmm. A lot of times, as far as, like, her actual interactions with the other characters, she's, like, putting everyone down or, like, not, like, jumping to the wrong conclusions. And that's kind of frustrating. So she can kind of be a pain to deal with. But every now and then, you do get those little, like, humanizing moments where, like, you know, you'd, like, realize that she's a real person underneath that kind of personality that she's playing up for attention. And, like, that is very much the vibe that I get from her, is that it's, like, it's an act, because she can spit all this venom and say all these cruel things, but as soon as somebody throws it back at her, like, she cannot take what she can dish out. And on the one hand, it's like, that's a stupid trait that, like, when people in the real world are like that, it's really annoying. But for a fictional character, it's like, it's kind of funny.
Yeah.
Anyway, now go off, King. Tell us why this is the worst character.
Here's the thing. I can't say she's my least favorite character in the entire franchise, because, like, Haiji Toa does exist, and, like, I know I said that, you know, what I said about him and that throwaway line, but he's really gross as a character, and, like, you know, but there's, like, a specific thing about Miyu. Like, I made a list of, like, why do I not like Miyu? And I made a very long list, and even then, in spite of that list, I could forgive most of it except for one thing. Because, like, I was going down the list and I was like, okay, like, you know, she is a gross innuendo machine. Like, every word out of her mouth is, like, something gross or crass or rude. You know, there's the fact that she's just mean and bullies everyone. Like, genuinely everyone. But then, like, if anyone stands up to her, she is a total wimp. It's not even the fact that, like, she literally made the group the tools necessary to escape, but she didn't trust everyone enough to get out, and instead prepped a plan to kill one of her friends and frame another one.
Right.
You know, like, barring all of that, I think the thing that made me really dislike her is the fact that she didn't have any respect for the dead.
Yeah, that's true.
I think it's specifically when everyone finds Ryoma's body, Miyu makes some kind of joke about him being fish crap or something like that, and I just was like, I hate you so much.
Right.
Like,
yeah.
Ryoma was a character who was suffering so much, and he did not deserve this. You know, he deserved so much better than to just have a poop joke made about him.
Yeah, definitely.
You know, and then, like, that aspect combined with all of the other things about her, like, just pushed her farther down my list of characters that I liked in this game. And it sucks because, like, I can tell there is a great character underneath that. Like, her inventions come in clutch throughout the entire game. Like, almost every chapter, even after she dies, they find some invention that she made, and it ends up being the thing that saves everyone. Or, like, helps them find a really big clue in a mystery. Not only that, but somebody pointed out the fact that she correctly guesses every single killer in every trial before Shuichi proves it. Even the very first trial, which will...
Wait, really?
Yes. She actually throws an accusation in the first trial, that it's just like, oh, like, she's like, I think this person's, like, still kind of suspicious. Like, I think we should think about that. And then she kind of gets ignored.
Oh, man.
And then, like, trial 2, she's like, I think the cleaning lady's still acting kind of weird. And then, like, trial 3, she's like, yeah, Kyo's being kind of sus. Like, I don't think that's... Like, every trial, she guesses it. And, of course, like, the conversation moves around her because Miyu is such a character.
Right.
That, like, you know, we kind of move away from it, but then we eventually circle back to proving it. Which, like, it's so neat. And, like, honestly, her back and forth with Kokichi are freaking hilarious. Like,
yes, that's what I was going to bring up.
Their chemistry is so funny. And there was, like, that one time... Oh, I'm trying to remember the context. Like, like, she and Kokichi were having this back and forth. And then Kokichi, like, roasted her, and you played, like, the air horn sound effect on your soundboard.
Right.
And then, like, Gonta said something immediately afterwards, like, yeah, it's okay that you suck. Like, unintentionally roasting her. And we were just like, Gonta with the air horn!
Gonta with the assist!
You know, what's interesting, too, is I have developed a theory that kind of... It's never outright stated, but it's a headcanon that I have that makes Miyu at least someone I can wrap my head around.
Mm-hmm.
And that is actually from her FTEs. She mentions that she was in a car crash and went into a coma and then woke up and her brain was filled with ideas. And it got me wondering if her frontal lobe got damaged in that car crash. And, like, it's a Phineas Gage sort of situation. To anyone who knows anything about Phineas Gage or, like, the frontal lobe of the brain, that is essentially the part of your brain that is your impulse control. Literally, if you go drinking and get drunk, like, that shuts down that part of your brain.
Mm-hmm.
And so I wonder if that's why Miyu says the things that she says. Like, she has no filter. Because that part of her brain is damaged. But in exchange for that, there is no filter in her brain. So she's able to come up with these insane ideas that are, like, such brilliant inventions.
Mm-hmm. She's able to just come up with ideas completely unrestrained by anything.
Uh-huh. And, like, at least if I look at her through that lens, I can tolerate her a lot better as a character. But yeah, and, like, I think there's a line in the game, and I forget who says it. I think it might be Shuichi, like, when they find her body. And he's like, you know, like, Miyu was annoying and crude and mean and all this, but nobody wanted her to die. Nobody wanted her dead.
Right.
And that is probably, like, the biggest culmination of my feelings towards her, is that I was like, yeah, no, I didn't want her to die. You know, I don't want misery on any of these kids. They don't deserve it. You know, in spite of all of these negative things about her, she is still a person. And, you know, I do feel bad that she got killed. And especially, like, she does go through with her killing plan because she's paranoid and she just wants a way out, and a way out presented itself to her. Right. And so she caved into that fear and that paranoia. But yeah, that's kind of what I have to say about Miyu. Like,
right. I think at the very least, from, like, a narrative standpoint, like, a lot of her antics create the necessary drama for other characters to react to a lot of times.
Uh-huh.
So she's at least good at getting people moving, or, like, sometimes there'll be those, like, gag, like, lines where she says something stupid and everybody just straight up ignores her.
It's funny, like, whenever she, like, she wants somebody to do something and she's acting high and mighty and talking down to them, and then they just start to walk away. She's like, wait, okay, I'm sorry, please, like, listen to me.
Mom, please give me back my 3DS. That kind of energy.
Also, for whatever reason, I remember we were talking about, I think, just Miyu, and something came up where one of us was like, dude, Miyu probably watches Sword Art Online. And then we were like, wait, no, she actually does love children's entertainment. And I'm like, okay, that's probably the most relatable thing about her.
Well, okay, how much do you consider Sword Art Online children's entertainment?
Okay, that. But, like,
childish entertainment, maybe, but like not children's entertainment.
Well, but it was just funny, like how like we were making a joke, and then we're like, actually, though, she would.
Right,
but, like,
it does make sense.
It
that
lines up
she
with her
would watch
personality, which is funny.
She would be part of like the current generational trend of like people that watch Bluey that are grown-ups with no kids, like. And I don't mean that as an insult to
it's just really
her
funny.
Or Bluey. I'm
it's
just saying
really
like she would
funny
be
because my son just got into that show.
Yeah. Now you can understand why people like it so much.
Yeah,
anyway,
it's just really funny that you picked that of all shows. But she
Mm-hmm.
would. She absolutely would.
So the other major player here that we got to talk about in this chapter, and the source of too much sadness for my own good.
Gonta Gokuhara.
Gonta.
Man, the sweetest boy.
Gonta is just such a good guy.
He's so hard on himself too. Like
he is literally like picture perfect himbo in every sense of the word. He's strong, he's kind, he's a little dumb in a way that's endearing.
He is himbo energy.
He is like the himbo.
Mm-hmm. And like I want to specifically say in the dub, Kaiji Tang, like at the end of this chapter, Kaiji Tang breaks my heart.
Oh yeah.
Like, gosh dang, does he just like rip my heart to pieces? Just with his sobbing and just his like, Gonta not smart boy, Gonta so stupid. And I'm just like, no, you're a good boy.
It's like I love the purity of him as a character. Like he was raised by wolves.
Oh, it's even funnier if you do his free time events. You find out he's like, oh, I wasn't actually raised by wolves. I was raised by dinosaur people, but they don't want anyone to know that they exist, so I've been telling people wolves.
My goodness.
Yeah, his free time events are amazing. And, like, Gonta watches cartoons and, like, gets confused about what's real and what isn't.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it's so funny. Gonta is such a fantastic boy. But yes, there's, like, the raised by wolves, but it's so funny that it's taken to an even further extreme if you actually hang out with him.
Right, and it's, like, just because of his absolutely bonkers upbringing, he's like a little bit behind the rest of society, but he just like wants to be a gentleman, and so he wears like a nice suit.
No shoes though.
Yeah, no shoes, right? And he loves bugs. He likes little buggies.
And dude, that's another thing about Gonta as a character. He has some of the best dynamics in this game.
Oh, yeah.
Like, him and Samugi, the way that they play off each other is so adorable. Like, I think Samugi is his biggest fan.
Oh, yeah.
And then, like, he gets two absolutely adorable scenes with Himiko. You know, the one right at the very end of Chapter 3 where he carries her back to her room. And then, like, there's the whole training like free time special event that it's him, Shuichi, and Himiko practicing magic show poses.
Yeah.
And like, only that, I think that Gonta is the only person in this entire group who genuinely cares about Kokichi. He's like the only one, maybe Kibo.
I think you could make a case for Shuichi as well.
Yeah.
Especially if you see Kokichi's like free time events. But
depending on if you hang out with him. And,
right.
But like Gonta genuinely always hangs out with Kokichi. And he always like he's always hanging around him. And it's so funny because like he's kind of the big dumb mook, like to Kokichi's villainy.
Right. You can tell it stems from naivete about like what Kokichi actually has in mind. Like Gonta's just there to have fun with a friend.
But like it's so funny because it's that trope. It's like that supervillain henchman trope. Like, why would a henchman work for him? You got to be pretty dumb. But like it works because like you can see it from Kokichi to Gonta, but then also from Gonta to Kokichi. Like, you know, Gonta like always readily forgives him and is super nice to him because he's a gentleman.
Right.
Gonta's such a good boy, and so it's so sad what happens to him.
The fact that he kills Mew in the virtual world, and then when they come back to the real world, has his memory of it completely erased.
Uh-huh. So, I have a funny story. I had a friend who I watched play this game and do this chapter, and literally right before starting this chapter, had a conversation with a friend, just like hypothetical, and they're like, is it right to punish somebody for committing a crime if they lose their memory of the crime?
Right.
And for the longest time, I'm like, no, it's not. It's not okay. Until I saw a piece of fan art that broke me.
Mm-hmm.
And it was essentially like an AU where Monokuma is talking to Gonta and is like, yep, that's right, the killer is Gonta, but since he forgot about it, we're not gonna punish you. We're just gonna kill like alter ego Gonta. And instead, you get to live the rest of your life with the knowledge that you committed a murder. And I was like, that is worse.
Ooh.
Like, there is no winning with this chapter.
And yet at the same... Well, okay. Like, there's even more political talk to be had there about, like, the death penalty for committing crimes and stuff. Like... Mm-hmm. Things like that. That's not really something that two chuckleheads on the internet are able to like safely comment on. But as far as like
that specific scenario,
right, the way things play out here in the game, no matter what happens, it's just heartbreaking.
It's very heartbreaking. But the thing is, this chapter is so well written, which is why it's heartbreaking. And, like, again, what I said about Chapter 3 being good, Chapter 4 takes the established believe in our friends and suspect the people we want to hate and, flips it on its head in that, like, everyone wants the killer to be Kokichi.
Right.
But, like, the fact of the matter is, it is Gonta who is the killer. Like, that is the truth. And the crazy thing is, if Mew had actually succeeded in killing Kokichi, Kaito's traditional method of, I'll believe in my friends, would have worked in this trial. Like, Mew would have been like, all the evidence points to Kaito being the killer. And then everyone would have been like, I don't believe that Kaito would kill Kokichi. That's not the type of person he is. Mm-hmm. And then, like, probably Shuichi would have found a way to pin it back onto Mew.
Right.
But because Kokichi took control of this narrative and, like, manipulated Gonta into being the killer, that whole belief system is turned on its head.
Right.
If it weren't for that fact, I think Shuichi would have believed in Kaito and convinced everyone he wasn't the killer.
Right, that wouldn't have been hard to do.
And then, the other thing about this chapter 2 that I freaking love is the very end when you're doing the closing argument, how Shuichi just kindly walks Gonta through the explanation. Just is like, okay, yes. Gonta. Like, it breaks my heart, but it's that bit where Shuichi's like, Gonta, I'm going to explain things again. You tell me when I've done a good enough job. And Gonta's just, like, sobbing. He's like, okay. Like, breaks my heart.
It's that immediate change in tone, because every other time you're like, only a person who, like, is, you know, truly, like, vindictive enough to commit a murder with, like, evil intentions, like, there's kind of an exception for, like, the Kaede situation, but even then it was like she was driven to murder.
She's still...
Whereas...
It's funny, Kokichi literally says, you let murder enter your heart.
Mm-hmm.
And that's why you did it. And, like, to an extent, that's still true about Gonta.
Right. But the difference between there and Gonta is that Gonta doesn't remember committing the murder. Mm-hmm. He has absolutely no memory of it happening. And so, like, all of the evidence is there, and, like, you know he's a good enough person that he would have just taken one for the team and confessed if he could have remembered it.
Mm-hmm.
But he physically couldn't. That memory was gone from his head.
Yeah.
And so the change from accusatory and trying to catch a scoundrel in our group, Shuichi softens all of his dialogue, and it changes to, like, him trying to walk Gonta through it and, like, weaken the blow for him.
Mm-hmm.
And it's so, like, sweet. It's bittersweet is what it is, but it's like amazing character writing both on the part of Gonta and Shuichi.
Yeah, honestly, of everyone in this chapter, the writing is so good.
Absolutely.
And, like, I love the way that Shuichi says, somehow, like, Kokichi tricked Gonta into working with him. Like, because he's like, because I don't understand. He's like, that's the one bit of this that I don't understand is how he could have convinced Gonta to do this. And, like, I appreciate that Shuichi at least, like, won't run away from the truth because everyone's lives are in danger.
Right.
But, like, is honest enough to be like, if I'm not running from the truth, I have to admit, this is the only thing I don't know. I don't know how Kokichi did this. But the fact is, he did do it. And so, I don't know, it's... The writing in this chapter is so good. And like I said, this is where, like, the themes of, like, trust and doubt really come into play.
Mm-hmm.
You know, before it was just believe in your friends. And, like, especially in Chapter 3, it really is, you know, the forefront of, like, you know, I'm gonna choose to believe in Himiko, and I'm gonna doubt, you know, Kyo, because that's what I want to believe. But then here, it's like, what you want to believe doesn't necessarily make it truth. You know, there has to be a level of doubt.
You have to imagine also that this trial really shook up everyone else after coming to like, this conclusion, because it's like, well, shoot, now we can't even trust ourselves. And, like, our own, like, you know, our own words, our own testimony in a trial, because we could just commit a murder and then forget it happens.
Which is, like, I'd imagine everyone would be so scared of Shuichi, like, after this trial. Because, like, Shuichi has pulled off some impressive feats in the class trials. But, like, this is on a whole nother level, that it's like, you don't even remember you committed a murder, and yet here's all the evidence.
And also, like, after this trial, there's only one person there crazy enough to try and, you know, commit another murder.
This world is mine. Oh, man.
But it's just such a heart-wrenching chapter.
It really is. It's interesting, too, because, like, going back to talking about the third, or the Danganronpa 2, the third trial of that one. And I got spoilers for that if you care about that.
If you've been listening to all of this, but you don't care about spoilers for the second game.
Yeah. But, like, the killer in that chapter was my favorite character. And the thing is that they were a very, very sweet and kind character. And so the point comes up of like, wait, are we sure we're right about this? Like, are they even capable of committing a murder? And the answer is yes, because of Monokuma's very stupid motive. And it genuinely could have been any one of them that could have gotten this, and fate just happened to pick the sweetest person. And so, like, from that, it's the same situation here with Gonta, where, like, he is the sweetest, kindest boy. He wouldn't, like, literally would not hurt an insect. He couldn't hurt a fly.
Mm-hmm.
And yet, he was pushed to the point of killing. And also, as we learn, later, like, the reason he succumbed to it was that it was a mercy kill.
Right.
That he's like, I'm just going to end everyone, and then I'm going to live in the academy all alone. Because you do not want to know what's out there.
Mm-hmm.
Like, and it's so just heartbreaking. That, like, again, committed a murder, but out of just love for his classmates. Because he's like you see him that, like, in the flashback, and also in the closing argument, that, like, while he's committing the deed, he is crying.
Right. It's literally an option that he feels backed into a corner that he needs to choose because it's better than living and going out there.
And it's fascinating, too, because, like, Kokichi, he would have done it himself, but he physically wasn't capable of doing it himself because of Miyu's modifications to his body.
Right.
His avatar. And so he's like, I literally cannot do this, so I need you to do this for me, Gonta. But that's what I have to say about Chapter 4.
Yeah, that's the majority of my thoughts there. And it is pretty crazy how, like, reaching the end of this chapter, it pivots into building up Kokichi.
Oh, yes.
As a villain that the rest of the group has to deal with.
Oh, and, like, the thing, too, is that moment right during Gonta's execution, where, like, he, like, you see him sobbing and crying and shouting his name. And then, the moment that Gonta is gone, there's like this moment where, like, Kokichi suddenly puts the mask back on. And he's like, that idiot, I did all of this just to get him out of my, like just to save my life, and he fell for everything and he starts acting like the villain. And it's so fascinating because, like, it's never confirmed what was the truth and what was the lie. I personally like to believe that those were genuine tears for Gonta. But at the end of the day, we can only assume.
Right, because pretending to be the evil mastermind was something we later learned. I mean, okay, do you want to just talk about Kokichi now? Because
yeah, I did
we're
have...
moving on to Chapter 5. But
Yeah. I did have a few things just to talk about Chapter 5 in general before we get to the murder.
Yeah, the setup.
There was... I apologize for the hydraulic press scare that I gave you.
Oh, yeah. I mean, that wasn't a real scare.
No,
but...
it was just... Because, again, we'd been making the joke about what if Shuichi, like, Atua is real and Shuichi's the killer.
Mm-hmm.
And then that bit where Kibo is under the hydraulic press and pushes the button, and I'm just like, man, it'd be really bad if we committed a murder and had to hide it. And you were like, don't!
I was like, haha, yeah. And then I actually thought about if that would happen, what the implications would be, and I was like, no!
But yeah, and then he gets away, and you're just like, okay. But then, afterwards we get to do the death road to despair again. Only we're broken this time.
We get to revisit it, but we have hammers that can destroy all the traps, finally.
Uh-huh.
This was such a good idea.
It's so cool because, again, it fits... It's again, that Ludo narrative of, like, hope and despair, but it's like, you actually get to do it. Because now this element of the game that physically gave you despair, now you have the hope to get to the other side of it. Like, you can actually get through it, only to be greeted with more despair with what's on the other side.
Right.
And that's the thing, too. The decision that, like, the world is destroyed makes every past motive so much crueler and twisted.
Right.
Because, like, you think about Monokuma, the first blood perk. Like, hey, you can kill someone and you can graduate scot-free. You can just waltz out the front door.
But there's nothing outside of the front door to waltz out to.
There's no oxygen. Literally, you would have... whoever would have done it would have walked outside and died.
Mm-hmm.
And then everyone would have been stuck hoping that they had found help. And they'd never come back. And then there would have been, like, the doubt of, did they just leave us? Did they just forget about us?
Mm-hmm.
There's the fact of, like, Ryoma and Kurumi's motives of, like, nobody cares about you, Ryoma, but, like, nobody else is left alive. So, you know.
Yeah.
There's that aspect of it. It's
so
like,
literally, in the hopes of going back out to the outside world to help the people you care about, you killed one of the only remaining people inside your circle here.
Yeah, whereas, like, Kurumi, you know, I've got to save the country. The country is already gone. You know? And Kyo's motive largely is unconnected to it, but that's also because the Monokubs usurped the position of power. But then, like, Gonta, seeing that the outside world was destroyed, wanted to mercy kill everyone.
Mm-hmm.
And then we hit probably the darkest point in the story, where everyone goes through their suicidal arc.
Yeah.
And then we get to the turnaround that everyone realizes they're from Hope's Peak Academy.
Right. They use the last flashback light, just like, maybe we'll get some closure before we leave this life forever. And then it completely changes the way they're thinking.
Mm-hmm. It fills them with hope. And the thing is that, for me, it's really dumb. But that's a good thing. Like, it feels like very sloppy writing, but it's very sloppy writing intentionally.
Wait, what do you mean? What's sloppy
the fact that, like, they get over their suicidalness by remembering that they went to Hope's Peak Academy. And, like that they were meant, like, they escaped Earth to basically be everyone's hope and stuff. And basically it fills everyone with the power of hope is what the flashback, like, does.
That's interesting. I didn't think that was sloppy writing at all, personally.
I say it's not sloppy writing. It's just, like, it kind of just comes out of nowhere, and we get hit with so much information so fast.
True, yeah. I think it also works better in the context of, like, having seen the rest of the series up to that point, as opposed to it just being a standalone, you know, story.
Yeah, the thing
which go figure, that's even kind of the case with stuff like Chapter 3, where it's like, yeah, if you look at it in isolation, it's not good. If you look at it the way it serves the rest of the story,
yeah,
it actually does work pretty well. I don't know. That's my stance on this twist.
Well, because it's also it you know, they remember that Kokichi is a remnant of despair, and so that, like, instigates everything, and, like,
right,
it's really silly and stupid, but, like, I think it's good that it's intentionally kind of silly and stupid.
Because it's specifically trying to create a desire to fight against Kokichi.
And, like, then, of course, it leads into them finding the body.
Oh. I mean, there's the whole section where Kokichi kidnaps Kaito.
Oh, that's right, yeah.
In the first place, which is a ton. As well as, like, Kokichi having the command of the Exisouls, which... That was insane.
That was nuts. And, you know... Dude, Kokichi's creepy faces that he makes.
I love his creepy faces.
Kokichi, I love and despise this little gremlin.
It is, like, to talk about him as a character for a minute, definitely where we're at in the chapter, like, the perspective on him, like, really changes, but, just right off the bat with him, he's just this lying little turd. That, like, makes it so much fun. There's the fact that, like, in your free time events, he, like, in a life or death game with Shuichi, challenges him to beat him in Duel Monsters. But he doesn't have actual Yu-Gi-Oh cards. He's got a deck of face cards that he's pretending.
It's so funny how, like, childish he is, but also how much of a genius he is.
I never actually caught this before until I saw, like, a YouTube comment on a thing pointing this out, but he's literally wearing, like, a straight jacket, but, like, the sleeves are cut open, so he's got the mobility. Like, he is actually insane.
One of the other things that I love is that, like, so Shuichi, you know, as a detective, there are two halves to, like, his position of, like, belief and doubt. And with Kaito, you know, he's obviously the belief aspect. He believes in people to it being a fault.
Right.
Whereas Kokichi is the doubt aspect. That he can't trust anyone. And it's fascinating because, like, Kokichi... It's so funny. If he had trusted everyone, they probably could have caught the mastermind much sooner. Because he was able to figure out so much so fast.
Right.
But, like, he didn't know who the mastermind was, and so he had to doubt everybody. And
it's almost kind of the same situation as Rantaro.
Yes, exactly.
He knows a lot of things that could help, but he doesn't know who he can trust.
Yeah. And not only that, but, like, he... You know, he doesn't have any friends that he can rely on and share some of the burden to, like, actually do anything. And, like, it's fascinating how, like, both he and Kaito have to sort of adopt the other person's viewpoint in order to move forward. Like, he genuinely has to trust Kaito in order to make his plan work. But, like, Kaito also has to, you know, lie and do a bunch of, like, the despicable things that he wouldn't do and work with Kokichi. Like, it's so funny how, like, they both embody these traits that Shuichi embodies as well, but, like, a healthy balance of it.
Right. And it's just the fact that all throughout the game, like, Kokichi says and does these things that just makes you want to punch him square in the face. But then because of his, like, tomfoolery and trolling everyone else, he ends up doing something that helps you learn more about your situation and, like, learning how to progress. And it makes you feel conflicted because you're like, is he a good person or not? And it's, like, impossible to get a read on him, which is, like, S-tier trolling.
Oh,
it
yeah.
is good stuff.
Oh, and it's so fascinating how genius he is of being so open and front about, I'm this vile person, I'm this liar, I'm I'm a villain who commands thousands of minions or whatever. And by openly admitting that he's a liar, he can blatantly state the truth, and it still leaves it for people to still doubt him.
It still leaves it up in the air.
And so, because of that, he's able to bait people and to do things that, like, nobody else in the group can, because he set himself up to be the villain, to be the mastermind. He literally seized control of the killing game in order to try and end it.
Right.
He's like, I'm the mastermind, and I decided I'm bored of this killing game, so we're not going to do it anymore, and I'm going to take Kaito away so that way you don't have to, the killing game's over. Go enjoy whatever is left of your life. And then, behind the scenes, behind closed doors, where he's sure that he isn't being listened to, he can be like, oh no, like, I've been lying this whole time. Mm-hmm. Like, and that's the thing too, is that Kokichi is a good guy. Or at least I like to think that he is. Because there is that aspect of it, like, how much of what is a truth and what is a lie. Like, every word that comes out of his mouth, you can sit there and make a case for either or.
Right. And it's also the fact that in the name of, like, having this persona that he does some very horrible things. And it's like, regardless of his intention, they are horrible.
Mm-hmm.
And so it's kind of difficult. This is sort of, like, tangential, but another thing that I love about Kokichi, since playing this game and seeing the kind of shenanigans he pulls, I have sort of adopted that into whenever I play social deduction games, like Among Us or Secret Hitler or whatever.
Uh-huh.
Just being, like incomprehensible and silly, and just, like, not making any sense, and doing, like, counterproductive moves and stuff. It works, like, almost all the time, because it's just baffling behavior.
It's amazing how Kokichi is able to bait killers out in the killing game by helping them. And then being like, I got this. I also love that Kokichi has a sixth sense for when somebody is lying to him.
Right, yeah.
Anytime you use the perjury mechanic, Kokichi looks at you, and he's just like, oh, interesting. Like
yeah.
doesn't out you, but, like...
And that's the other thing, too, is, like, he can tell immediately that you're lying, but when everyone else is convinced besides him at what you're saying, he's like, I want to see where this is going. Like, what kind of a lie are you building here?
He'll sometimes call it out. He'll be like, that smells like BS to me. But then, like, he's like, okay, well, sure, let's go on. And, like, it's so funny how your lies, especially when you tango with him. Like, I think there was a point where, like, Kokichi, like, Shuichi is deduced. He's like, Kokichi is lying about something. And he's not gonna play nice. He's, like, insisting that this is the truth, even though I know I can just tell looking at him that he's lying. So I'm gonna lie to get him to show his hand. Like, I'll play the same game he's playing. And then the thing is, he immediately knows that that's what you're doing, but then he plays along. He's like, okay, fine. Let's talk then. Let's play the game.
Like, you're finally speaking my language.
My love language is lies and deceit.
It's good stuff. Also, like, again, kind of tangential, but on the topic of lying, I didn't catch this during my playthrough, but apparently, with the background music, there are, like, certain musical cues, like, changes in the music, that let you know that you are able to tell a lie during, like, a debate. Like, the background music will be kind of different.
Really?
If, like, you have the ability to tell a lie at that part of the conversation and, like, enter the back routes.
That's fascinating.
I didn't pick up on any of that because I was just really invested in the story and what was happening. But, like, I'd seen that in the comments while I was listening to the soundtrack, and I'm like, oh, that's amazing!
Uh-huh. And especially, Kokichi as a character fits so well into this game that literally adds the ability to tell lies.
Mm-hmm. Because it's like, you as a player can lie, but your opponents are also gonna do it too.
But yeah, I don't know if you have anything else to say about Kokichi, or do you want to move on to Mr. Don't Stop Believin'?
Hold on to that feeling.
Kaito Momota, Luminary of the Stars! Literally the best guy to exist.
What a pal.
What a bro.
There was, like, for the first chapter or so, there was a degree of me feeling like, I don't know if I can trust this guy. He's kind of weird.
That's
but then,
right.
like, the moment I took a chance on him, I think, like, once I started playing as Shuichi, I was like, I want you to be a good guy, so I'll take a chance on you. And he just turned out to be an absolute bro.
I remember in chapter 2, though, it was before you'd fully turned over to him, because he didn't have an alibi.
Right.
For the murder.
Yeah.
In chapter 2, and then, like, the whole time you were like, gee, Kaito, that sounds like something a suspect would say.
Yeah. Well, I think, because there's, like, Shuichi makes a comment about, like, how he's like, I managed to make another friend, something I would later end up regretting, or something like that, and I'm like, that line is so well placed, because, like, I just couldn't give him an inch. I'm like, I have to suspect him, even though I like him so much. And it just, like, it really put me in Shuichi's shoes.
Uh-huh. But, like, and that's the thing, though, is in spite of that, Kaito still won you over.
Mm-hmm. He, like, it's... I do like everybody in the cast, at least, you know, to some degree. Some more than others, but, like, I do like everybody that's there. But I definitely tend to most enjoy the characters that are, like majorly involved with the story.
Mm-hmm.
And have, like, really notable arcs. And Kaito is, like, almost the main character of the game for, like, a decent portion of it.
He's the hero.
Just because he's the catalyst for a lot of things that happen during, like, basically chapters 3 through 5. Like,
uh-huh. Not only that,
he does a lot of the heavy lifting, and just, like, he's such a chill, cool dude.
He really is.
He is, like, maybe out of everybody that's here, he is, like, the one that I would most want to just, like, hang out with. And, like, go somewhere to get lunch and, like, play games or something with. Like, he's such a chill dude.
Yeah, well, and, like, the thing, too, is that, you know, again, much like every character in this game, there's the surface level that you see, the Kaito that he presents himself as, and then there's something even deeper in him. I sent it to you. I don't know if you had time to read it or not.
Was it the character analysis
yes,
stuff?
It's,
I did not get to those.
Oh gosh, let me try and pronounce this name. Oh! I just realized their username is Grovile backwards.
Oh.
But it's Elivorg. They have this, like, 12 to 15 page character analysis called Kaito Momota, There's More to a Hero. And it analyzes this, like, this subtle character arc that he goes through. Because it's not like Kaito grows from this exactly, but, like, he does, like, he learns. Because one of the things they point out is that Kaito has this very flawed idea, this very flawed and hypocritical idea of what makes a hero, and his desire to be a hero. Like,
right.
Kaito... So to start off, Kaito is one of the most selfless people. Like, he comes to the rescue of so many people throughout this game, You know, literally in that first trial when everyone is like, oh, I guess maybe Kaede really is the killer, Kaito stands up and tries to defend her. You know, and you disprove it, and so he's like, I'm sorry, like, I tried. But, like, he comes to her rescue. He helps Shuichi after Kaede's death. He defends Maki in the second trial and gives her a boost when she's at her lowest in Chapter 3.
Right.
You know, not Maki, Himiko.
Oh, yeah, Himiko.
In Chapter 3, when she is at her lowest point, where she is, like, just given up and is like, you can kill me, I don't care. Like, vote for me and we'll all just die. Like, I don't want to be alive. Being alive is a pain. And Kaito, like, gives her the boost she needs to get back in and to keep fighting and trying.
Mm-hmm.
You know? And then, like, even in Chapter 4, he comes to Gonta's aid, like, 5 different times. Because the man is the embodiment of his love for his friends. You know, like, Kaito really is a hero. But the thing is he also has this flawed idea of what a hero is, and that a hero can't have any weaknesses. And so he shoulders his own burdens by himself. Like, he is the first one to be there to help somebody who needs help. But then when it comes to his own burdens, he shoulders them alone.
Mm-hmm.
And
it almost is kind of like an early foreshadowing of this concept that, like, in this big battle of hope and despair, hope actually can be the wrong thing. As well.
And it's so fascinating because, like, you know, he literally goes through this arc of, like, you know, he has to learn to trust his friends, and he kind of learns it a little too late. But it's so much. And, like, one of my favorite things from our playthrough specifically, because we were doing all of Kaito's FTEs, you know, we wanted to hang out with him, and his final FTE, we did it, I think it was like Chapter 3, right before you can't spend free time with him.
Yeah.
And it was during, if you look at it narratively, what is one of the worst days of his life, and sadly things would only get worse for him.
Oh, yeah.
But, like, you know, all of the occult stuff with the Necronomicon is going on, and, like, his illness starts to, like, show signs. And, of course, like, he blames it on his fear of ghosts. But, like, he, like, you know, he feels awful. And his final FTE, it's all about Shuichi. Like, we don't learn anything about him, like personally, outside of he cares about Shuichi so much that, like, he listens to Shuichi's backstory and comforts him and, like, supports him and lets him know that, like, I've got your back. And I think that is one of the reasons that he's one of the best characters.
Yes, absolutely.
I freaking love this man. And that's why it's so sad, the circumstances that put him in this spot in this trial.
Mm-hmm. It's literally the whole thing that turns it on its head is the fact that Kaito is the one that killed Kokichi, and not Kokichi killing Kaito.
Mm-hmm.
And the fact that it was part of their elaborate plan to try and stop the killing game.
And, like, this trial has such a good mystery. Like, the unknown killer is the fascinating angle. And, like, I love how Kokichi's notes for Kaito frame it in a way that you're like, it is either Maki or it is Kokichi is the killer. And none of those are true. It is actually Kaito. And just, like, it's such a good trial with so many misdirects, and there's so many points where, like, you think you have the truth and then you start to doubt it.
Mm-hmm.
And just, like, And not to mention Kaito's execution.
Yes.
Oh my freaking goodness. It's one of the best ones in the whole franchise. Just because, like, Monokuma fails to kill him.
Mm-hmm.
Kaito goes out on his own terms. He literally gets to go to space. It's a callback to the opening of the very first game.
Right.
He dies with a smile on his face.
It's the fact that he dies before the punishment can take his life. And like, he's just there knowing, like, yep, I thwarted your plans, Monokuma.
And not only that, it's the fact that it pisses off Monokuma. Like, Monokuma is perpetually smiling. Like, he's never not smiling, because he's a troll. And there's that bit at the beginning of the game where Kaito, he's like, I'm gonna knock that smirk off your face. And Monokuma, I think cheekily, is like, spoken like a marked man, you know. And it's the fact that right as Monokuma is about to kill him and take away his last opportunity to do that, Kaito goes out on his own terms and literally knocks the smirk off of Monokuma. Like he's still smiling, but he hates it.
Mm-hmm.
And it's almost better than, like, him not smiling. It's so good. It's a shame that it came at the cost of such a great person.
Mm-hmm.
Like, dude, the end of the chapter where just, like, everyone's like, hey, like, Kaito's like, hey, don't cry, like, smile, give me a good send-off. And you just see Maki bawling her eyes out. I'm just like, no. No, it's not fair. Ugh, my heart.
Oh, it's so sad.
I'm sad that it came at the cost of Kaito. That Kaito literally got space cancer.
Mm-hmm. And that's the thing. This might have been, like, the most devastating. In my opinion, like, this might have been the most devastating execution if we hadn't previously experienced the one with Gonta, which was, like, even though Kaito died here, like, he was ready and he was, like, aware of what was happening.
He was prepared to die because he was like, I already know that I'm dying. And you know, he still got to say goodbye to everyone. Like, even though Gonta did too, like, Gonta didn't deserve to die.
Right. Kaito got his chance to make his stand and, like, make a statement and leave his mark on the killing game. Whereas Gonta was more just an unfortunate victim of circumstance that was taken from us too early.
Uh-huh. Well, and that's the thing too, because, again, in that character analysis of Kaito, one of the things it talks about is that Kaito isn't afraid to die. He's afraid to die a meaningless death. To literally just let this disease kill him, and he didn't do anything important.
Right.
You know, and so here, like, he gets to do the most important thing. He literally gives everyone the boost that they need. He, by working with Kokichi, unearths one of the biggest flaws in, like, the mastermind scheme. That literally sets everyone on the course to find the truth of what is happening. And not only that, but also, during this execution, even in death, that, you know, Boulder hits Kibo and knocks his antenna loose. That triggers all of the events of the next chapter. Like, you know, it's... I'm trying to find the right word for it. Like, it's a bittersweet victory.
Right.
You know, it is a heroic sacrifice.
An ending fit for a hero.
Yep.
Well, we are on to chapter 6.
Yeah, speaking of that antenna of Kibo's.
Holy moly, the opener to this one.
Yeah, well, I think it was like the very end of the chapter, where we get just like the thing about Kibo. And like, because what is it? He's like, I'll use these enhancements, like, from my lab or whatever. And I remember you sitting there. It was like the Star Wars, the Anakin Padme meme. It's like, you'll use them for good, right?
You'll use them for good, right?
For the benefit of everyone, right? Like, I was laughing so hard because you were like, Kibo?
There is a part of me that's like, he's been saying all this stuff about how this inner voice guides him. And I was just there like, okay, without that, you're gonna be a good person that's not gonna commit a murder, right? And then... oh boy!
Kibo starts nuking the entire school. This stretch of the game is freaking nuts.
Mm-hmm.
Kibo's going nuts. Oh my gosh.
It's funny that you say that. That's literally what I have in my notes there. It's just Kibo's going nuts!
That's exactly what I wrote too. With the intention of that same voice inflection as well. Oh,
it's
man.
just like Monokuma's got a little walkie-talkie like, Mastermind, we got a beepity boop problem on our hands. Kibo's going nuts!
Oh man.
Oh, I love what they do with this section of, like, your investigation phase is Kibo fighting against the Exisouls with his robotic enhancements. And, like, you just, like, you have a time limit to, like, explore all the grounds of the school.
I do wish the time limit was longer. That is, like, my one complaint about this chapter, is I wish the time limit was longer, because there is not enough time to look at everything. And, like, if it runs out, it kind of just sets you back to, like, the last thing that you did.
Well, and the other thing, as I'd learned from hearing some people discuss the game, apparently there's a lot of points where Himiko tries to say a lot of, like, useless things to, like, make you, like, sink your time in if you keep, like, going back to talk to her. But I'm like, but the dialogue is fun.
Himiko has some of the best dialogue in this game, and I don't care. I'm going to listen to all of it.
Also, there's, like, next to no consequence for failure.
Exactly, and that's why I was like, it does take away a bit of the stress that this bit puts on you.
Right. But the first time we were doing it, it was, like, extremely stressful, and then I was like, oh, it's not that bad. We can just afford to die, have it add more time, go back to the last save, and get through.
Exactly. That's what we did. Like, it's fine. It's not a big deal. Which I'm glad it's not, like, you don't have to do it all in one run.
Yeah, there's some times I've seen people complain about, like, oh, this or that was difficult. And I'm like, I don't know about you guys. Like, the gameplay aspects of the game are nice, but I'm definitely mostly in this for the story and, like, the visual novel aspect of it, so I don't mind if the gameplay is a little bit easier. In fact, I forgot to mention this, but, like, I'll just throw myself under the bus and, like, out myself as a fake fan right off the bat. But, like, I played this game with everything set to, like, the kind difficulty.
Mm-hmm.
'Cause
the easy logic.
I knew if you were gonna make me play this game that would take us 70 hours to get through, I didn't want to be, like, bashing my head against a wall trying to figure out things and, like, trying to beat difficult mini games and all that. Like,
yeah. And as far as the logic was concerned, I think that was a good call, because Shuichi does such a good job of walking you through what you need to figure out.
Right.
Like, he very much is like, you know, okay, I need to find evidence that proves this. There's a couple of spots that, like, it still demands that you really think about stuff, but also I'm so familiar with this story that I was like, yeah, I can like, Shuichi and I together, we can help you. I was just surprised that Shuichi was as helpful as he was.
Right. That was kind of one of the things that I liked, was that, like, they're always kind of funneling you into the right direction as long as
Uh-huh.
you, like, knew where the conversation was going and how it applied to the evidence that you find.
Yeah. And, like, the other thing I love about this chapter is, like, the power of friendship aspect of it, of, like, you get your friends, and then by working together, you can overcome different obstacles, including, like, getting the Kibo gun and just having Kibo nuke the Exosols whenever they chase after you.
Yeah, you summon him like it's a tag fighting game, and he just jumps in and does a
Like,
blast.
Kibo's your persona.
You're like, Kibo, I choose you. Use Hyper Beam.
And then you hear Monoke just be like, ah!
Oh man, it felt so good. It felt like a perfect way to like bookend what was happening in the game, because we were running helplessly from the Exosouls in the first, like in the prologue.
Uh-huh.
And now it's like we have a way to fight back against them.
Mm-hmm. Well, and, like, it's so cool that it's Kibo, too. That it's one of our friends that is, like, the means of fighting against this.
Mm-hmm. And even the way that they, like, improve upon, like, the concept of, like, the slap thing by making it, like, you get your friends help, like, you strengthen your bond with your friends, and then you can push heavier stuff out of the way.
Uh-huh. Also, this chapter is home to that joke of, like, going into the girl's bathroom with Himiko.
Yes.
And then coming out and just Maki is there.
And she just sees Shuichi walk out of the girl's bathroom, and it's just, like, not able to process what's happening.
And then she sees Himiko walk out later, and is like, Himiko was in there, and you walked out of the bathroom. What is wrong with you?
What happened?
Do you want to die?
It's so good.
It was comedy gold. And I love that you get a segment of the game where you work with each person.
Yeah.
Like, I thought that was really cool, and it cements that, like, we're friends. And I love, too, that, like, Kibo, he does want to believe in Shuichi. Like, even though he's come to this conclusion of, like, I have to destroy this school because it reeks of despair, and I'm going to be the hope that destroys it. But, like, then he tells Shuichi, like, I'm still your friend. If you need my help, ask and I will give you help.
Right.
Oh, man. This chapter is insane.
It's such a wild opener.
Mm-hmm.
Because, like, Chapter 5 is so intense, and you're like, you had told me there was 6 chapters in the game, and I was like, how are they gonna top this?
Uh-huh.
And then right off the bat, I was like, I know how they're topping this.
We're gonna break formula, even though we technically followed the formula, because the last chapter is usually,
right.
Like, alright, we have to uncover all the secrets now.
Yeah.
And dang, were there a lot of secrets we uncovered this chapter.
Oh, there's a lot of exposition
Yes.
in this one. But that is par for the course for Danganronpa. For the final chapter. But yeah, suddenly, like, after reviewing all of the evidence, Shuichi just gets this idea of, like, wait a minute, we need to hold a class trial. And Monokuma has no clue what's going on. He's just like, yeah, sure, why not? And then, like, once you finally get to, like, the meat of, like, what Shuichi is trying to say, he's like, you guys made a mistake. Kaede didn't kill Rantaro.
New information has come to light, and Monokuma was wrong. We all were wrong. And I want to retry Chapter 1.
Mm-hmm.
Which, I think you said it, you were like, justice for Kaede. Holy
yes,
crap.
I was so happy to be finding that, like, it wasn't that she accidentally killed Rantaro, it's that she was set up by the mastermind, and Monokuma just let it happen.
Mm-hmm. So do you want to talk about said mastermind?
I just want to say, this is one of the few times where there was a prediction that I really stuck to my guns on, like, I said it as an offhand thing at first, but as we got closer and closer to the plot twist, I was like, wait a minute, this actually is what's happening here. Smoogie was the mastermind.
Smoogie Shirogane being the mastermind. I remember the day you made that joke, and I had to sit there so silently and just be like, okay.
Do you remember how, like, far into the game we were when I made that comment?
It was... Hang on. I have it in my little notes. Because I wrote it in big letters. Yeah. I want to say it was around, like, chapter 4.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
And you even predicted... You're like, what if Junko is just cosplaying as Smoogie? And I was sitting there just like...
Screaming.
Oh my goodness, I can't say a word. And so I'm just like, haha, yeah, sure would be funny.
I know I did that a few times, but that was like one of the big plot twists that I actually called that was pretty good.
Yeah, there was... Oh, I forgot to mention this. There was one that you did that I was screaming internally when you said it. Because also this chapter... I want to circle back and talk about Smoogie, but the big twist of this game about the meta-narrative and, like, the fictional characters... Because there was one... It was right after we finished chapter 3 and you were talking about Kyo.
Mm-hmm.
And I kid you not, your exact words were, at the end of the day, he's a fictional character and I'm glad he's not real. And I was dying. I was like, how? How do you keep, like, accidentally predicting things and not realizing it?
Well, that's the thing. When I say he's a fictional character, I obviously mean in relation to us as humans that are playing a video game, not in the context of the story. That the actual plot twist of the story would be that there is a hyper-awareness that they are fictional characters in a video game.
Yes, it was... Hearing you say that, though, my jaw hit the floor, dude.
Danganronpa was the last series I would have ever expected to, like, pull this angle for a story, that it's all fiction, and that it's like the characters become self-aware of the fictional nature of their medium. Like, I would have never expected that Danganronpa would have taken this route. Stuff like Undertale is like, that's the big appeal of it, is like the meta-narrative stuff, like Doki Doki Literature Club. But friggin' Danganronpa, after it's been an established franchise for so long, went that route. It's amazing!
See, the thing is, for me, having played all of the games, I never predicted this. I never could have predicted it.
Right.
Despite all the evidence being there.
Yeah, despite how many hints they drop.
Literally, you boot up the game, and it has a message like, all of these characters are fictional, and in relation to real people is just a coincidence.
I was screaming when you brought that to my attention, because I was like... I'm so stupid for not realizing that.
And, like, the thing is, like, it makes sense for Danganronpa, though. So, like, the first game, you know, it has this, you know, this big twist that, like, at the end, that Junko, like, ended the world. You know, like, brought the biggest, most awful, most tragic event in human history. And, like, that's kind of the big twist, that, like, this world that we've been fighting and people have been trying to kill their friends to get out to see, is gone. Like, the world has changed.
Mhm.
And then, we have the second game, which is everything's a simulation, and, we were actually loyal followers of this person who brought the end of the world. Like, it almost, like, one-ups the previous game. And then, like, same with, like, Ultra Despair Girls and, like, the anime, they kind of, like, built on it and went bigger, like, each time. And so when we get to V3, it's like, how can we one-up this? Well,
Right.
the meta-narrative is right there.
Right there for the taking.
Exactly. So we kind of went off on that. I wanted to circle back and talk about Tsumugi Shirogane, like, specifically. Yes. I'm curious what your feelings on her, because for me, like, I'm kind of torn on her. Like, because, like, on the one hand, I do just like her as a character.
Uh-huh. But, like, the character she's playing.
Yes.
While you're, like, just going through the game and everything, I love that Tsumugi.
The Tsumugi that was our friend.
Like, it is sad to look at it in hindsight and see, like, oh, that was just a ploy. Like, she is actually completely cold and heartless and evil.
But on, like, the other hand, it's kind of awesome that, like, for the first time in this franchise, including, like, the anime and Ultra Despair Girls, one of our classmates is the mastermind. Like,
right, yeah.
Like, it's a little bit validating as a storytelling aspect that we're like, yeah, literally one of these peoples that we could have suspected the whole time is actually worthy of being suspected. Whereas,
right.
like every other game, like every other entry in this franchise, there's always kind of been, like, an element of, like, well, it was actually Junko Enoshima. Like, surprise, it's me again. To the point that, like, they poke fun at, like, her first reveal, that she's cosplaying Junko.
Mm-hmm.
And how she's like, even if it makes you be like, what, again? Which is even funnier when you consider that this is the 53rd entry in the franchise, and it's always been her.
That I think was the craziest reveal. Like, you were very particular about saying Danganronpa V3.
Yes!
And not Danganronpa 3. And I foolishly had assumed that was, purely because, like, oh, there's the anime, which is Danganronpa 3. And this is a different story.
And so that's how they want to differentiate
the third, like, Danganronpa-style game. And so the V is just to differentiate it from Danganronpa 3. No! The V is the Roman numeral standing for 5, because this is Danganronpa 53.
It is the
And
53rd.
You literally get, like, the changed logo on the title screen thing where it says Danganronpa 53.
I love, too, that, like, Tsumugi cosplays as Leon, and he's like, isn't that crazy that it's a letter, but it's also a number? Mr. 11037, everybody. It's so funny.
Oh my goodness. And then it's like all of the little things like you bring up, like in the, like, reflection of Smoogie's eyes, you can see, like, a V in one and a 3 in the other.
It's specifically whenever she's cosplaying someone.
Whenever she's cosplaying someone,
she's wearing contacts, and they have the V3 in the eyes.
Oh, man. And they do that whole reel where you see, like, all of the logos of the different Danganronpas, and they're, like, parody logos.
Yes! Oh my goodness, those were so good. And the best part is this technically makes every Danganronpa fan game canon. Like, that is my favorite part, is they are technically canon now, because there's plenty of entries in the middle that it could fit into.
Fans can pick one of those empty slots.
Just one of those numbers.
And make up a story and have it fit in there, and as long as they don't make that title a real thing...
It can technically be canon.
And it's so funny, too, because 53 is such an unceremonious number.
Uh-huh.
To be, like, the last in the series or something, it's not even, like, a anniversary, like, milestone. It's just 53, it's just been going on for this long.
Yup.
It's so funny.
Oh my gosh.
I felt such a mix of feelings here, because it's like... critiquing story writing and like how comfortable people have gotten critiquing writing. We are so used to, like, as you know, a society of media enjoyers, we are so used to like saying that the obvious tropes are not good tropes to use, that like instinctually I was like, the plot twist is that they're not real and they're aware that they're not real, is like supposed to be bad because it feels like it's a bad turn for the story. But like really at the end of the day, it was how this same like tried and true storytelling method, how it was done here is what makes it good. Mm-hmm. It's not what the story is telling, it's the execution of the storytelling.
I always say that like tropes and cliches aren't a bad thing if they're done well.
Right,
like
because they exist for a reason. They got famous in the first place for a reason.
They became a favorite trope because they were good. You know, it's just the execution of it.
And now, like, I can sympathize with the longtime fans that, like, if I had played every game in the series and been a dedicated fan, and then this was the end to the series forever, like, yeah, maybe I would be upset by that. But then on the other hand, you went through the entire series.
Yeah,
and you liked this ending.
Again, I'll have more to talk about this. I still want to talk about Tsumugi a bit more.
Right, I know. I'm just talking about, because these are like the big reveals during Chapter 6.
Yes.
But okay, to actually talk about Tsumugi though, again, like as I mentioned, like at the very beginning, we were talking about like our favorite talents and stuff. Like I think cosplay is awesome.
Oh yeah.
And I love this idea of like having the villain be the cosplayer. And the fact that, like, it's not, you know, like, Junko Enoshima and she's, like, the evil mastermind or whatever. It is Tsumugi. And she's cosplaying as all these characters because they're fictional characters. And using that, she is able to taunt you with all of the, you know, the different faces of the characters that have been throughout the series. Like, it's so much fun, and, like, once she finally reveals her hand, Tsumugi has so much, like, amazing presence as a villain.
Oh, yeah. It's so funny, because she's always like, oh, I'm so plain and boring, like, I'm nobody important, which is fascinating when you consider that the entire time, she has been the mastermind, and so she's trying to deflect attention away from her, but, like...
Right.
Like, there's so many hints towards her being the mastermind, but they're so well hidden.
They're so subtle.
Like the fact that she is the reference machine, just like Monokuma. Like she references so much anime and video games. Like, it is insane, the number of references that she and Monokuma do, which lines up with who they are. And, like, I didn't say anything about this one, but when she joins the student council, Angie doesn't actually brainwash her, because she's the one who asks Angie, like, you remember how Atua would take on different forms, based on the perception of the person. she asks Angie, like, is this what Atua is like? And what's even funnier is her description is a dark-haired god with red eyes, which is Izuru Kamakura from the second game.
Oh.
Who, like, Junko may have had feelings for. It's kind of ambiguous.
Right, but... Oh...
It's so funny. And then even right down to... I showed you that video that I found that shows that every one of Tsumugi's sprites, like every pose that she has, is in reference to another classmate.
Yeah.
And even has one that is one-to-one one of Junko's sprites.
Yeah.
And it is freaking bananas how good it is.
Mm-hmm.
And like you were saying, like, how she taunts you with the faces of, like, the other characters. It's so fascinating, because there's points in the trials where she says things as the character that the real character would never say that. And it's almost like when a fandom interprets a character wrong. Like, they reduce them to their core memeable trait, or, like, you know, they have a bad opinion or a hot take that you don't agree with. Like it almost gives me that vibe. Like, the specific one, is, like, I think when she turns into, like, she dresses up as Sakura from the first game, and she's like, suicide would be a meaningless death, or something like that. When literally, that is what Sakura did in the first game.
Right.
But it's like using the character to say what I want to say, rather than, like, what the character would actually say.
And it's so funny because, like, while she's still pretending to just be a random cosplay girl, she makes such a big fuss about that sort of thing, like, you putting yourself before the character as a cosplayer.
Uh-huh.
And so it just adds even more to, like, how despicable she is, because, like, she was literally just pretending to feel that way. And then, like, all along was, like, totally comfortable. As I mentioned, like, before we started recording this, I was, like, you know, rewatching the beginning of the game. And, like, more often than not, you can just think, like, oh, if you want somebody to be, like, the secret killer or whatever, they have, what is it? Like, they're lying the whole time. They're just lying about who they are and whatever. And, like, sometimes Tsumugi does lie.
Uh-huh.
But in a lot of instances in the dialogue, there's actually just doublespeak that sounds like casual conversation.
Exactly.
But when you know the twist, you can read between the lines and see, like, the characters don't get this, but she's actually saying something, like, way more sinister by saying that.
Oh yeah, I want to say there's a line of dialogue with her where she talks about having a dream of watching Gonta get killed by a giant, like, bug with, like, scythes for hands.
Oh,
and you're just like, oh my goodness, she had a dream and came up with Gonta's execution.
Oh.
And it sucks too, because you could tell that, like, she loves Gonta, but it's almost like in the way that, like, a creator loves a character that they make.
Right, a character that they're, like, comfortable with killing off for the sake of the story.
And so it's fascinating because, like, I think she genuinely feels sad that Gonta died, but also because she's cosplaying Junko and embodying the despair of the character, like, she's also getting that high of watching it. You know, it's Danganronpa. Like, your favorites die and it makes you sad, and that's what she loves is the franchise. There was one thing I wanted to point out to you, and I wanted to just hear your thoughts. This isn't a theory I ascribe to, just because there's so much evidence throughout the entire game that she, like, it would have had to have been early on. But what are your thoughts about the theory that the flashback light was used on her to make her believe she was the mastermind?
Huh.
Yeah, it's a fascinating angle, and it's a theory that I don't hate. It's just that, like, it would have had to have been from the very beginning that she had that idea planted in her head, that she was the mastermind and she loves this franchise and wants to create a killing game based around it.
Right.
But it is interesting.
It's very interesting. I'll definitely give you that. There's just so much about, like, the early parts of the game that, like, makes it seem like she's instigating the whole thing off the bat.
Like it would either have to be before the game even starts that this happened.
Which, to be fair, it did, because everyone's got their memories erased.
Well, yeah. Or I was gonna say, in that moment in the prologue, where they're all together, like, either she was acting in that moment, or that's when it happened.
Right.
Which, to be fair, she's proven she's a phenomenal actress.
Yeah.
But yeah, like, gosh, Tsumugi is such a fascinating character. And the thing, too, is how, like, again, truth and lies with this, like, even when she's playing herself up to be the villain, she knows that she's the villain, and she's acting like the villain, but deep down, she wants the franchise to continue.
Right.
There's a whole point of this that she wants Hope to win. Even though she's saying that she's like, there's only despair waiting for you. She wants Hope to win because she wants the franchise to continue. And it's so fascinating. That isn't the only big reveal that we get. Like, it's some of the biggest reveals.
No. That's a lot of it. And it's like what the story is hinged upon. But we also got to talk about Kibo.
K1B0. Kibo is literally the Japanese word for hope.
Yeah.
Which is why this boy embodies hope. My goodness, Kibo. Where do I even start with this guy?
Right. It was the fact that for so much of this game, he was just a dependable robot friend that we were all happy to hang out with or whatever. And then it's the fact that, like, independent of us playing through the game, first as Kaede, then as Shuichi, Kibo is separate from that, a protagonist character that is going through this game.
They did it again.
Yes, the third protagonist change. Like, the fact that there is an audience that is guiding Kibo, his inner voice that he's saying isn't, a god or like a pre-programmed set of instructions. It's players controlling him because he's a protagonist character. And more specifically, you can see it, like, when you're not the one playing as a character, you can step back and look at the decisions he makes and go, that is, like, your average gamer influencing his decision-making, and that's why he chooses to do the things he does.
Uh-huh.
Right down to, I was always talking about this, how whenever we were in a trial, Kibo was the first one to be, like, right behind Shuichi in terms of, like, using logical thinking to determine who the killer is, and, like, working with us and backing us up. Even more than, like, Mr. Believe in Your Friends Kaito. Like, Kaito is usually off the mark with things, whereas Kibo was keeping pace with Shuichi, and it's because he has the competency of a human-controlled player character.
Of the audience.
Right.
And, like, not only that, but, like, he gets to see, like, Kibo a lot of times finds clues, or, like, presents evidence that we don't have access to as Shuichi.
Right.
And even, like, right down to, I know a lot of people talk about how Kibo gets bullied, and I'm like, everyone in this game bullies Kibo.
Yeah.
everyone is mean to him in some ways, and part of it is the fact that it is literally because he is a Danganronpa protagonist. Everyone is mean to Danganronpa protagonists. It's the tell 'em Makoto syndrome.
Yes.
Like, legitimately. And it's so fascinating because we're playing as Shuichi. We are the sidekick.
Right, because the ultimate detectives of previous games or whatever are sidekick characters that help guide the main character. And it seems like that's going to be the case when we're playing as Kaede, but then we start playing as Shuichi, and so we think Shuichi's the main character, but actually he's another support character for Kibo, who is the quote-unquote main character of this story.
Uh-huh. It's also really funny in hindsight when you know that Kibo is the audience surrogate, when you consider some of his actions, like the fact that he hangs out with Miyu.
Yep.
And some of the questionable things that have happened with Miyu and him. And then the fact that once Miyu dies, Kibo goes through this depressive spiral of not wanting to be alive. Or like questioning his own humanity and he starts doing stupid risky things. Like getting under the hydraulic press.
Mm-hmm.
Or asking Shuichi, hey, can you hit me with one of these electro hammers? Because the players literally are like, best girl just died, this is boring. I'm just want to kill our character now.
Right. And even, like, as people point out so much in the character design aspect of the Danganronpa series,
Uh-huh.
all of our main characters have that little swoop. And to throw us off our trail, Shuichi and Kaede have it. But technically Kibo also has it. And even more meta with it, it is literally the antenna that allows him to receive instructions from the audience.
Uh-huh.
It is such an amazing twist. And it's the fact that he is, like, you don't even realize how thick they're laying it on until, like, you finally, like, discover all these, like, you know, reveals. But, like, he is literally a robot that is programmed with instructions to, like, be a player avatar that lets a player express themselves through him. Like, it's so much more on the nose than, like, the other two games. It's literally, like, he was made so the players could do stuff through him. And that's why he's a robot. It's just like, oh, it's genius.
And it's fascinating, too, when you consider that, like, he wasn't initially a robot. It's kind of ambiguous when he's in that room with everyone there, because, like, his mouth is covered. And, like, because he has, like, the collar that comes up, and, like, I think he's wearing a face mask, or that might be Kyo. But, like, so you can't, and, like, he wears, like, this thick coat and this hat, so you can't see his antenna. You can't see if he was always a robot, or if literally the flashback light made him a robot. Because it's a fictional, he's brought into a fictional world.
Right.
You know, and like, oh, another cool fact about him, besides Monokuma and the Exosols, he's the only character to get a 3D model in this game.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
And he looks so cool in this game.
He does, yeah.
Like, Kibo's rampage on the school is one of the sickest looking cutscenes in this game. And just, like, his armor is so awesome.
It is, yeah.
And that's why, like, with everything going on, he's such a good boy, and he got done so dirty in this last trial.
Right. Because now that we understand running parallel to, like, our heroes and their struggles, the audience still wants their Danganronpa hope and despair battle and, like, their satisfying ending that, you know, like, the gamers feel like they're owed
Uh-huh.
for going through the game. And so they take control of Kibo.
They erase his personality. And that's the thing too, like, you could argue how much of him was still there, you know, in the finale, like the final execution of this game. How much of that was Kibo and how much of it was the audience. I like to think that that smile right before the end is Kibo. But there really is no way to know.
Right.
But literally, like, if you look at it from the angle of everyone else got a cutscene when they died. You know, like, either you find the body or they get a big dramatic execution.
Right.
Kibo just all of a sudden is gone.
Is just unceremoniously deleted.
He comes back long enough to just tell everyone, I'm gone. Shuichi used my body to reach the outside world. Like, this is my dying wish. And then just like that, he's gone. And it is one of the biggest tragedies of this game.
Yeah.
That, like it was so just unfair. And it's such a tragedy that he got such an unceremonious end.
Mm-hmm. In a way, during that, like, final cutscene with the school and everything, which we'll get to, he still gets enough of, like, a meaningful send-off.
Yeah. And again, it's up to interpretation how much of that was the outside world and how much of it was actually Kibo.
Right.
Because also at the same time, he is a robot, but was he a person before he was a robot? And how much of that stayed before he got erased? Like how much of that could they actually erase?
Right, that is the question, isn't it?
And it's so fast. This chapter is so good.
Mm-hmm.
Also, just the... Okay, do you want to talk about, like, the actual trial specifically now? We've kind of been doing that in between, like, the characters, I guess.
Right, because we kind of been in and out, because, like, the character arcs are deeply tied to, like, the different revelations and stuff. As far as, like, what actually happened in terms of who killed Rantaro, it was Smoogie, and she covered it up to make it look like
the
Kaede.
Fall
So that way the killing game could continue, because Smoogie was the only one aware of what was happening. She took advantage of the fact that, you know, Kaede had this half-baked plan to catch the mastermind and just pinned the murder on her. And Kaede didn't know any better. She actually believed that she killed Rantaro herself.
Because it was a blind kill. And that's the fascinating thing, too. Like, one of my favorite things, too, is once you prove that, you know, Monokuma got the answer wrong, Maki points out, if Kaede's trial was incorrect, who's to say the other trials were correct? What if Monokuma is just going along with whatever he wants?
Right.
Like, what if Tsumugi has been killing everyone this entire time, but we've been pinning it on each other, and as a result, like, you know, we're just perpetuate, like, this isn't even a killing game, it's just killing.
Right. It's that the whole thing that Kokichi and Kaito were working towards in debunking the killing game. We finally have enough evidence to do it.
Uh-huh. And one of my favorite moments is when everyone, like when they've backed Tsumugi into a corner, and Shuichi's like, then please defend yourself. Like, refute this evidence. If it is true that you are not the mastermind and not the killer, then please fight back because you are my friend.
Right.
It is that, it's so amazing how well he embodies both Kaito and Kokichi's ideals of, like, doubt and trust.
Mm-hmm.
You know, of doubt and belief. Like, Shuichi's like, I want to believe in you. And that's why I need you to say something. Give me something more to work with than just being like, it's not me, it's not me. You gotta give me an evidence to prove. Like, because you're my friend and I don't want to accuse you of murder.
Mm-hmm.
But right now, that is where the evidence is pointing. So you have to do something. And, like, Himiko the whole time is like, I'm cheering for you. Please refute the evidence, Tsumugi. Like, it's one of the sweetest moments, and then that's the ultimate thing that pushes Tsumugi to crack and finally reveal that, yes, she was the mastermind.
Uh-huh.
Because that's how they backed her into a corner. She probably would have kept denying it if they hadn't.
Right. And then from that point, you keep trying to dig more and more into the motive. And when, like, you finally, like, hit a brick wall because none of the evidence adds up, you finally, like, reach the conclusion, like, this isn't real, is it?
Uh-huh.
And that's what just, like, unravels the whole game.
And it's so fascinating how genius it is that we reach this point. And everyone, like, hits that point of despair. Like genuine despair.
Everyone has a sincere, like, crisis. Because of, you know, just knowing that this reality, this very cruel and unfair reality that they've been a part of, is, first of all, not real, and second of all, like, entertainment for other people. They're, like, all their suffering is designed to be entertaining for an audience. And I love especially the point where it starts playing Claire de Lune again.
Oh my gosh.
And, like,
yes.
you just see all of the kids, like, broken.
And it's amazing how Tsumugi specifically targets each one in a way that breaks them. You know, Shuichi, it's the fact that he is fighting for a lie. And he's like, I can't fight for a lie. Can I? You know, it's Himiko, the fact that, like, everyone died for nothing. You know, their lives are meaningless playthings.
Right.
And then for Maki, it's the fact that, like, I literally control your emotions.
Like, you only had feelings for Kaito because we created you to be that.
Uh-huh. And then, like, with Kibo, even when Kibo gets this surge of hope from the audience, you know, Tsumugi tries to fight it back by being like, oh yeah, you are my creation. Like, you exist to be the audience surrogate that loves this game about killing people. You know, like, Tsumugi hits them where it hurts.
Mm-hmm. It literally gets to the point where, like, being heroic and having hope and saving the day and fighting back against despair makes me more powerful because you are perpetuating this fight that people want to see.
Uh-huh. And that ultimately leads to, like, my favorite moment in the game, which is where Shuichi rejects hope. And, like, you're playing as Kibo and you face off against arguably the smartest person in the entire franchise. And you get to see firsthand, from Kibo's perspective, what every other student has been seeing this entire game. We saw it briefly in the first chapter, when you can see the moment where Shuichi figures it out.
Yeah.
And you get to see how Shuichi pieces together, no, if hope wins, this will continue. Hope can't win, because then everything has no meaning. You know, and, like, I reject that hope.
Mm-hmm. It actually is, it sounds so counterintuitive to a story to be, like, you know, believing in hope and fighting back against despair is wrong. But when you see this sort of shallow way that hope and despair are set up in Danganronpa, it's like, no, Shuichi does have the right idea. Like, we need to not perpetuate this fight because this is what keeps the killing games from, like, ending.
And I think that's the important distinction that I notice a lot of people overlook with Shuichi in this moment. Is it's not that Shuichi rejects hope. He specifically says, I reject that hope. That isn't hope. That is just more despair wearing the mask of hope.
Mm-hmm. It is hope only in, like, the context of bringing the story to the ending that it's supposed to have to, like, keep the cycle going.
Yeah, it is a happy ending that ignores the tragedy it took to get there.
Right.
And, like, okay, so you mentioned this about, like, you know, being in the fandom. And, like, I kind of want to talk about, you know, Kodaka, the game creator, his intent versus his execution.
Yes.
Of this idea. Because, like, his intention was that, like, you know, the outside world, the meta aspect of it, wasn't our world. That it was a different world that was obsessed with Danganronpa. But I think the choice of imagery of, like, actual people really made that kind of lose itself a little bit, and it did
The
feel
lines
like
got blurred between the two.
They got blurred very badly. And I'm okay with this, though. Because here's the thing. I wasn't very deep into the fandom when I played this game. Like, when I played this whole franchise, I exclusively only knew what my friends had told me. And then, like, a little bit of fan art that I had seen online. So, I didn't know what the fandom felt or thought about this franchise, but I knew about my personal experience with this game.
Right.
And the thing is, like I said before, Danganronpa is a dark and messed up franchise.
Mm-hmm.
These are all children that are massacring each other. And when you think about it, like, for me specifically, I started to notice it when I played Ultra Despair Girls. Because there are so many dark themes, and, like, it's bad enough when they're teenagers doing all of this. Like, they're exceptionally talented teenagers, you know, but, like, you kind of forget the fact that, like, they aren't adults.
Yeah.
They are young people forced into this scenario and forced to massacre each other. When I played Ultra Despair Girls, to add even more of that despair layer, they made it literal children.
Yeah.
You know, and these children have horrible, heart-wrenching backstories of how just abused they were, and it drove them to kill thousands of people. And it's just a tragedy. And I started to notice it when I experienced that game. You know, but there is that divide between, like, this is fiction. But then this game, I played this and I got to this point after something specific happened to me. And it's specifically, there is a line, there are a couple of lines in this chapter that struck very important chords with me. You know, the first one is during Shuichi's rant about rejecting hope.
Mm-hmm.
And he says, it doesn't matter if we're fictional, the pain I feel in my heart is real. And then, you know, there's the point where, you know, they're like, we're gonna change this world. And Smugi's like, you're fictional characters, what can you do? And Kibo replies with, do you not believe in the power of fiction?
Yeah.
And, like, so for me, a while back I was working on a Nuzlocke comic. You know, and I've since kind of abandoned the comic for various reasons. But I remember a specific moment where a character was going through kind of a depressive low point. And I remember when I was writing my outline and my notes, I kind of just put this note in there about one character that I'd written. That I was like, hey, this character says something inspirational, something motivational to get this character out of this funk. And I was like, I'll decide what it is in the moment. Like, I'll figure it out then. And then it came to the point where I was actually writing the dialogue. And even though it was my hand that brought that pen to the paper, I didn't write the words that they wrote, like that they said. That character created those words themselves. I have no idea where they came from, but they did not come from me as a writer.
Mm-hmm.
They came from a character independent. And the words that they said stuck with me for, like, even years later, even though I'm never going to finish that comic. That moment sticks with me because I didn't write that. The character wrote that. And I think that's because, you know, characters, you know, fictional or otherwise, do have a piece of truth in them. You know, even if they're fictional, they come from a real place. Something of, like, the writer's personality or something personal about them that bleeds through into the character and makes them more than just a fictional character, more than just a lie. By this point, I was really touched by, you know, these fictional characters, and I was listening to what they had to say about, you know, it isn't fair that we have to go through this just for your entertainment. Like, I understand that you want to feel hope, but why do we have to suffer because of it?
Mm-hmm.
And it's, you know, it's a thing that for me as a writer, I deeply love all of my characters and my creations. And, you know, there is a level of, like, letting the character be the character.
Right.
And so, even though a lot of the fandom, like, hates a lot of this game, like, to me, it touched me in a very personal way because, like, they're even though they're fictional, there are real elements to them. Like what Shuichi said, the pain in his heart is real. The pain that I feel in my heart watching these characters go through what they do is real. It like, I actually hurt when I watch Kaede's execution.
Mm-hmm.
You know? And so from that point, like, you know, I'm like, Shuichi, I'm there with you. I want this franchise to end. And I love, again, that Ludo narrative of you literally have to put down the controller and stop playing the game.
Yeah. I think with that, I wanna talk about my experience with this now, because, like, I really appreciate everything you just said there. I was thinking about me experiencing this. As I said, unlike you and your experience going through the franchise and building to this point, for me, like, the other Danganronpa games didn't have enough pull to make me want to play through them. And that's why I was so shocked when V3 comes around and you're saying this is one of my favorite games ever. I'm like, the other games in the series leave me with, like, no ability to understand why one of these games would be so good, because they're so morbid and dark and whatever.
Mm-hmm.
But, you know, you encouraged me to play it, and so I was like, yeah, I'll do it. I went into this game expecting to think some of the characters were dumb, and then maybe I'd have, like, 2 or 3 favorites. And I'd just be rooting for them or whatever, and then I'd just detach at the end of the day and be like, it's just a game, whatever. What actually happened was, as I was playing, I felt a strong, very real desire for all of them to be spared the pain as it went on. And every time somebody did die, that feeling would get so much worse in wanting to protect the ones that were still alive. And it, like, gets worse and worse, and it culminates in Chapter 4 with Gonta, where I just felt absolutely awful seeing what happened to him. And to a degree, like, that pain was bad enough that it sort of numbed the pain of Chapter 5, but it was still, like, so upsetting that they had to die in that chapter. And, like, I was so invested in these characters, and I had to know how the story was going to end, because I wanted to hold on to some hope that at least, you know, a couple of them would walk away, like, beating the bad guy and having a happy ending. And then it turns out, like, the problem with that approach was holding on to hope was what was wrong with my approach in the first place. Because literally holding on to that hope to see this thing to the end is what kept the killing game going, and it's what caused so many of these fictional characters to suffer. Like, when you step back and look at what's actually happening in the game, it's literally an audience and a production crew of a story fighting against the made-up characters of the story themselves. And so, like, I was thinking about the way that it was doing all this with, like, there's the audience, and like you said, there's, like, the creator's intention about what the audience is supposed to be, versus, like, one of the ways that we can interpret it is the actual Danganronpa fandom.
Mm-hmm.
And, like, the main thing that I was thinking in that moment is, like, well, not every fan shares an identical carbon copy of the same opinion about a story. And so, like, what I was kind of feeling in that moment was, like, we are fighting against, like, a very vocal minority of people that are angry at something because they want the story to play out their way, even though they're not the ones creating the art, you know. But I was thinking about how I felt, and I was like, I am right there with Shuichi. I want this to stop, because I want to see these characters be happy, and they can't have that if the game continues this way. And so, like you said, the fact that you beat the game by not playing it is genius. It is so counter to, like, what video games are supposed to be. You set down the controller and you don't engage with Monokuma and his antics. You don't get caught up in all the hope-despair battles, and you just let the characters breathe. Like, that is so amazing as a concept for a game. And so, like, that's what I was feeling, because I 100% agree with this philosophy. It's fictional. The stories are fictional. The characters are made up. They're not real. A real person is not getting hurt when someone in a story gets hurt. But the most powerful ability that human beings have is empathy. The fact that fictional stories can make us feel real emotions and influence us to do real actions is just, like, it's so good.
It's amazing how well it's written.
And I love that that's what the game is about. It's not just like, oh, it was all a dream, or it was all a fake story, or it was all just a video game.
Theory.
Okay, we didn't even comment on that. We'll get to that in a
Yes.
second, but this is a more important thing I want to say. But
It is.
But, like, it's not just that it's like, oh, it was all just a game. It is literally the message that fiction has the power to influence real-world things. That is what I love about the story of this game.
Agreed. And I love that, you know, lying is typically seen as such a bad thing. Like, and to be fair, it is, because, like, honesty is the best policy. But fiction, it's so interesting that they were able to flip that coin and show that fiction is technically a lie, but it can still be a good thing.
Yeah.
You know, like it can still lead to good ideas because the intent there is to inspire thought and action. You know, like, even if you, like, you know, you pose an example to prove a point, there isn't an actual person in that example, but the message of it carries across. And it's so fascinating that this game was able to do that. Oh, I freaking love this game.
Mm-hmm.
So good. So do you have anything else to talk about this specific chapter, or do we want to move on to the epilogue?
Well, I mean, I mostly want to talk about, like, the bridge between, like, you know, like, getting to the end of the chapter, because, like...
Gotcha.
We haven't talked too much about the minigames, but, this particular...
Oh yeah, our final boss.
This particular bout of, argument armament that we go through is really intense, and actually, like... actually feels like a proper final boss battle in like a series that doesn't really do boss battles, so to speak.
Yeah. And I want to add one thing too, because when I played this for the first time, my friends forced me to play through it with the Japanese dialogue. They're like, the English dub sucks, like, don't play it. Only play it in Japanese and then play with English subs, and even then the translation's garbage or whatever. And I'm like, okay, I just want to play the fun video game. And so actually, my first playthrough, this final boss was worse because you can't read any of the dialogue. And the dialogue in this bit is some of the best in the franchise.
Yeah.
Like, it's so meta and real. And it's the fact that, like, there's, like, all these voices behind Kibo's voice. Like, the audience is using him as their surrogate to be mad and angry at Shuichi and call him out. And, like...
It's, I mean, like, this will kind of sound like I'm saying it with, like, irony and trying to take a silly jab at something, but, like, in actual sincerity, it feels like the feeling that, like, an artist experiences from, like, receiving hateful comments about their work.
Yes!
And, like, I don't mean that it's like a haha, the YouTube comments are bad and mean and it's funny. I mean, like, really, like, when you receive hateful remarks for your works, like, even if it's, like, a very gentle and respectful critique, it still kind of bums you out.
It stings. I've gotten some. And yeah,
right.
Like, I can speak from experience that, like, negative criticism, however well-intentioned it is, still hurts.
And so it's the fact that you have, like... In this hypothetical other world, the Danganronpa fandom of this other world, this outside world to the game, you have all of the angriest people throwing their hate at you. Like, it captures that feeling. It's as upsetting, in my opinion, to be hearing all that shouted out at you while you're trying to stop, you know, this killing game from happening. It's honestly intense, and, like, doubly so because I'm not the best at rhythm games. Like, I appreciate that, like, when I set the difficulty to easy, it was, like, still enough for me to get by. Mm-hmm. But I was sweating buckets the entire time that I was doing this challenge.
I think also you flubbed, like, the final, like, input.
Yeah.
And so it set you back, and you had to do it again, and you were just like, no!
Right.
But, like, and it's the visuals of it, because once again, Kibo gets that 3D model, and it's all of, like, the chains, like, holding him in place and literally puppeting him to say what they want to say. And it's all this, like, hateful, self-entitled, like, selfish just venom hurled at you.
And it is, like, it's not, like, you know, poetic, like, characters speaking in a story kind of it's, like, the real things that you would read in, like, an online chat or, like, a comments section of a video. It's people being like, this game sucks, like, I don't like this ending or whatever, like, I wanted this to happen. It's all of that being screamed at you.
There's one in particular that this guy's, like literally says, lol, like, guess the next season will be better than this garbage. Like, it's so real, which is the scariest part.
It embodies, like, a really terrible aspect of humanity and weaponizes it, and it's impressive writing. It is just good stuff. And like you said, just the really haunting imagery of, like, the chains pulling Kibo around and puppeting him to, make people express opinions that are not his through him.
Uh-huh. That he's literally, like, that's all they see him as, is a mouthpiece.
Mm-hmm.
And then, like, there's the aspect of afterwards where the final vote shows up, and once again, you're like, hey, don't play the video game. Don't vote. And it's so stressful. And we didn't even talk about the fact that we also get to play as Himiko and Maki.
Right. Because the perspective changes to all three of them, Kibo, Himiko, and Maki, for a second.
Yeah. I will say one thing I was a little upset about. When I started playing as Himiko, I was like, oh, her witch's hat is the antenna! And then you get to Maki, and I was like, oh no, we're just playing as them.
I don't know, maybe her pigtails are, like, antennas.
Yeah, well, they don't go up.
They don't go up.
Which is just why it was so funny. Because, like, I genuinely thought I'd stumbled onto something.
Yeah.
And then it was just like, oh no, like,
Right.
we're just playing as them.
Yeah, that's
there's
not
no
a real fan thing. It's
only real for Kibo.
That would have been amazing if every character that you get to play as had something like that, but,
But it's fine.
Yeah.
It's
ifs and buts, as they say.
Yes.
Well, we get our proper finale to the game after going through all this madness.
Literally end it by destroying this franchise.
We convince the audience to sympathize with Shuichi's approach, and we end the killing game and have Kibo destroy the school.
And, like, specifically, one of my favorite things is how unceremonious Tsumugi's end is.
Yeah.
Like, because, like, it's the callback to her. She's wearing the Junko cosplay, and she's doing the wave goodbye. Like, yup, it's been fun. I'm gonna die now. But then, like, the cosplay comes off, and you just see how just defeated she is.
Mm-hmm.
And literally just the boulder comes down, and she's just gone.
Yep, her and Monokuma.
And it's so intense.
And then, Kibo's husk just breaking through the barrier.
He literally blows himself up.
Yeah.
He sacrifices himself. Which is funny, because I think Himiko makes a joke at one point about, like, why don't you blow yourself up so we can escape?
Oh.
Or something like she makes a joke about it, and then it actually, and I'm just like, this game is so on the nose. And that was another instance where I read that dialogue while we were playing, and I was like, I just have to be quiet and scream about this.
Yeah. Oh my goodness.
And it's just really funny.
Well, and that's the other thing, too, that I was kind of thinking about as we mentioned all these things where, like, you can go back. Like, if you go back through a second time and read the dialogue, the game actively encourages that because with the perjury mechanic, there's the back routes that lead to, like, a different outcome in the class trials. So, literally, you can play through the game twice and get, like, more content by, like, playing through the trials and lying more. Using the perjury and stuff to get through, and you can catch all the hints in the dialogue by playing through a second time, so it actually is really worth your time to go through the game a second time.
Oh, absolutely. Like, I loved this game the first time I went through it. I think it was even better the second time.
Mm-hmm.
But with that, did you have anything else to say about the chapter, or do you want to move on to our...
No, I think it is best that we cover the finale. I love... This is going to sound really weird, and it's only going to make sense to you because you have the context of what the game is, but like, out of context, this would be a really strange remark to make, but I love how underwhelming the credits feel.
Yup.
I love how purposely disappointing and incomplete
Because again,
everything feels.
that was the point of their sacrifice, is that this isn't a satisfying ending.
Right. It's like just forcing the game to end before, you know, reaching a point that's pleasing to the audience.
Uh-huh. All of the story that we've been building up to this point, while all of this is built up expertly, and like the payoff of this is great, it's also like not a satisfying conclusion to like the story that it was trying to tell.
Yep. And you don't see like specifically how the audience reacts, but the fact that it's like the credits rolling in a theater and people are just kind of like getting up out of their seats and leaving with just sort of like a sort of like attitude.
Yeah, and it's funny too how like because of the way things ended, like all of the stuff about the meteors and the despair virus and like everything, like none of that gets resolved.
Yeah, none of it goes
anywhere. None of
anywhere.
like humanity being wiped out gets resolved. Like it just ends.
None of like the whole like, oh, they're the hopes for like reviving humanity.
And what's fascinating, I believe originally that was how the game just ended. Like there was that subtle hint with the boulders moving.
Right.
That like implied something, but then it just ended. And to be frank, like, and I guess Kodaka decided that he wanted like an epilogue because it didn't feel quite satisfying enough.
Right. And had it ended that way, I don't know if I would have completely felt on board with that ending yet, because as the credits were rolling, and again, this is the intentional design of the underwhelming credits, like I mentioned, I don't know like how much I would have liked this game if it had just ended there, because I was still processing what I was experiencing.
And the thing too is there are people who didn't even realize there was an epilogue.
Yeah, that's right.
So for some people, this is where the story ends.
That is the ending, yeah.
Because as soon as the credits are done rolling, it takes you back to the title screen.
You get your new title screen where it changes to Danganronpa V3, which I love.
Yep. But then if you wait there, I think if you push a button or try to interact with it, it triggers the next thing, which is the epilogue. And oh my goodness, I love this epilogue so much. This epilogue means the world to me.
This was like the satisfying conclusion that I needed from this story.
Because it was the closure we needed. You know, it didn't necessarily need to end in like hope or despair, like, oh, but like something more could come. Like this felt like an ending.
And I will say, like, maybe 9 out of 10 times, I vastly prefer an ending that will completely like wrap everything up and be a definitive ending over like something that teases a sequel.
But yeah, we get to see that despite the massive body count of this franchise, 3 of our characters have survived to the end.
It is.
You want to talk about them?
It is the least amount of people we've seen make it to the end of a Danganronpa game.
Yes, which is like the most shocking part of it. Is like I'm trying to think. Yeah, there were 6 in the first game. There were 5 in the second game. There are 3 here. And also, I love the fact that there are 3 of them. Because one of Monokuma's rules is that the killing game will continue until there are only 2 people left, or like either 2 spotless or 1 blackened.
Right.
and there are 3 survivors just to spite that rule.
Yep.
And I love that.
And so our specific 3 survivors are Himiko, Maki, and Shuichi.
Yeah. So, in our notes, we have Himiko listed first.
Right. So we'll start with her.
Yeah. Do you want to go first, talking about her?
Well, considering I have dramatically less to cover than you,
Yes.
I think it makes sense for me to go first. Now, obviously, there was some immediate endearment on my part, just knowing that this was a character that you really liked. And so, like, anytime she would do something endearing, I'd have you there freaking out about it, and then, like, I'd pick up on that, and that...
You had a natural bias just by being friends with me.
Exactly.
Being the one to show it to you.
Exactly.
Like, much like what you did to me with Tenko, by pointing her out, and then I decided to, like, hyper-focus on her a little bit.
Right.
I kind of did the same thing to you, where I was like, hey, this is one of my favorite characters in this game.
Yeah. It's, but at the same time, like, Himiko didn't, necessarily grab me as, like, one of the characters that I, just wanted to hang out with all the time, and, like, that I loved to see in every cutscene. Like, I was always happy that she was there, and, like, she would definitely make me smile, with her little antics. But it was literally the fact that she ended up being one of the survivors by the end that, like, really made me love her entire character arc as a whole. 'Cause, like, she starts out as one of those characters that I was just like, this is one of the one-note characters. Like, she's this lazy little, cute little witch girl, who's very adamant that, she's a mage that does real magic and not a magician that does tricks. But, no one believes that. And I was like, okay, that's all there is to this character until she kills or gets killed or survives to the end. Whereas she goes through this really, like, meaningful arc. Like, she is one of the characters through which you can feel, like, the sadness of what is happening. That, like, she has this, like, horrible argument with Tenko, and she feels so bad about it. And then Tenko finally is, like, she takes the initiative to make up with Himiko. And she gives her this really, like, heartfelt, touching speech, which I should have taken as an indication that Tenko was going to die. Silly me.
The death flag is waving.
Exactly.
As Himiko would have said.
Right. It should have been obvious. But either way, like, she gives her heartfelt speech and then immediately gets killed off. And, like, that deeply hurts Himiko, which deeply hurt me. And then seeing the rest of the characters that I really loved, especially, like, Kaito, being there to finally support her and be like, hey, this isn't just, like, our, small enclosed nerd group of, Kaito, Shuichi, and Maki against the rest of you guys. Like, we're your friends too, and we want to support you. And I know this seems hard, but you can get through it as well. It felt like we were slowly grafting her into the group. Like, it took her more time to warm up to the rest of us. But then, like, she finally resolved to start doing things, and you could see more personality shining through her. And, like, I just loved that about her. I know, like, this is something that you'll get into because, haha, David's hot take corner. I am aware that people do not like Himiko, and, like, some of it has to do with the fact that, like, she'll just say, like, mean stuff to other characters or whatever. I'm not too bothered by that. Like, certainly if I can tolerate Mew, this is, like, not even anywhere close to as bad as her. Like, I kind of take it more as just, like, Himiko is kind of awkward socially, and, like,
Yeah.
wants to fit in and seem cool, but doesn't necessarily know how to, and so it kind of, like, when she makes jokes or snide quips, like, they don't get as, like, they don't make it to the people she's saying them to, like, as intended.
Yeah, it's funny that you mentioned that specifically. It's actually in my notes.
Right.
Because there's a video essay that this person put up. It's Nobi Grand, I think that's his username. It's The Magic of Himiko Yumeno, The Ultimate Character Analysis, Let's Talk Danganronpa with Nobi, and it's episode 6.
Okay.
And it is this full, like, big character breakdown of Himiko as a character. And it's one of my favorite videos, and he does talk about the Himiko specifically. Because one of the things about her character, like you said, a lot of people write her off as, oh, goofy magician who insists that she does real magic and she's a catchphrase machine, and yada yada yada. Himiko encompasses a lot of themes in this game.
Yeah.
And one of those themes is that Himiko is the embodiment of escapism.
Ooh.
Like, using fantasy and fiction as a means of coping with trauma and pain. That it's, like, too big of a deal to it's too much of a pain to deal with these emotions, so I'm going to pretend that they're not there. I'm going to bottle them up and ignore them.
Oh, man.
And, like, Himiko's escapism arc is insane. And this video goes into it, and one of the things that he does talk about is the symptoms of escapism. And one of those is your ability to interact socially with other people. Like, you hit it absolutely on the head. That, like, Himiko is genuinely trying to be funny and interact with people, but she doesn't know how to. She's learning how to interact with people. And what's funny, because, like, you see it when she takes jabs at, like, Maki, but then Maki gives her the death glare, and so she's like, I'm not gonna make that kind of joke around you. But, like, Kibo, one, because, again, the protagonist syndrome of everyone's mean to him.
Right.
He can't defend himself. Regardless of what he says, like, everyone just ignores him.
Yeah.
And so, like, she is mean to Kibo, but, like, I think it's more of an endearing way. And I want to point out, Himiko cries when Kibo dies in the class trial. When his personality gets overwritten, she's calling out for him to stay with them, please. And when he's gone, she starts crying. Himiko loves her friends. She may not express it in the best way, but she does. And the thing, too, about the escapism thing, and maybe that's one of the reasons I latched onto her so much as a character, is because that's actually something that I have dealt with, and I was very subject to escapism. Wanting to not deal with my problems, and instead retreat into fictional fantastical worlds where everything is okay, and ignore my emotions. But, like, feeling emotions, even negative emotions, is healthy. And, like, people argue also that, like, her character arc happens too quick. And I'm like, no, like, it happens just the right amount. Like, Himiko, she has this big turnaround moment, and then she's pushing herself to try and do more than she's used to. And so it's hard for her to do more.
Mm-hmm. Everything about her arc happens in line with the events that are taking place in the story that's affecting everyone.
And, like, Himiko, like you said, she suffers so much in this game. Like, literally all of the wonderful people. Like, every chapter, she loses somebody she cares about. If you spend free time with her, with Kaede, like, they make a meaningful connection. and then Kaede's gone, and like you see it in chapter 2 when you find Himiko out and about. She is depressed.
Yeah.
And then Angie comes in and kind of picks her back up and kind of, you know, as unfortunate as it is, like it's unhealthy what Angie did with her and introducing her to Atua.
Yeah.
But it was what Himiko needed in that moment. And then they planned the magic show. And then the thing that Himiko loves is turned into a tool for murder.
Yeah.
And she starts to retreat even harder into that escapism and bottling those emotions because dealing with them is too hard. And then Tenko, it takes losing Angie and Tenko for her to finally start to open up and to change. And even then, she and Gonta get along great. And then she loses Gonta. And then, you know, like Kaito, like you mentioned, is a good friend to her, and then she loses Kaito. And even like Kibo, she loses Kibo. Like, she loses so many people over the course of this killing game. But she grows from it. You know, she doesn't stay the same, she changes. And like, I've seen some people mention that she doesn't deserve to be here, that somebody else should have survived. And I want to talk to those people specifically. If you think that anyone in this game deserved to die, you missed the entire point of this game and need to go back and replay it.
Yeah.
The fact that any of them died is a tragedy. And the fact that Himiko survived should be celebrated. That she didn't have to suffer the same fate as so many of the people she loved.
Yeah.
Himiko is one of my favorite characters. There's a lot of subtle nuance to her character, and she grows so much, and she just deserves to be happy.
Mm-hmm. Screw the popularity polls. Himiko is great.
Yes, she is. And it's sad that so many people write her off. Like, especially, like people kind of talk about how, like, oh, Himiko's kind of dumb. And I'm like, Himiko's not dumb. It's the Dragon Ball Z problem of, like Yamcha and Krillin. That they are, like, stupidly powerful, but they are constantly compared to literal gods. Like, Shuichi's intellect and Maki's, like, rationality are so insanely high that by comparison, Himiko seems stupid.
Yeah. And also, like, why get mad at a character for not being smart? We all love Gonta. Like, don't be double standard about it.
Exactly. No, like, I freaking love Himiko.
Yeah.
But do you want to go...
Yeah, on to our next survivor that we're gonna talk about. It only feels fitting to have, in a sense, our main character, Shuichi, save him for last, so we should talk about Maki next.
Beautiful Maki roll.
Good old Maki roll.
I love me a Maki roll.
I will say, Maki was definitely a pleasant surprise, the direction her character went. There was a part of me that, like, from the moment I saw her, I was like, okay, you've got a cool character design, and, like, you're very rough around the edges, and I want to know why, because I want to see if you're going to turn into a one-note edgelord character by the end of your story, or if there's a reason why you're being cold and distant, and we can, you know, like, get through those walls and get to know an actually compelling, well-written character. And thankfully, it's the second!
Gosh dang.
Her whole arc of, like, pretending to be the ultimate child caregiver to hide the fact that, like, she is somebody who is absolutely equipped to succeed at the killing game and is the ultimate assassin, actually. And so she just completely shuts down any, like, sort of contact and connection with the rest of the people and spends most of her time isolated so as to keep herself from being suspected.
Yeah, well, especially, like, with Chapter 2, her lab is there, and she's like, if anyone comes into this lab, they'll know what I am. And so I cannot let anyone do that. And so, like, I remember you were like, I want to hang out with Maki and get to know what her deal is.
Well, I don't think it's that I said I want to hang out with her. It was that, like, I was like, I want to know what your deal is so I can form an opinion about you.
Yes. But, like, you did go to her to hang out with her in free time.
With the intention of hanging out, and it wouldn't let me.
Yeah, she literally told you, no, I don't want to talk to you, go away. And then, like, shuts the door in your face.
Right. That's the thing. With the reveal that she's the ultimate assassin, that scene where Kokichi calls her out in front of everybody else, like, hot off of the second trial, that scene gives me chills.
Oh, yeah.
Where, like, Maki, like, grabs him, and he's just sitting there knowing, like, you can't do anything to me.
The rules of the killing game literally are preventing you from killing me, because then you will die.
And just, like, Maki experiencing the inevitability of it. But then also the fact that, like, Kaito stands up for her. And that, like, encourages her just in, like, to open her shell, like, come out of her shell just enough to start, like, getting involved in things with Shuichi and Kaito.
Well, because he defends her in Chapter 2. Like, during the trial.
Right.
When Kokichi set up his, like, suspicion game, and Kaito's like, no, it's neither of us. I'm gonna believe in Maki.
Yeah.
And then, you know, gives Maki enough to just trust him and prevent, you know, everyone from getting it wrong.
Right, because, like,
and then,
it's confusing to her because, like, Kaito has no basis to believe in her.
Mm-hmm.
But eventually, like the rest of us, her heart just falls prey to, you know, how amazing Kaito is.
Dude is incredible.
And, like, it's so amazing seeing this very gradual transformation for her throughout the game of her, like, slowly coming to accept, you know, Shuichi as a friend and her love for Kaito, and how that motivates her to go from only looking out for herself and covering herself to wanting to protect her friends. And then I even kind of like that little parallel between, like, Maki and Shuichi of, like, Shuichi lost Kaede, who he was really, like, forming a strong connection with, and Maki losing Kaito, and the two of them sort of trauma bond over that. Like, they're like, well, at least we have each other. Because I love the dynamic between Shuichi and Maki.
Mm-hmm. Maki, I freaking love Maki. And, like, that same person that I mentioned did that big Kaito character analysis. They also did one for Maki. And it is so fascinating that nobody talks about this aspect of her, that what she wants matters. And that is a big part of her character arc. Because, like, Maki, she almost has this, like, learned helplessness, like this nihilism.
Yeah.
That, like, whatever I want doesn't matter because life is cruel and I am not allowed to be happy. And she almost, like she closes herself off. And again, like, it does take, you know, effort from Kaito and Shuichi and everyone to get her to open up. But she does open up. And, like, she learns that, like, what she wants does matter. Her feelings do have meaning. You know, right down to literally the final battle with Samugi. Like, with Himiko, you know, it was that, like, you know, my life has value and I'm going to use it to end this killing game. For Maki, the thing that pushes her to help is the fact that, like, you know, she was struggling with the fact that Samugi's like, I literally control what you feel. Like, your feelings are meaningless. And Maki's like, even if they aren't real, they're still mine and they matter. And so I'm going to use them to fight.
Right. There's still
Like-
what she's feeling.
Uh-huh. You know, and she learns to just be honest with her emotions, and that her past doesn't define who she is.
Mm-hmm.
You know, that, like, yes, these bad things happen, like, that can be outside of your control, but that doesn't have to be all it is. You know, and plus, like, I also love just kind of the serious level-headedness that she brings to the cast. Like,
When you have,
you know,
like, literal, you know, checkerboard jokesters, Kokichi, or, like,
yes.
you know, like, barely holding on to any semblance of, like, rational thought characters like Mew, or, you know, just kind of the people you're not sure you can trust, like, Kyo, or, like, sweet cinnamon rolls like Gonta, who are very nice but have no idea what's happening. It is very nice to just have somebody who, like, wants to get to the heart of the issue and figure out the problem.
Who just, like, has a brain in her head.
Yeah.
Even more so than Shuichi sometimes. Like Shuichi, he's still a teenage boy, and he's kind of socially awkward. And Maki has this bluntness to her that is so wonderful. There's that bit in chapter 5, like, after, like, everyone, you know, Kaito gets dragged off, and everyone's, like, basically ready to die. And, you know, she goes to round everyone up, and she sees Shuichi, and she's like, your face looks terrible. Like, go take a shower. Like, and it's so fun. Like, I love how blunt she is.
Yeah, I am a fan of characters that are very direct and very blunt.
Uh-huh. It's so wonderful. But if you don't have anything more to talk about her, let's talk about our final character.
Let's talk about our ultimate detective.
Shuichi freaking Saihara. What do I even say about this boy?
This is when people do, like, the funny memes, they're like, oh man, Ellie from The Last of Us, name a character that's gone through more tragedy in her life, and I'm like, I think we got a contender right here.
This boy's whole existence is a tragedy.
Quite literally, he was made to be living in a tragedy.
to be the weakest ultimate detective.
Which is ironic, because he ends up not being the weakest, but...
and it's great, though, because he acknowledges, like, in that final trial, that, yes, I am weak. Like, but if it weren't for my friends, I couldn't have changed.
Right.
And, like, he embodies this game's themes so well. You know, like, the themes of growth, truth and lies, belief and doubt. You know, like, I'll say this, man. The back roots and being able to lie as Shuichi is one of the smoothest freaking liars there is.
Crafty.
Like, because, you know, you see it in his head that he's like, I need to tell a lie in order to direct this class trial. You're like, okay, here's the evidence that contradicts. I'm going to turn this into a lie. How are you going to do it? And Shuichi always pulls it off in this, like, very natural way that I'm like, dang, dude, I know you're lying and you made me believe it.
It also seems like when you look at the dialogue, the first time you do it, as opposed to the more times that you do it, he gets better at lying too.
Yes. Like, and I love, too, that so many of the lies also hinge on him kind of silently telling his friends, like, go along with this, please.
Like, he is like mentally screaming, hoping that they can telepathically hear him, just like, you have to, like, you know I'm lying, I know I'm lying, I need you to go with me on this.
I need you to trust me.
Because I'm trying to do something here.
And the thing, too, though, it goes in line with what he was saying about how he was like, I am weak on my own, but my friends helped me change. Like, it's literally the strength that I draw from my friends.
Yeah.
And, like, it's so great.
I love
watching
seeing the complete arc of Shuichi in this game. Because, like, where he starts while you're playing as Kaede, he is, he is so awkward and inept, and, like, more than anything, he just doesn't have any confidence in himself. And then Kaede kind of helps him start.
She gives him the push.
She gives him the means to, like, recognize how to build confidence. Like, she doesn't give him the confidence, and then it gets even worse after she dies, and then a lot of this responsibility is thrust onto him that he's not ready for. But then after getting help from the rest of the friends that he makes, he finds somewhere to go with it, and he finds how to, you know, take Kaede's wish and actually work towards making it happen. And we gradually see more of that confidence and that skill and that determination to help his friends just, you know, build and build and build as we get closer to the climax of the game. And then, understandably, when he finds out that, you know, nothing is real, that his whole world and all the horrors he's been experiencing are all fictitious. Like,
and it's all a lie.
I think anybody would understandably have a crisis in that scenario. That is a lot to take in. But he's still searching for a solution. And when he finally figures out what he can do to stop everything and to finally beat the mastermind, he locks in, and he is determined to see it through to the end, and he's not even afraid for his life. He's just like, this is what we have to do to stop this, and I'm gonna see it through, because it's what Kaede would have wanted. Like, that is some powerful storytelling right there.
There's so many wonderful things, like, and especially seeing the culmination of all that growth in that final chapter. Like, I especially want to shout out Grant George, his English voice acting for Shuichi. Some of his lines give me chills every time, like, in this game. And, like, you can hear that growth in his voice. And, like,
I'm gonna be a bit of a terrible person here. I will say he is maybe, like, the voice performance that I liked the least out of the cast. At least just comparatively. I think there are a lot of instances where his voice deliveries are a little too flat for what he is trying to convey. And, like, that kind of stuff takes me out of it. But I will agree with you that, like, in spite of that, he also does get some of the best lines. Like, when he does nail it, he nails it, and it's, like, really chilling. I just think, like, for as many hits as he also has a fair number of misses.
I think that's fair.
And that was something that kind of took me out of it. Like, there are a lot of deliveries on his lines where I'd be like, oh yeah, this is a person behind a booth and a microphone, not an actual character in the video game that's, like, a living person.
Interesting.
So I just wanted to say that, but, like, I will concede to you that, like, when he does get it right, he is the perfect voice for Shuichi. I just don't feel like it's all the time.
I think for me, it's usually when Shuichi is feeling a very strong emotion. That is when his character, like, and this voice actor, like, knocks it out exceptionally. Because, like, it's that moment in Chapter 1 where you first play as Shuichi, where, like the transfer just happens, and just the dread response from him of, Kaede's the culprit.
Right, that particular line was one of his best.
Yeah, that one, and then just, I reject that hope, the pain in my heart is real, I can't fight for a lie, can I? Like, when Shuichi is feeling extreme emotions, I think that's when like, he is a character, like, his voice acting talents really shine.
Oh, I have a fantastic comparison for this that perfectly works for our podcast. It reminds me of in Sonic Adventure 2, Knuckles' voice actor.
Yes.
How some of his some of his lines are very flat and not quite good enough to make the cut, but then other ones are really good. That's what I'm thinking of, and there's our Sonic comparison.
There it is. Oh, you know what? I forgot to mention our Metroid reference, which was Mother Kuma.
Mother Kuma. Yeah.
We got a Mother Brain reference in there.
We did it. Sonic and Metroid.
There they are. Oh, we also forgot to mention that Monokuma's hatred of Sonic is literally the thing that snaps him out of his depression.
That's right. He loses all sense of self and is just a lost powerless soul who has nothing to say and is just kind of mindlessly staring off in the distance, unable to interact with anything. And the thing that snaps him out of his funk is the reminder that he absolutely hates Sonic the Hedgehog. That's so good.
It's so good. But going back to Shuichi, regardless of intent and execution, the series creator Kodaka, he said that he wanted it to feel like you were shouting with Shuichi in that final bit of the argument armament.
Yes.
That will end Danganronpa with our own hands.
Yeah.
And, regardless of the execution and intent, I genuinely felt like that. As Shuichi was shouting that, I was like, yes, please let us end this franchise. Because, this has gone on long enough. I know, meta-wise, it's been 53 different times this has happened. But, even the franchise going on for as long as it did, and following a lot of the same tropes and repetitions, yes, this franchise needed to end, as well as just kind of the actual narrative of this game, with the characters suffering, and us wanting to end their suffering.
Yeah, definitely.
And so, I was right there with him. Also, his eyeliner is on point.
Yeah, he's got a good sense of style.
I just freaking love that, that's just an aspect of him.
With or without the JoJo hat.
Yes, the JoJo hat. Oh my gosh. It's so funny in hindsight looking at the hat, because you're like, that is just edited over his base sprites.
Right.
But also, I do love the symbolism of the hat, about how he always uses his hat to look down.
Right.
And avoid the truth that he doesn't want to see. And then, the physical symbolism of him removing the hat. Because he's like, I'm going to face the truth, even if it's hard.
Mm-hmm. As well as the fact that opens that to, he is the player-controlled character now with the hair swoop that you couldn't see before when you were playing as Kaede. Yeah. It's good stuff.
It's so good. But yeah, this ending, this epilogue, again, means so much to me.
Mm-hmm.
Because, for starters, this was Kaede's wish. I want these three kids to just be happy.
Mm-hmm.
For them to be friends, which was what their promise was. The fact that they all survived and make it out together proves that Kaede's wish came true. And I really love that the ending of this game is open-ended. That we don't see what's on the other side of this fictional world. Because, Danganronpa 1 did this, but then, Danganronpa 2 confirmed the ending to Danganronpa 1.
Yeah.
And then same with, Ultra Despair Girls confirmed what happened in 2, and then, Danganronpa 3 confirmed some of the ambiguity of Ultra Despair Girls in 2. And so, to me, I love that this game is ambiguous, and I really, really hope that we don't get a sequel that explains what happens, because it would defeat the purpose of the ending.
Right. As well as the fact that they would still be fictional characters in a story
Exactly.
in another game, which would, like, effectively not solve the problem that was presented. I will say, by all means, if they want to make a Danganronpa fighting game where you can just play as all the characters and make it non-canon, like...
Just play as Tenko and you deal extra damage if you attack a boy.
she's a grappler type character that specializes in throws, like shoulder throws. I'm just saying, non-canon stuff, like, please make more with these characters.
Oh, yeah. Well, and that was why, because they did release the... What is it? Because this game had, like, the bonus minigame mode, and then they expanded it into its own game.
Right, yeah.
Which, like, that I was okay with. Because I was like, yeah, use this world and these characters. Just don't make it a killing game.
Right.
Because I'm tired of watching these kids suffer.
Mm-hmm.
But one thing that really surprises me about the ending to this game, I'm surprised so many people believe Samugi. Now, they think she wasn't lying about the videotapes.
Remind me what you're talking about again, because I know we talked about this before, but I'm like,
yeah.
Me.
So if you remember in the final trial, there's that bit where she shows that video of Shuichi before his memory got erased with the flashback light, and he's like, I love Danganronpa, like, please let me,
put me in it, make me a killer.
Yeah, put me in this violent scenario where I could die. Or the people I love could die. And then, like, there's the video of, like, Kaede, and she's like, oh, I'm perfect for a killing game. I don't have any faith in humanity. And, like, they're all, like, terrible people. I'm so surprised so many people don't be like, that's gotta be a lie. Especially when there's evidence showing that it very well could have been a lie.
Well, I guess that's the question, though. Do you think, in the first place, Smoogie would have needed to prepare that evidence?
Yes. I do think so. Because I think somehow Smoogie knew that, like, this was a possibility and this was a contingency plan.
Okay.
To lead them into despair so they could overcome despair and, bring hope and continue the franchise.
Okay, yeah.
Because that was, like, her whole intent with, the video. Like, this is literally what leads you to the bad ending before you turn it around.
Yeah. Okay. I see where you're coming from, yeah.
So here is my evidence that I am submitting. I am loading the bullets in the true cylinder. The first fact is the flashback, the dialogue is not the same. Like, when everyone's in there and they're like, wait, we've been selected for it? And, like, they specifically phrase it very vaguely. They don't outright say the killing game, so, it's been so long that your memories of this part of the game are like, did they say this? I don't remember. But everyone's actual reactions, if you go back to that part of the game, is a lot more scared and negative. And, literally, the kids were kidnapped and thrown into a van. Like, that doesn't sound like an audition to me. The second aspect is the fact, I believe Smoogie also lied about the Cospox. Specifically, if you go back and watch that scene, I was looking for it when we played it. It specifically says that while she was changing into the outfit, it says Kaede turned around and was facing away from her, and we've seen how fast Smoogie can put on a costume.
Oh, yeah.
Who's to say she didn't apply some makeup to her skin that looked very real, because she's the ultimate cosplayer, to give herself an alibi? And then the third piece of evidence is the fact that the background of the gym is one of the backdrops in her ultimate lab. She literally has a, like, photo studio with hundreds of different backgrounds, and one of them is that background in those videos of them in the audition tapes.
No, that's wrong! Counter! You're gonna have to prove this to me, because one thing isn't adding up. The fact that they can modify memories in the first place. You're saying they didn't audition, they were kidnapped and taken there, but that could have been an implanted memory in the first place. What do you have to say about that?
That's a good point. And here's the thing, too. I think Tsumugi was telling half-truths. I think they're and like half-lies.
That better not be perjury you just used there.
No. No, this is absolutely what I believe.
Excellent.
This is the whole truth.
Okay.
I ain't no Kokichi. So the thing is, I believe that is accurate that they are fictional characters. Or rather, that their personalities were overwritten, and whoever they were before is not who they are now. We know this because, one, their talents, they didn't have their talents before, and then they got them afterwards. And then...
Again, that could have been a result of them making them forget that they had those talents. Because that is the specific language that the Monocubs use, is they say, you've forgotten your talents. Not, it's like, we forgot to give them talents.
It's true. There's one other thing, though. Kaede, if you look at her dialogue, she is very different before the flashback light.
True.
Like, genuinely, she's a lot meaner to Shuichi in that brief moment. Like, she yells at him as like, get off me. And then after the flashback light, she's like, are you okay?
Yeah. Alright, you've convinced me. I'll vote Smoogie.
But, and because here's the thing too. They specifically designed this in a way that, like, Tsumugi lied about something. Cause things that she said contradict each other. So something has to be true and something has to be a lie. And it's left open-ended which it is. But, like... It's very interesting. Because, like, really the only way to get those answers is what's on the other side. And we don't get to see what's on the other side. To know what's truth and what's a lie. And it just surprises me that so many people take Tsumugi at her word.
Yeah.
But I am curious what your theories are about the ending.
Well, instead of that, I'm going to bring up this stupid thought that I just had.
Okay.
Which is, what if you did, like each of the characters in the game as, like, Among Us, and a little thing where it says, like, Tsumugi was the imposter, and, like, her, like, being thrown into the lava, and then it's, or, like, ejected into space or whatever, and then it's the victory screen with all the characters that died as ghosts, and the ones that survived still there.
Oh my god. Is Danganronpa just one big Among Us game?
It's kind of social deduction, if you think about it.
Oh my gosh.
It kind of is. It's not like a literal social deduction game because it's the characters doing it and not the player, but it's extreme Among Us, basically.
It's Among Us, but for keeps. I hate this.
Yeah. So, here's the thing. I'm not too much of a theory crafter myself. I kind of just, like, take an ending for what it is and then, like, stop thinking about it from there. Unless it's, like, a game that, like, really gets me worked up about, like, wanting to think about what happened that we didn't see or what happens next. Mm-hmm. I kind of like this idea of, like... So Himiko, Maki, and Shuichi go through this portal to the outside world at the end of the game, right?
Uh-huh.
And again, the developer's intention is that this is a separate world, and it's a world where people like this Danganronpa franchise that exists and has gone on for...
If that's true.
If that's true. Because that
could have been lying.
That could have also been a fabrication that Smoogie made. But, like, again, whatever the case is, like, we think of that as being the outside world. My personal, like, feeling on this and, like, my sort of idea of, like, how I feel like this happens is once they cross that portal and get to the quote-unquote outside world, that outside world is fan-made things. That is people that continue their story through fan fiction, or like how it continues through stuff like, you know, the spin-off games or whatever, where the characters are in that kind of stuff. Because that's technically a different world too. Or people that do fan arts or like, you know, comics or whatever else. Fan-made stuff is when a fictional character breaches their world into the outside world, because people are creating things with those characters. So that's sort of my interpretation, how like the game ends and they are no longer scripted characters that have to act one way with set dialogue or whatever. They are free now from that. Mm-hmm. So that's kind of how I interpret the ending.
I freaking love this because I also have something like that on here. So, because the thing is, so my beliefs about this ending kind of have a split between like an in-universe idea and an out-of-universe idea. Because a lot of people, and it's so funny, I guess we can bring it up here. A lot of people ascribe to the simulation theory.
the hashtag simulation theory, which I was literally saying this entire time that I was playing the game.
It was so funny when you were saying that because I was like, oh, we're going to have a conversation about this at the end of this.
Because my prediction was that it was something like Danganronpa 2, where they were, like, the characters were in a simulation.
Mm-hmm.
But then at the same time, I was thinking it just ended there, whereas literally their existence was as fictional characters, and that was the ending to the game. So I was only kind of right.
Yeah. But so the thing is, like, a lot of people ascribe to that theory, and that usually falls in line with the tapes being real, because then, like, who would actually audition for a game where you could die? You know, like...
Seriously.
You know, it applies a sense of logic of, like, this is why we would do this. And if that's the case, boy, did Kaede get cheated.
Seriously.
Like, hot dang, that's not fair. But for me, what's on the other side, in-universe... I believe that it's Hope's Peak Academy and Jabberwock Island. That they are real places, and that Tsumugi wasn't lying right at the end about copying the plan, like, Junko's plan. That's, like, the in-universe, like, thing that I think is there, and the evidence that I think is real, like, supporting that. That said... I'm right there with you out of universe. That Shuichi and Maki and Himiko, this is like a headcanon that I had. They all have the ability to travel to other fictional worlds. Like, they're half real and half fictional.
Yeah.
And, like, you know, so any crossover event we, like, with any other franchise that you do... is them literally entering other worlds.
Right.
Because they're fictional characters.
It's the idea that they're still fictional characters, but they're not bound to the script of the game they were made in.
Yes, they're not bound to the fictional world that they were created in.
Yeah.
And so they are free. And also, like you said, they live on through art, stories, cosplay, you know, whatever people choose to make for them is essentially the new world on the other side that they get to get to. And speaking of that, I have done my part in this. this aspect. I wanted to save telling you about this till we recorded the episode. One, to just have a permanent record of your reaction.
Oh no.
Because I'm selfish like that. But also because with our spoiler warning up, this is a safe space that I can talk about this. Because, like, it's so hard to talk about this aspect of the game because this is a post-game thing. And it's like, you have to know all of the spoilers before we can even talk about this.
Yeah.
You mentioned before that we are, now fanfic writers.
Mm-hmm.
And there is one that I am working on that is a post-game fic. But the thing is, I'm kind of retroactively writing it. I kind of already wrote it. And then I'm going in and actually fleshing it out.
Okay, yeah.
So, do you remember our D&D episode of... where we talked about how I ran Waterdeep Dragon Heist?
Not the specific part of our conversation that you're gonna tie this in with.
Yes.
But yes, I remember we had an episode about D&D.
Yes. So in that episode, I mentioned that I would draw inspiration from characters that I liked when I would play like NPCs for you to interact with. And there were 3 NPCs that acted a shocking amount like Shuichi, Maki, and Himiko in our campaign.
Oh no.
So here's the thing. It wasn't them in the campaign that you interacted with. If you remember when we finished our game and I talked about the fact that there were basically this detective agency, they had like a secret and they were actually shapeshifters.
Yeah.
And I couldn't tell you this at the time because I knew we were going to play this game. But I did tell Steven, like, in private.
Oh.
After we finished. What I personally did, because this was based on a headcanon that I had, that Shuichi, Maki, and Himiko, after the events of this game, would travel to other fictional worlds. They started traveling together. And they encountered these 3 characters and befriended them, and then offered them their identities, so that they could have a place in the world. Like, they let them borrow their appearances and their personalities so that they could exist with the people in the town.
I'm actually crapping my pants right now. Like, I'm mid-crap. Like, it's coming out. I just crapped, like, all over. It's everywhere, dude. Like, you can't see it, but it's everywhere.
That sounds like something Miu would say.
No, Miu would be a lot more descriptive. But anyway.
Probably. But yeah, so this is genuinely a thing that I did. Because, like, all of the other characters were based off of characters that I like in fiction. All the NPCs you guys interacted with. I drew little pieces from them. But with these 3 detectives that, you guys would interact with, I wanted to do something special to pay homage to this ending. And, write something for Shuichi, Maki, and Himiko that showed that, like, their story continues even if we don't necessarily know all about it. Because they mean so much to me, and I want them to have a happy ending. And, like, that's the most important thing to me about this ending, is just that the 3 of them stick together. And so this was kind of my way of using something personal, like my own creation, to sort of pay them back, and honor sort of Shuichi's final words, that he's like, as long as these, what we did touched one life, then all of this wasn't for nothing. And so it's my way of telling Shuichi, like, your message reached me, and, everyone's deaths weren't meaningless. Your guys' sacrifices weren't meaningless because now I'm able to take elements from this story that touched me and pay it forward to, this story that I'm crafting for people who are going to play a game that I'm making. And so anyway, it's not done yet. I'm still in the process of working on writing it. I have unfortunately been horribly busy and have not had a lot of free time to write. But that is essentially the fanfic that I am writing, is their journey into my fictional world.
Oh, man. Oh, man.
And it's a very self-indulgent thing. But I'll probably post it out there. Maybe when, I actually start posting it online, we can link it in the description or something. But I just wanted to have your reaction to this recorded so that I could just keep it forever. And the fact that these three characters, because I knew when I started saying this, you would remember, because you remember them, right?
So I don't know which characters you're talking about.
So it was Vincent and his gang that ran the Tiger's Eye.
Oh, okay. We didn't interact with them too much, but...
No, you guys didn't interact with them too much, but you did interact with them. If you remember, there was a little mage girl that you befriended and were, trading candy with.
Oh!
And then, there was, it was literally... Because I gave them all different names.
Of course, yeah.
Because I didn't want it to be too on the nose.
Yeah.
But so it was
oh my
Vincent
goodness.
Trench.
Oh.
There was Noelle and Luna, and they were his two bodyguards.
Yeah, it's coming back to me now.
The one mage that pretended to be good at magic, but didn't actually know any magic.
Oh,
and then the one that she was constant. She had a knife that she was sharpening, and she'd always be like, "Do you want to die?" And then, this very astute detective that was, a resource that you guys could use. And you actually used them to go, dig up dirt on the castle lanterns. So, yeah, this is just something fun that's just for you, but I'm also sharing it with the rest of the world. Oh, are you there? Sorry.
No, that was on purpose.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I thought you left the call.
Well, yeah, my spirit basically left my body upon hearing that. So I wanted to just use the soundboard, but for some reason, the Discord. Oh, here it is. Yeah, I wanted to use the disconnect sound, but anyway, whatever. Okay, now I do remember these guys.
Yes.
And that actually just I feel like I experienced a glitch in the Matrix just now. Whoa!
This is the equivalent of learning that your world is entirely fiction.
This is me learning that all of the fiction that I'm into is connected to the rest of fiction. We're all connected in the circle of life. Man. Okay, that's insane. That is extremely a self-indulgent thing, but that's what we do here on this show. So
look, this is our show. We do what we want.
Exactly.
I say it every time.
Well, you know what I want to do then?
What?
I want to talk about our favorite things about this game.
Yeah.
So now it's on to favorites. We talk about just our favorite things from the game, why we like them. We pretend like we're going to get through it quickly, and then we go on an hour monologue.
I know.
It's great. This is going to be a long episode, and I'm here for it.
Good, me too. It was a long game. There was a lot to talk about.
Okay, I'm gonna ask you first, mister, even though you showed this game to me, and so this doesn't make sense. But, and also you've kind of already answered this question secretly.
Yeah.
But who's your favorite?
More openly than secretly.
Yeah, who's your favorite character?
Oh man. So realistically, my favorite character is our three survivors. Like, it is Shuichi, Maki, and Himiko. Specifically them together, because again, this ending means a lot to me that they survive together and that they stay friends together.
Yeah.
But if I have to single out a single character, like, nope, you can't do that, that's cheating, you only get one.
Right.
It is most definitely Himiko Yumeno. The ultimate mage. I freaking love this little girl. She is one of the best characters, and it's so funny because when I initially saw her, like, when the game hadn't come out yet and we just saw, like, character designs, I saw her design and I was like, oh no, she's gonna be my favorite character on appearance alone. And then I talked to her, like, in the first 2 chapters, you know, and I was like, oh, her personality kind of sucks. Like, oh, she's kind of horrible. Like, I don't like her, but I'll keep an eye on her. And then, like, chapter 3 happened, and, like, you know, she started to change. And she genuinely became my favorite character. Like, I was like, oh my goodness. Something internal inside me knew it all along, that she would be my favorite.
Mm-hmm.
But I freaking love Himiko.
Excellent.
But what about yourself?
So at some point while we were playing the game, I wanted so desperately for my favorite to be Kaito. And Kaito is still amazing. He still ranks up there as one of my favorites. But just that little bit of, like, extra screen time that both Maki and Kibo were getting was like, oh no, I might like, you know, these two even more. Because, like, Kaito, Maki, and Kibo, those 3 were all characters that, like, I really loved. And I really loved their arcs. And so I was thinking, like, okay, it's probably going to be down between, like, Maki and Kibo, which is my favorite character. And then in the process of re-reviewing everything, especially, like, seeing a lot more of what happens at the beginning of the game, I was reminded just how much I love Kaede.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh, shoot! That's another character in the running now for favorite character, because there is so much about Kaede that I just adore, and that like is beautiful and tragic about this character. But now, like, narrowing it down out of these 3, I really do think my favorite character in this game is Maki.
Yeah.
For the reason that, like, Kibo and Kaede and Kaito all have, like, a lot of characteristics that embody, like, things I like to see in other people. Maki as a character, I very personally identify with her arc. I have had, like, a lot of periods of my life where I experienced a lot of social isolation and, like, a lot of confusion about, like, what to do with myself in my life. And then just the right person at the right time happened to come along and, like, pull me out of it and kind of remind me that, you know, like, there are aspects of life that is worth living for. And, like, not only that, but, like, not, you know, just dooming myself to feeling like life is meaningless and cruel and, like, it doesn't matter what we do because I'll just suffer anyways, but adopting a healthier mindset of just, like, trying to find the good in the world and cherish it and even protect it. And so, like, seeing this, you know, arc happen with Maki, like, that's the thing that I've noticed about a lot of these when we do the podcast stuff. The characters I most like are the ones that, like, are the ones that I feel I can relate to in some way. And especially seeing Maki get better about, like, coming out of her shell and interacting with the rest of the people reminds me of sort of my own progression as a person who's getting better at being a better friend to people and socializing more. And so just, like, I don't know. I feel like in this world of fictional characters and this whole game, quote-unquote, being a complete lie, she is an aspect of fiction that really connected with me in a real way. So I feel like I gotta say she's my favorite.
Heck yeah.
Everyone in this game is really good, so it's not easy to put her at the top of the list.
Yeah. It's one of those, you can only pick one, but I'm gonna pick, like, 12.
Yeah, exactly.
From there, let's turn this question on its head. Let me counter you and turn it back to me asking.
It's a V counter.
V counter.
You get some extra mana coins for
I'll
that.
cut through your words. There are a lot of characters in this. However, there are some characters we didn't talk a whole lot about, but we kind of gave them their own subcategory.
Yeah.
So that we'd actually talk about them a little more. Who is your favorite Mono Cub?
The Mono Cubs. The Mono Cubs. Celebrated everywhere for their obnoxiousness. Okay, so for me, out of them all, they all have their aspects that make me completely disgusted by them, and then also their aspects that make me go like, okay, that was funny.
Yep.
Probably, like, the king of that is Monotaro.
Yep.
I mean, like, for starters, he gets an instant, like, boost ahead of the others because he's dressed like a ninja, and I like ninjas.
Uh-huh.
That's not the main reason I like him, but that's definitely points towards his record. The main thing about Monotaro that I like is just that he is so, like, even compared to all the Monocubs who are crazy, he is just so incomprehensible and silly for, like, its own sake. 90% of what he says has nothing to do with anything and is just, like, pure, incoherent, drunken babble. And I love it.
I was gonna say, because we started doing the thing where you would take, like, you're like, this is the screenshot of the day, this bit of dialogue right here, and, like, 50% of it was Himiko, and 50% of it was Monotaro.
I mean, I'd say it was more like 50 Himiko, and then, like, 30, 40 was Monotaro, because I get some stuff with other characters too, but
it's true.
A good portion of these, like, screen cap of the day things that I would do were Monotaro, because he is just something else. Threatening,
it was
like,
constantly...
I'll stick my butt in your mouth and rattle around your molars, like...
Or no, it was like, I'll stick my hand up my butt and then in your mouth and rattle around your molars, or something like that. Like the most off-the-wall things, and the funniest part was, like, every time one of them would show up, we were like, take a screenshot of this and send it to somebody with no context.
Mm-hmm.
And it was just funny how consistent it was him.
Or there's that one where he's just like, wait, are you guys talking about my butt? Like...
That's right.
Oh, man. Like, they're all terrible, but Monotaro is, like, the funniest terrible, in my opinion.
Oh, yes. He was actually my honorable mention.
Okay.
For me, it was actually... I put down Monodam.
I had a feeling he would have been your favorite. But yeah.
Like, first of all, he's green.
Yeah, and you like green.
And a robot. Like, more robot than the others.
Yeah.
But, like, his character arc is so funny how, like, he's been bullied into just never talking, and then as soon as Monokid dies, he starts talking, and then as soon as Monosuke dies, he surges into control.
Mm-hmm.
And just becomes, like, this absolute monster, and it's so funny. And just how, like, flat his deliveries are is just really funny.
Yeah. I will agree, he was another one that was highly entertaining.
Uh-huh.
He also was not involved in anything incest related, so that is a point that he gets.
He does have that benefit.
All right, let's move on. Let's talk about your favorite song from the game's soundtrack.
Yeah. So, coming to the surprise of nobody, it's Claire de Lune for me.
Yeah.
Listen, setting aside my biases towards it because of this game and how much it means to me in this game, this is genuinely my favorite piece of classical music. I genuinely, like, if I'm tired, but, like, can't quite fall asleep, I will often put on, like, an hour extended version of this song to just relax to. And it's amazing how just calming it is, despite the emotional gut punch that it gives in this game.
Right.
And, like, it plays. Every time this song plays in this game, it is, like, the perfect song choice. It plays, like, a grand total of, like, 4 times in this game.
Mm-hmm.
And I wanted to give an honorable mention, though, to the Scrum Debate music.
Oh, yeah.
Because that's just good soup right there.
So true. That is, Claire de Lune is definitely high up there for me. There's a part of me that's, like, kind of purist, like, well, technically that is a famous classical piece and not a song composed for this game, so it doesn't count. But I mean, the way it's used in this game, I think it counts.
Absolutely. It's part of the soundtrack.
Right.
It counts.
For me, I really think I gotta give it to New World Order V3.
Yes.
This...
That was my favorite track in all of the past games, and just, it's really good in this one.
Mm-hmm. You remember how I just randomly brought up the scene where, like, Kokichi figures out that Maki is the ultimate assassin, and she's, like, threatening him, and he's like, do it, you won't. Part of what makes that scene so chilling is that it's got this song.
It's true.
As well as, like, Kaede's, like, in chapter 1, when you're approaching the trial, Kaede's determination, like, we will catch the mastermind, like, this is going to work. And just, like, this music amping you up. It is just some good, powerful music that gets you pumped.
Yes. I couldn't agree more. It is one of the best in this game.
And once again, like we said with characters, with all the songs in this game's soundtrack, it's hard to pick a favorite. They're all super good.
I know. This soundtrack is especially good.
It's one of the highest points of this game.
Mm-hmm. But music isn't everything. So
what's up next?
Let me ask you, what was your favorite chapter?
Oh man, you know what? In my notes, I didn't actually write one. Mostly just because I didn't take the time to prepare. But, like, really thinking about it, I am very much divided between Chapter 5 and Chapter 6.
Yeah.
And I actually think, being as objective as I can, I think Chapter 5 was my favorite, because I think that was the most invested in the game that I felt. Like, as we talked about with all the stuff, I love what they did with the ending. There was a little bit of that moment, how I mentioned, like, at the end, that it's intentionally not satisfying, because it's making a statement. And I was still working through that. I can look at that on the other side now and be like, oh yeah, that's what I was supposed to be feeling there, and it made the ending better. But there was a point where I felt it was underwhelming, whereas Chapter 5 had me the entire time. And just, like, all of the character arcs were culminating into this crazy thing because, you know, as part of Kokichi's plan, he was pretending to be the mastermind. And so just like the tension of watching us like try and figure out what we can even begin to do about this, like, oh man, that had me gripped.
Mm-hmm.
And in terms of just like the gameplay and everything we did during that chapter, like I really liked that too. But like, you could probably pretty easily convince me to like change my mind and say that chapter 6 is my favorite. So that's like the honorable mention for now, but depending on the day of the week, that might actually be my favorite.
Yeah. So for me, it's actually again a close call between chapter 1.
Yeah. Chapter 1 was also good.
Mostly because of like the twist with Kaede,
right,
and us being the killer was so well done.
Mm-hmm.
And I love that. But like, I think I gotta give it to chapter 6. Because like, chapter 1, as good as it was still like, you know, it's Danganronpa. Chapter 6 literally had me questioning my feelings about this franchise and looking at myself and asking very difficult questions about myself. And like, I always say that like the number one thing I want out of a video game is to be able to take something away from it. And boy, did this game give me a lot to take away. So I think I gotta give it to chapter 6.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Mm-hmm. Which one of us is going?
I don't know. We've kind of been doing this alternating thing where I say one and then you say one. So I think I'm starting this one. I'll ask you. What was your favorite mini game?
I think it's pretty obvious.
Yeah.
The freaking Scrum debate.
The Scrum debates.
And the funny thing is, like, the minigame itself is very simple. It's match the word with the text shown. But it's done in such a flashy, stylistic way with, like, the music blaring and, like, the way everyone is lined up next to each other and you call out your friend's name so that they go and, like, on the offensive is so just, it's amazing. And I just, like every time that a conversation would come up that, like, everyone started to be divided and Monokuma was like, oh, it sounds like you're split down the middle. And, like, I literally would turn into Kokichi being like, yes, we're gonna do the fun game.
Yes.
And, like, not only that, but towards the later half of the game, they pair you up with some of the most unlikely people. Like, literally, Chapter 3 has you paired with Kibo because, like, you know, Kibo's the audience surrogate and he's, like, being practical. Kokichi, who is one of the most hated people there, and Kyo, who is legitimately, like, you know, in hindsight, the killer, but, like, one of the most hated people there in the moment. And those are the friends you have to rely on to present your argument.
Do you ever do a Scrum debate where you don't have Kibo on your side?
I think you do, because I think Chapter 5.
Oh, yeah, because isn't that one just you?
Yeah. It's you and Maki.
Oh, okay.
And it's fascinating, too, that there are, like, pairs that you can see. Like, Tenko and Himiko are always paired together. Like, they are always on the same side.
Right.
And then, like, after Chapter 2, Maki is always on the side with Kaito.
Yeah.
It's, like, certain characters are always opposite each other, and it's fascinating, like, how cool. There is some, like, subtle storytelling there.
Yeah, definitely.
But what about yourself?
Okay. So mine is kind of a 3-way tie. But one of those is the Scrum debate, and you talked about that, so I will let that stand for itself and just say, yeah, I agree with all that.
I agree with that.
The two that come to mind for me, one of them is the argument armament, which is, the rhythm thing. Just because even though I'm bad at rhythm games, and like I pretty much always struggled to get the timing right on all of those, it was still like suitably intense and felt like a dramatic build up to like the end major reveal.
Mm-hmm.
So I kind of like those ones more for the vibe, especially like how we were saying the final Kibo one was like really insane. The other one that I really enjoyed, I gotta say, it's the Psych Taxi. There's something like really fun about it. It's not too difficult because you're kind of just, driving down a straight road and then steering left or right to try and pick up the little Mario Kart boxes so you can fill the letters in. And then, of course, our goofy jokes about, picking up thoughts in your car. Like, there's some inherent silliness to it, as well as like what we're saying about imagining Shuichi, like, while he's doing this in his head, he's physically got his arms out in front of him, like he's holding a steering wheel, and he's pretending to like make turns, and he's like making little car noises, like.
It's all that practice in the moon buggy with Kaito.
Exactly. It's just imagining everybody else just like completely like dead silent, all just like staring at him while he's doing this. And just like Kaito being like, no, this is the thing he does. He's gonna say something mind blowing and awesome. Just like wait a second.
Let him cook.
Let him cook. Hold my
Let him
beer.
drive.
Like it's very funny to think about like what's happening outside of the minigame, but then it's also just like a fun one to play because you're like cruising with the cool like kind of neon synthwave 80s looking like track you're driving down. It's a fun time.
I also love that the road signs are like the different like images from like the chapter.
Yeah.
Which is just really fun.
Mm-hmm. And I think you also mentioned this too, but it's a good way to connect your trains of thought to like put all the evidence together and come to a conclusion about like, okay, what are we trying to get to here?
Awesome. Well, from there, let's go with what was your favorite location in the school?
Okay. There's a couple of fun areas in the game, and so it is hard to pick just one. I think, like that said, I still think I can do it because there's a particular like spot in the game that I always thought was cool to be in, and that is the like the trial grounds. With like the big fountain and the muscly Monokuma and all of that, as well as like the actual look of like inside the place where the trials take place. Mm-hmm. The courtroom, I guess you could call it. I don't know if it had a proper name, but like in the inside there as well, because like I said, the trials are just my favorite part of the game. But there was like a lot of like cool and like scary and heartbreaking scenes that all took place at the trial grounds.
Yeah. Well, and a fun fact, I think it's the first trial. It might be the first or it might be the last.
Okay.
But in the background, there is a stained glass like window, and it's actually a supersized image of a character from the first game.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's a image of Sayaka performing with like the other pop stars in her idol group.
Oh, that's fun.
So like just a fun little Easter egg.
That's really cool. What about you?
So for me, I have an honorable mention, which it's more so. Do you remember that area like all the way up? I think it's the 4th floor. Where there's like the 2 statues of Monokuma, there's the angel and the devil. And then you made the joke about Pokemon Hope and Pokemon Despair.
That's right.
I do like that area.
I like that one too. That was a good one.
And I wanted to acknowledge it, But I think my favorite area was actually Kaede's research lab.
Yes, that's another really good one.
Just because, like, that it's where that scene plays with Shuichi and her, and just, like, I don't know, looking at that wall of music and that beautiful piano, like, it's just a beautiful research lab.
Definitely. All right. So now we're getting into the really, really intense stuff. I want to know, David, what's your favorite punishment and why is it Kaito's?
You know, it's so funny because it absolutely is Kaito's. And it's because, like, one, because it fails.
Yes.
Like narratively, it's so great. And also just for the fact that it calls back to the first game. It's so visually clever with what it does. I can't sing its praises enough that it was easily the best.
Yes.
What about yourself?
So if I'm saying what's your favorite and why is it Kaito's, like, of course it was my favorite too, for all the reasons you said. I will also add that because the Monocubs are out of commission for this chapter.
Yes.
We don't have any interference from them, so the scene can just breathe and speak for itself.
Mm-hmm.
And it's, for all the reasons that we said, just like Kaito dying and not giving Monokuma the satisfaction of being the one to kill him. And just, peacefully, like, passing, knowing that he did a good job.
Uh-huh.
It's so satisfying.
I will give an honorable mention to Chapter 6.
Right, Kibo.
Just because Kibo is so cool, and I love the fact that our survivors make it out. Like, it is really cool.
And like you said, Smoogie kind of unceremoniously getting what she deserves. It's also a very good one.
Yeah, but I gotta give it to Kaito.
Yeah, easily.
Well, with that, let's go to our final category, which is our favorite moment, both in-game and then from our playthrough specifically.
Right.
I don't know if you want to go first or you want me to go first.
I'll go first on in-game.
Okay.
And then you go first on our playthrough. But
gotcha.
So as far as in-game, and I said that overall, Chapter 5 had me a bit more gripped than Chapter 6. But as far as an in-game moment, Kibo destroying the school and, like, fighting the Exisals while you have the time limit to try and search for evidence, that was great.
Yeah, that was... I could feel the hype radiating off of you.
I would say it is either that or, as you mentioned, the scene in the piano room with Shuichi and Kaede. It is one of those two.
Uh-huh. For me, in-game, I think I have to give it to the duel with Shuichi, where he says he rejects hope. Just Claire de Lune playing, and Shuichi's just impassioned speech. Just, it's so beautiful. And like I mentioned, this is the moment where everyone gets to see just, like we get to see just how clever Shuichi is. The fact that, like, this character, who, we mostly see him walk us through it in his head. Now suddenly we just get to see him all of a sudden throw out the most insane logic and back it up.
Yeah.
And again, just Claire de Lune playing as you face off with easily the smartest person there is just, it's beautiful. Like, it just paints this beautiful mental image of, like, Kibo and Shuichi with swords dueling as they argue, like, hope and despair. So that was my favorite moment in-game. from our specific playthrough, I want to, as much as I want to say it's Shuichi and Kaito in the moon buggy, I want to give it to this so bad because that moment meant so much to me. I think I have to give it to the moment we found Ryoma's body.
Oh, yeah.
Because that moment...
That was the moment when you could tell I was invested.
Yes, you were so invested in this story, and I was like, oh, I've got him. Because there was this part of me that was very scared that I was like, I'm going to recommend this big, long game, and he's not going to resonate with it the same way that I did. Mm-hmm. And, like, you know, I could tell you were having fun, and part of it was because we were having fun together. But, like, that moment where you screamed when you found his body, I was like, oh, he cares about these characters. Oh, this game is going to leave an impact on him like it did me. Mm-hmm. And so I do care about that moment. And also, I forgot to mention it when we were talking about Chapter 2, but that Discord conversation we had.
Yes!
Because I was at work, and then you sent me, you're like, so I stumbled on this, and it was like that bit where it talked about, like, you wandered into the gym while you were grinding for mono coins, and it was like some sad, like, introspective thing from Shuichi about Ryoma. Mm-hmm. And I was like, my heart. And you're like, oh, but I also got this. And you showed me, like, the achievement for slapping stuff away, and you're like, and I was like, Kaede's wish has been fulfilled. And then you were like, finally, we can all die.
we can all die.
But yeah.
I didn't mean it, game. You didn't have to kill everyone except 3 of them.
I think it was when we found Ryoma's body.
Yeah.
Just because, like that was a, like, actual confirmation to me that you were engaging with this story. Mm-hmm. And that this story meant something to you. The way that it did to me. But what about yourself from our playthrough?
So, I'm starting to realize, like, with my favorite moment of our playthrough, we have had a similar experience with many of the other games we've done on the podcast. But specifically, after we had beaten the game, I went into the jukebox and found Claire de Lune and was just, like, letting it play. While you were like, now that you've beaten the game, I can show you all these spoiler memes. And so you were just, like, sharing your memes, we were having post-playthrough discussion.
Yeah.
And all the while, just, like, Claire de Lune was playing. And it, like, more than, like, a lot of games that I've played through, it left me with that, like, feeling of, like, staring out at the sunset over the beach, just like, man.
Yeah. I forgot about that. You know what? I think I might have to change my answer as well. Because I remember that. Because it was specifically, hey, now that we've finished, I can show you all of the spoiler stuff that I had to hold on to that I couldn't share with you. And it, like, I was sending you artwork of, like, the Survivor trio and, like, comics and all of the, like, I was just sending you a bunch of stuff as we listened to Claire de Lune. I forgot about that. Oh, that was such a great moment from our playthrough.
It was amazing how, like, just, like, the song as well just, like, amped the emotion of the experience. Mm-hmm. Because, like, we could have done what we usually do and just, like, shared memes and had fun. But it's, like, hearing Claire de Lune in the background while you were doing this, like, it made me want to cry. Like...
It made me... I remember wanting to cry, too, as I was doing it.
And I'm pretty sure we both, like, openly acknowledged that a couple of times as well. But, there was just something, like, that almost... Like, I was still kind of feeling mixed about the ending and processing it. And that is kind of what, like, cemented it for me, that it was a good experience playing through the game.
Oh, I'm so glad. So, do we want to move into final thoughts?
Yeah. I'll make some comments here. I know you're gonna have some very impassioned things to say about it.
I not as much to say as you might think, but yes.
Okay. But I'll speak from the perspective of being the person that was shown the game and then you as the shower of the game and why it means so much to you.
That's a good idea.
But, well, for starters, I underestimated this game. Sorely underestimated this game. Like, as we talked about, like, my perspective quickly shifted from, ooh, let's see the drama, who lives and who dies, and how they make it to the end, and can I predict all the plot twists? I went from that to, I want to be friends with everyone, and I don't want to see anyone else get hurt. Like, going through this game, I needed to know how it would end. And it only got, like, more compelling the more that I played. And, like, it just got its hooks into me. As you said, you could see that turning point when you're like, oh no, he's invested. He is gonna have an experience with this game like I did. It absolutely happened. And, like, all of this, like, getting, like, sinking deeper and deeper into the immersion of this game, only for the twist of the knife at the end revealing what the game was all about. And, like, me getting invested in the game was part of the problem, because it was perpetuating the cycle of people dying in the killing games and whatever, and, like, the whole theme of how, like, you know, fiction can reach the outside world, and so they were trying to break Danganronpa. Like, it just blew my mind. And I think that plot twist only works because the characters are so compelling in this game. If the characters were boring, or, like, maybe not even boring, but just, like, very bland, like, by the numbers stereotypes of characters, this game would not work. But, like, go figure, the game that has the characters feel the most like real people is the one that hammers home the point that it's all just fiction. And for me, like, I love the message that even if something is fictional, it can make you feel real emotion, because that is so true. I think the story to this game works best as a video game specifically because of its interactivity. Like, there is a physical draw to our human instincts to engage with a storyline because we're participating in creating the story. We are, like, actively playing, and so that makes us more invested than just, like, sitting and watching a movie or reading a book or something. And, like, the gameplay harmonizes so well with the story, just to create, like, a really heartfelt experience that's super interesting. It's not, like, a new type of meta commentary that, like, oh, it's all fiction and the characters realize that like, they're not real. That's not a new concept for a story, but it is so well executed that that's what matters to me. The characters are absolutely the highlight of this game. And that is what I have to say about this game.
Just load up a truth bullet. I agree with that.
Yeah. Consent. V consent. Yeah. Anyway.
Yeah, V count, of course.
You had to use your focus gauge for that one.
Man. So for me, I already loved this game. Like, this was at the top of my list of games that I wanted to recommend to you when we started this podcast. But I knew that, like, it would be a big commitment because it is a big, long visual novel. And so I kind of held off on it until, like, I felt like the timing was right. And I think one of the best things was I let you choose it. And so you went into this game, like, willingly.
Right. Not to, like, derail this too much, but I am just curious. Did you want to show me this more than you wanted to show me Chrono Trigger?
It's hard to say.
Okay.
They were both up there.
Okay.
They were both contending for it. Chrono Trigger, I think, won out but this was like a close
Right.
second.
I mean, because I kind of also assume that Chrono Trigger won out because of the convenience of us playing through it.
Also that. And the podcast was still fairly new and stuff. But, like I was saying, I already loved this game, but I loved it even more this second time going through it. Like, you know, some time had passed since I'd actually played this game, and I forgot just how, like, unhinged I was about these characters. Like, going through this with you, like, re-sparked my love for these characters. You know, and the game, like, this game inspired me in so many beautiful ways. You know, like you said, the message being that, like, fiction can change reality means so much to me because so much of who I am has been shaped by fictional stories. And so, you know, like, that message resonates deep inside my heart. And like you said, getting invested in these characters, you know, like I said before, I didn't want any of these characters to die. Even, like, you know, some of the characters that I had issues with, I didn't want bad things to happen to them. I wanted to help them. I wanted to be their friend. And, you know, like, this game means a lot to me. And it does make me sad in some ways that, like, so many people just look at the surface level of this game. You know, and write it off as, this is my least favorite Danganronpa game. It's got a stupid twist and it follows a lot of tropes. Because there's so much more deeper into it that, like, if people look deeper, they would see more. Much like the characters. And, you know, I love this game for as much pain as it put me through. I genuinely love what I've taken away from this game. And I sincerely hope we never get a sequel.
Yeah.
like, legitimately, it is my hope and my prayer that this is where the story ends. Or rather, that, like, this is where Danganronpa ends. And that it can stay ended. That these characters can be at peace. That, you know, the ending decision to keep our 3 survivors alive means that instead of being railroaded into a sad ending of you either die or you exist knowing that you failed, but rather that there is another option, that these characters can live on, you know, through the fans and the works that they make for them, and they can be at peace knowing that, like, you know, nobody else has to suffer the way that they did, that their sacrifices meant something. So that's what I gotta say.
Well said. Man, this episode went on an extra hour longer than I was predicting, but that's...
I know!
We can never get it just right, but I was so certain. I was like, we're gonna get, like, right at this point, and then it's like, oh no. Oh no. A whole extra hour.
Yeah.
But it was all great discussion, and I loved playing through this game, and I loved talking about it with you, so... No complaints on my end.
Well, thank you. I'm glad I could recommend another gem.
Another gem, but, like, oh my goodness, please, can we, like, pick some shorter games so we can have more than
Yes.
more than 2 episodes in a year?
Yes, I do have significantly shorter games, and I'm gonna put any of my longer games on the back burner because of that.
Mm-hmm. I will also say welcome back to those that have skipped from spoilers. We'll be talking about some of the stuff we're doing next time. Obviously, I don't know when this will go up. It's always pretty precarious with, like, the end of the year, like, what's going to go up first. But once again, we are trying. This will maybe have to be a cross-promotion between things since we'll be working on them together at the same time. But whether this comes out first or the other thing comes out first, we are once again working on, like, an end-of-year retrospective where we talk about the stuff that we played during the year and then rank, like, our top 5 favorite games that we played. So once again, we're going to be doing that. as well as we get to tease the next big game that we're going to cover on this show.
Which it's your choice.
It is.
I'm sorry my choice took so long.
We had been going back and forth. There was like the Sonic Apocalypse stuff, and there was like us doing like joint games that we both chose to talk about at the same time. There was
and a bunch of extras.
There was the collaboration thing with Sakura. There was also collaboration stuff that you couldn't be here for. There was the Coliseum XD one that was just me and Zoro. So finally, I get to just pick a game that I want to play and show to you.
Mom said it's my turn.
Mom said it's my turn to control the podcast. And wouldn't you know it, in the span of time that it took us to finish this game, a game came out, and on my own time I beat. And that is our next topic of discussion. So, hit the music. Next time on the Tradin Faves show, David, Joseph tell you what they know about the video games they like to play and why they're great. Pizza Tower is the next game that we'll play.
Oh my god. The funny thing about this is that I asked you, oh hey, what are we going to be playing next? And you were like, oh, I'm not going to tell you. I'm going to let it be a surprise because I got a great preview next time.
Yep.
And then you sent me the template, and I could see those words that you wrote there.
Really?
Yeah, you accidentally sent me your script.
I didn't mean to, but oh well. I thought I was being clever.
So I was like, oh, we're going to play Pizza Tower. I was not prepared for you to start singing. Gosh, dang it. That's...
Yes.
Oh.
We get an Italian up in here.
Yeah, we are.
Oh man, I am excited for you to see Pizza Tower for entirely different reasons than Danganronpa.
Yeah, this is going to be such a radically different experience.
But it'll be a fun one.
Yeah, it will. I'm excited.
I'm actually surprised they let that slip.
It's fine. It made it even funnier, honestly.
Okay. I think we can pat ourselves on the back. We did a very good job getting through this lengthy episode. Everybody, thank you so much for tuning into this one. If you stuck around all the way through the entirety of listening to us rant about this, please feel free to share your thoughts about the game as well. You did a good thing just putting up with us talking about this. So
yeah, we had a lot to say because this game means a lot.
Mm-hmm.
As I can tell, not just to me, but to both of us now.
Right. And so I'm like, by all means, subject me to your opinions in the comments. I will be happy,
Please.
Even if your opinion differs far from ours, I will be so happy to hear what you have to say. Are we forgetting anything else that seems like a pretty solid...
Yeah, I think we're good to wrap up here. I don't know what we're forgetting, if you think we're forgetting something.
Wait a minute. Wasn't the Blackened supposed to die at the end?
It's punishment time!
Wait, we can talk about this!
Yeah, you're gonna ruin this.
Time to ruin your favorite game.
Shave the headmaster's back.
That's
Monokuma. That's the punishment. They don't get executed. They just
oh my gosh.
have to shave his back.
Oh no. Wait, if you make me laugh, I'll go into a coughing fit. This is bad.
This isn't gonna work. This is supposed to be a funny show.
Oh my gosh. I wanted so bad to say something funny right there, but I genuinely couldn't think of anything funny.
I know, right? I was like, oh, we could just put a stinger there, and it's like, we're not funny.
How dare I not be funny?
Yeah, this podcast is a load of poo.
Oh my gosh.
That one, okay, that's...
Welcome to the bloopers.
Hi, if you made it this far, thanks for sticking around until the end. Okay. Now we gotta do our opening joke.
Oh, right.
Have ourselves an opening Coke. I don't have any water.
I'm
gonna go get some water.
Yeah, you should probably do that.
So I don't dehydrate and dizzity die.
Cool. I'll be over here coughing and then hating myself for coughing. Gosh, this is the worst! Like Monokuma! Poo, 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 poo!
No, you see, okay, so my terrible Monokuma impression, because my voice isn't feeling good, is actually going to be a secret nod at the fact that the voice actor for Monokuma hadn't played the role in a while, and so he sounded off.
Ah, ha, ha.
It's not just that I'm phoning it in. It's a deliberate reference.
It's canon.
I don't even have a Monokuma voice.
Just whatever you did for him in our playthrough.
Yeah, I know, but... I don't know.
I'll just kind of stay up here in this high range.
Oh, Mickey!
Mickey!
No, that's Lagomorph, you
Oh,
fool.
I'm getting my mentally scarring, people die in this game, and you feel sad about it. Franchise is confused.
Opening joke. You got your script and all
I
that?
do have my script. We prepared this joke.
Yes.
It's not a blind slap to the face for me, like it usually is.
It's a telegraphed slap to the face.
Beep, 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 beep.
Audacity's gonna love that.
Oh, you
Anyway.
know it is. Gosh, I need to stop coughing. So do you.
She is a very fun, silly character.
Mm-hmm.
Do you hear that, like, fire truck out there? Is that... Anyway.
That fire truck is a Tua.
Angie-
He's listening for you. Sorry.
Thanks for creating a blooper for me. Okay, so... Do you think we need to do anything to signify the jump cut, or...
I just coughed. That'll be a jump cut.
Yeah.
Oh. Hi.
It's the boy.
Sorry, my son just walked through here. It's Himiko. I have returned. I assume you're still gone. That is fine. It is fine. So says Rafiki. Because the first game literally ends with this big revelation that, like, the world has been destroyed because they, Junko caused basically the apocalypse and just
Right.
violent riots. I'm sorry, this cat is...
I was wondering if that
yelling
was
at
from
me.
your end. I was like, hearing
Yeah,
the cat. I was
hang
like,
on.
wait a minute.
I will be right back. I gotta go open the door for him.
Okay. That's silly.
So my cat is dumb. The door
Yeah.
was open. He's just sitting there yelling at it.
Oh, cats.
Okay, anyway,
Continue.
what I was saying. In the words of Himiko, gross.
Excellent.
Oh my goodness. I am so proud of this.
We are awesome. We are the
Yeah,
coolest
we are.
people alive.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's...
I can't believe I went through all of talking about Himiko and never once made a yeah joke.
You never, like, did an impression of her, really. It's
I
like,
know, dude, that's the thing, too. Himiko impressions are fun.
It's magic.
It's magic. It's real. That's how.
Alright, we need to... I was gonna hit the hang up on Discord. I'm like, no, we need to stop
we need to stop the recording. Just like the recording just keeps going. The story isn't over.